All right, we are live, and sorry for the little delay, but
Yes, we
we're
are
good.
live. We had some technical difficulties.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully you guys are doing pretty good. Thank you for taking time out of your Sunday, whatever time it is in your area, to listen to what we have to say. Of course, other people who will be joining us, whoever that may be, um, later on. Of course, we have a lot to get into. Of course, with the assassination on Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace to him, of course. A lot of game developers celebrating and mocking his death on X, or specifically even Blue Sky, and the Wolverine in a game from Insomniac. Apparently, it's rumored to be having a state of play uh, sooner than later. I don't remember exactly when it's being rumored, but and according to reporters, it's looking fantastic. So, which I don't know if you want to believe that or not, but yeah, those are the topics. And before then, there's a few things we want to go over as far as like some like I guess like new rules to make sure that things go more smoothly and in more timely fashion. Because I rewatch most of the podcast afterwards to see if there's anything that could be improved, or just to listen back out of curiosity and whatnot. Um, because we, of course, always trying to figure out ways how we can improve the podcast and make everything better for everyone. So one thing, we're not doing no 6 hour podcast anymore. That's way too long. It is very exhausting. It is um just too much, pretty much. It's a lot to ask for a lot of people, whether if they're on the panel or if they're watching, whether if they're watching live or the replay. Um,
Yeah.
so we figured that the sorry for the outside noise, New York. Um, anyway, uh, uh, but yeah. So on top of that, we're gonna try to keep it to 3 hours, maybe 3.5 hours max, if need be. And
Yeah.
for people who come on to the podcast to join the panel, um, you're not going to be able to talk for a very long, extended amount of time. One, for several reasons for that, because we want it to be around 3 to 3.5 hours. There's several people usually waiting in the backstage area. I don't know if people who join StreamYards, who are not the host, who don't host the stream, can see people in the backstage, but I can, and there's usually like a handful of
No, they
people.
can't. They
They
can't.
can, they can't.
I don't
Okay,
think they can. I
so
don't. Well,
people.
actually, maybe I
Okay,
didn't pay. I never paid attention to it. Regardless of the point,
yeah,
yeah, there's usually a bunch of people that want to speak, and I feel like I'm also in agreement with Revenant. We've actually talked about it. I think that just keeping things more concise is gonna make things flow better. I think
yes,
like even if it extends to 4 hours, that's not as bad. But 6 hours is out of control. So we
yeah,
gotta lit that. We gotta like lower that down. And
yeah.
also,
Also,
you,
yeah,
also like when it comes down to it, if you have something, if you are unsure about the topics, I've said this many times before. Many times, if you're unsure of the topic, or not fully understanding of the information itself, like what's going on with it, the details, you know you don't feel obligated like you have to talk about it, because I'd rather, if you don't know, then you just accept it, you don't know, than sit there and trying to guess, and trying to process how you feel about something in that exact moment, where you find out about it. I'd rather the people who are talking, have an opinion, that like a nuanced opinion about it, rather than just kind of feeling obligated to talk about it. So
yeah,
something to keep in mind.
yeah. You're not. No one's obligated to give their thoughts on every like topic. Like, there's one topic you're interested in, then yeah, you can come on and talk about that. But you're not obligated to give your opinion on every single topic. There is, and just try to keep it. You don't have to be like shorten it to the extent where it's like, hey, how do you feel about this? I agree, but then move on to the next person. Not saying that, but if you're going on for a very long time, and then you're still taking a long time to get to the point. And, you got other people
Look,
waiting, and we're still
we'll
on
we'll
like
we'll,
the same topic for like over an hour. It's like we gotta
we'll be
like
here to
we gotta,
we'll be here to moderate that and just kind of like help everyone like move along. So if that does happen, just don't be offended. Don't take it personally. It's just for the sake of being timely or whatnot.
exactly, yeah,
So that's
yeah,
all. That's really all. It's not a big deal. It's just easy to get sidetracked, which happens to me
yeah,
even and Revenant as well.
yeah, of course,
And I don't mind it. I honestly, even getting slightly sidetracked isn't too bad. It's when it becomes like just rambling. I think the rambling is more of like the offender here, because when you're rambling on, it kind of just like draws out, as opposed to, at least if you're sidetracked, you're talking about something, it's just like at least
right,
something is being talked about, as opposed to, if you're just kind of rambling on, like dragging something out, it's just exactly what that is, dragging it out. So that being said, I
hmm
think everyone understands. If it gets sidetracked a little, it's not the end of the world, but let's try not to like
yeah,
ramble. Just ramble on and droll on.
yeah, yeah,
All right.
exactly.
So,
Um,
yeah. Go ahead, Revenant.
oh yeah, and as far as like us reading the chat or whatever before we even get to the topics, we're gonna cut that back down a little bit because that does kind of go on a little bit too long too. So we'll just try to like streamline things a bit to just make it easier for everyone, pretty much. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, we're not going to be like ultra strict or anything like that. But just understand that, and also
Yeah.
just
Like I said, we'll moderate as need be, and just don't take it personally. That's all. So anyway, let's get to the subjects. Let's get some. First, why don't we talk about? Well, you already explained what the subjects are. I don't know what you
yeah.
want to start with, but
We can get into Charlie Kirk. So, but before we
maybe,
do that, I don't know
maybe.
if you want to read some of the
Okay,
chat or not before we get into it.
sure. Hold on a second. I feel like we could. I feel like we should talk about the other subjects first, because I feel like the Charlie Kirk subject might be like the most in depth. That that
Right. Okay.
people
That's fair.
that people might have the most opinion on, considering it's such a like a hot topic right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
No, you're right. Uh.
by death I mean death. For YouTuber not to hide my comment, says Havel the Dragon Slayer Apollo, and I'm a Wolverine fanboy, and I'm mad about that. Sweet Baby Ink is involved in it. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't have Elder Dragon Slayer says I would have been more surprised if the leftists didn't mock his death. This behavior of them only reinforced my idea of them. Okay, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Rolls Royce says I understand your rules. Apollo says I hate Sweet Baby Ink retards. My bad. Solly says Tasty Z. Keep it simple and fast, says Apollo. Same here as well. No ramble. What about Rumble? What about Rumble? Anyway, Mermac says rest in peace, Charlie. It's the most pressing. Apollo Patriot. Says I'm Charlie Kirk. What the hell? All right. So,
No, that's the thing people are saying.
oh,
Like,
I'm just
I
saying.
like,
They're saying
like,
I'm in
yeah,
solidarity with him.
yeah, exactly.
Like I could be Charlie Kirk. I have an opinion.
Yeah,
I'm like Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
yeah.
Indeed, I know more about Charlie Kirk and the folks gloating about his death than the Wolverine game. Yeah, that's interesting. Fair enough.
Mhm.
So yeah, all right. Let's talk about the Wolverine game first. I feel like that's the
Yeah,
lightest subject,
yeah, I think
and
so too.
and then we'll talk about the other stuff. So if
Okay.
you
Well,
want,
before we
yeah.
get into that, real quick, I want to thank everyone who, um, show support and appreciation and just well wishes before and after my eye surgery. So I really appreciate it. You all are good people. Thank you. To everyone who liked the post that I had made beforehand, leading up to it, and also afterwards, and the comments and whatnot. So
hmm
appreciate it. Thank you. It's good to be back, even though I'm not fully recovered just yet. But I'm good. So
He's
yeah,
recovered enough. He's recovered
yeah, just
enough.
yeah enough. Yeah.
All right.
So
So yeah,
anyway,
thanks for
I'll
all the
send out.
support. And thanks for all the support. Because it's good to see so many people. Reach out and give revenue well wishes, because surgery is always, it can always be scary. Things can always go wrong. So
Yeah.
it's really cool to see how many everyone support him and be there. To show that.
Yep. So I'll send out some links and I'll put a link in the chat and you can get into it. I don't know if you want to start off talking about the Wolverine game. I'm
Well,
sure
all
you've
right.
seen the leaked footage. I
I've
think it was
seen
like
the leak
alpha
footage.
footage from like probably well over a year ago, maybe.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I've seen that, and yeah, Apollo. I know what you mean. I've seen Spartacus. I know what you're talking about. I am Spartacus. All right, but I'm Spartacus. But yeah, when it comes to Wolverine, Wolverine is that game is gonna get a lot of people. A lot of people are gonna buy that game no matter what, because it's Wolverine. Let's just keep it real. Like that game, like being honest, like if the gameplay is even like semi decent, it kind of doesn't matter what they did to Jean Grey, or like what they're gonna do with the story and what they did to Callisto, race swapping her with Deborah Wilson, and all this weird stuff. Like I don't think it. I think personally, I don't like it, and it matters to me. But I think that a lot of people are just gonna blindly close their eyes and open their mouths on their knees for that game, because it's Wolverine and because of Insomniac, and even if the gameplay is even semi decent, they're gonna turn their brains off. So I think that you're gonna see a lot of people making the same old tired rhetoric of, oh, what does it matter that they race swap Callisto? Jean Grey doesn't have to be attractive. You're gonna see the same old talking points. So I think that it may be. I think that it's gonna be woke trash. I think you're gonna get Spider-Man 2 again. With like the weird, like all the weird SJW DEI weird crap in it. I think you're gonna get that in Wolverine, and I just think we're just gonna run through the same cycle all over again. The game might do well, but not as well as expected. People are going to complain. You're going to have one side calling them babies and crybabies and stuff. The other side is going to say, we don't want to play a game with all this bullshit DI in it, and the game will just be barely make more money than it spent. It'll be like Spider-Man 2, and then Insomniac will be allowed to make another game. Probably more layoffs after. Like it's just a perpetual cycle, honestly, at this point. But that's how I see things playing out. I think that for me personally, what they did to Jean Grey is an abomination. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that actress, or just that look of the character. If Wolverine and DEI don't go together at all, considering the type of character Wolverine is in the comics. So I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think. I think narratively it's going to be a mess. And Deborah Wilson is a sure. I mean, come on, who race swaps Callisto with Deborah Wilson of all people? It's such a. It's like it would be like having Roseanne Barr play Callisto. Like, what the hell is going on, man? Like, it's crazy. So, anyway, yeah, those are my thoughts. I think the gameplay might be like a movie game. Have like Last of Us, extra extra overly scripted combat. I'm sure it's going to have that as well.
I think it has
So I
crafting in it too, if I'm not mistaken.
crafting crap like that.
Everyone's
Like I'm
favorite.
I'm
There's
not.
also a
Yeah,
stealth part shit where it has, I think, it's a glowing trail for him to follow in
yeah,
case. I think you start examining fucking objects, of course, because
yeah. Well, because they're gonna make it. They're
all the
gonna
usual type of
mm,
tropes, not tropes, but like gameplay features that you see
tropes.
in all these like
I
yeah, like
mean, the
triple
tro-
A
there are tropes,
yeah, you're right.
but
Yeah.
like,
I had it
but
right.
yeah, I get.
Trope that you see in like the usual triple A games. Like they just try to like put a bunch of like shit from different genres and whatnot into one
Yeah,
game, and everyone's like, "Oh my
yeah.
god, look how innovative it is! They're doing this. You can do this and that or whatever." I'm like, who cares? Like, it
Well, I
sucks.
would,
It's
I,
terrible.
I would, I would argue that having a degree of that is kind of expected with a Wolverine game, just because he uses his senses, right? Like Wolverine has enhanced hearing, enhanced
Yeah, I know.
smell.
I
and
get that.
stuff like that. So I kind of felt like I expected them to have something, some stuff like that. And even as far as stealth, like Wolverine can, has used stealth before, obviously, but it's obviously in the implementation of that you're gonna start seeing like how it's just copying what everyone else is doing. I feel like you're gonna get The Last of Us with a Wolverine filter on it, more or less. Or like, you're gonna have
Pretty
like
much.
Revenant said, typical crafting, typical like, you know, crouch down, investigate this item. It'll play like every other game ever. God of War 2018, whatever. Like all those games kind of like blend together. You know what I mean? Even Spider-Man, even Insomniac Spider-Man has that. You're gonna have slow walking sections. I mean, again, in the end of the day, I think we all know what to expect. But again, people are gonna dick suck it. I think if the gameplay is even a little bit fun in terms of combat, people are gonna defend it like crazy. And just the fact that it's Wolverine and Insomniac, people's mouths are going to be open as they get on their knees to accept
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
Insomniac's load in their mouth. So, yeah, those are my thoughts anyway.
My message is non-binary. You know what that means? I'm not buying that garbage game. You know what I said?
I heard you. I heard you.
Yup.
Yeah. I'm with you, Royce. Non-binary for me all the way. Just like
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man 2.
Yup.
The way
Yeah,
I look at it,
pretty
it's
much.
let these companies sink and let the normies and the usual dick suckers support them and pretend like everything's fine while all these studios start fucking like losing people, like start losing activists, let them drop like flies because they're all incompetent.
Yup.
Well, even if you don't, even if, all right, so let's say they don't go bankrupt. Just making sure that you don't play it and you don't give them your money, it's like that's helping the cause, just not giving them your money, because in the end of the day, like the more people that don't buy it, even if the game is a success, the game might not hit the expectations that the publisher wants, right? Or the investors want. So
Mm-hmm.
even if the game sells well, why the hell do you have why do people accept the mentality that, oh well, the game's going to do well anyway, so I'm just going to buy it because my opinion doesn't matter? That's like the same mentality of saying like I'm not going to vote because my vote doesn't matter, right? Or I'm not going to do whatever because it doesn't matter. Like in the end of the day, you need to vote with your wallet, speak with your wallet, and don't buy it. Them not getting $80 from you is them getting less money. And you have to remember that there are several people that are also going to not buy the game as well. So a game that could make millions of dollars, almost, whatever X amount of money, could end up making far less just because some people didn't buy it. And that sometimes that's enough to like warrant a sequel. How many games do people like and actually enjoy that didn't get a sequel because it didn't do well enough, even though the game did sell well? You see that, we've seen that in the past before.
Yup.
So why not punish them like that? Let them have more layoffs.
Exactly. And I've been going to my wallet for the first time in a long time. And I always watch videos. If I see anything woke or sweet baby eating garbage disease, my wallet says, I'm not buying this garbage.
Agreed. What
As
about
it
you?
should.
Is that Apollo here? Yeah, it's
Yes.
definitely
Yes,
Apollo with
Apollo.
that Space Marine. Yeah,
I like a
Apollo.
Space Marine
Yeah.
with
Yes.
Charlie Kirk's
Yeah.
face on it.
Hell yes. So I'll keep it simple. I am a big time Wolverine fan. I love Wolverine movies. Huge Jackman. I love video games. My favorite, uh, like the games I like playing Wolverine as the Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2. Those those are good games, and it really ticks me off how they allow Sweet Baby Inc. and Bob with Wolverine game. Like they're gonna just not make them smoke cigars and drink some hard whiskey, and yeah, they're gonna just make them more soy based and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then when the game fails,
Yup.
they're gonna play the same old bull crap victim card with Spider-Man 2 and all that bull crap. Like, I mean,
Oh yeah.
everybody is voting with their
Yup.
wallets. Everybody's having common sense. It's like, and then double that. Quite a bit of the devs I've heard it from. I saw a video real quick. Doctor Disaster's exposing the weirdos at Insomniac that made the Wolverine game, making fun of Charlie, man. I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, why would
Oh,
you ever
that's
gonna go?
disgusting.
If
Yeah.
somebody buys the Wolverine game, I mean, you are part of the problem. You are the
Yeah.
Yep.
problem. You are
Absolutely.
support disgusting terrorists. Seriously, I would call them terrorists. You know what I mean? Like they're the ones supporting violence on
Yeah,
somebody's.
pretty
My,
much. Pretty
my,
much. If you
Mhm.
tell somebody that you cannot say a word or you'll kill them, that is terrorism. That is
yeah,
what terrorism is. Terrorism
Yeah.
is do what I want or I will kill you. That is
yeah,
terrorism.
That
Yeah.
and so that's what I can say right here. Like, and I love Wolverine. It just kills my soul. Like, I love Wolverine because he's more masculine, common sense. He doesn't care if you get triggered. Well, I think he's gonna be triggered in one scene, quite a bit of scenes in Wolverine games. So that's my gut feeling.
And
That's what I can
also,
say.
Yep.
to add to your point, even if they do have him, because you have to remember, there's also surface level like bullshit, like because they could have him smoke cigars and drink whiskey, but
Right.
but they can still have him be soy. So then people say, wait, he's still drinking whiskey. He's still like a womanizer.
Yeah.
He still gets women, so it's still whatever. But then they'll use it as an excuse as to why it's not woke. But then they'll forget that in that same game,
Yeah.
Wolverine's complaining about black
Yeah.
oppression or something, or
Yep.
feminist
Yep.
bullshit. And it's like, all right, so it's kind of like Uncharted 4, where Drake still
Yeah.
kind of acts like Drake, but what? He still got dominated by Nadine. He still got bitched out by Elena.
Oh my.
So even though he was still Nathan Drake, when it was convenient, they bitched him out. So don't think, even if Wolverine smokes cigars, drinks whiskey, and bangs babes like he usually does in the comics, don't
Yeah.
think that doesn't mean the game won't be woke, because then they'll have like some feminist crap. Don't be surprised if Jean Grey or a character like that criticizes Wolverine for his lifestyle.
Oh yeah, she's toned
Yep.
down. She's definitely toned down. There's like leaked pictures about her of
Toned
her.
down. They gave her a
Yeah.
horse
She's
face.
terrible.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Awful.
Big time,
what
big
is
time.
She
that? I'm like, ew,
Yeah,
brother,
for real.
ew.
she looks like a Caucasian female Booker T.
Ew, brother,
Yeah.
ew. What is that?
She
Gross,
really does.
man. Give me
She
She
looks
was
that.
like
about to
a
do the scream
Yeah.
listen.
Rooney one time.
You make Booker T a white woman, and you get the new Jean Grey.
The one
Oh
Listen,
big,
my God, ew.
the,
What
the one big
what
funny
Apollo
thing.
says?
She
Apollo
got. She about to
Patriot
say
said,
shucky ducky quack quack.
yup,
I like it.
yup. What
No
Apollo
bread.
said, I was saying this, what Apollo said was right. These game developers are
Mhm.
saying, yay, Charlie Kirk died. I'm like, you people are sicko, unhinged retards.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
have to
and
be sick to cheer
I'm
someone's
glad
death. Listen,
Apollo made mention of that, because you
yeah.
add Insomniac to the list of all the other scumbag
Oh
developers
yeah.
that should not
Oh
be
yeah,
supported.
please put them all on the list. All of
Listen,
them.
look.
There's
Listen, I'm gonna be frank here. I don't like a lot of the leftists, obviously, right? Like, I don't like Joe Biden. I don't like what a lot of those people stand for. But if they got killed for their political beliefs, I would feel the same way. That just because someone doesn't believe the same thing as you doesn't mean that you have a right to deal harm to them.
Here's the thing with that.
No.
When Joe Biden got that, the disease. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
When
the
he came out of,
cancer.
yeah, everybody, the common
Mhm.
sense American people, we prayed for him. Like we prayed
Yeah,
for him to
Yeah,
get better. We're not sick, nasty people. If a
yeah.
yeah. No
Republican
one's gonna be like, "Oh,
gets
good for him" or whatever. Like
diseases,
that.
yeah,
That's cruel. Like, yeah, you can disagree. Yeah, he's. You may can't stand her and hate his guts, but you're not gonna like go to that extent where it's like,
correct,
I
The,
hope he dies or whatever.
the
I hope
only
someone gets him or whatever. Like, no, like you got to feel bad, especially if
yeah,
like if he was taken out, eliminated by someone, then that would be
right,
fucked up.
yeah,
That doesn't do anyone any good.
well,
Yup.
when something like that happens, it's an assault on free speech, right?
yeah, yeah,
So
Exactly.
It
so
is.
if if you kill somebody because you don't agree with them, whether it be left or right, you're still diminishing and attacking free speech, right? Because we have
yeah,
to be sensible people and understand that you fight ideas with ideas. Like, look, here's an example of why that kind of thing doesn't work. You killed Charlie Kirk, you made him a martyr, and you strengthened his idea.
Oh yeah.
Killing him did absolutely nothing for Democrats. It did nothing for Democrats. It just made it
right,
worse for them.
Yup, they
Oh yeah.
have no idea what they
It
have
would
unleashed.
I would even go as far as to say it's radicalized people against them further,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
yeah, I
So
get
when you try to silence your enemy, you don't cut a man's tongue out because he's wrong, you know?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So so you'd fight ideas with ideas, but if you destroy an idea, right? Like if a person were able to debate Charlie Kirk into like a hole where he couldn't have like he just for some reason couldn't come back. He was logically destroyed, unlikely, but whatever. Like hypothetically,
Right.
then
Yeah.
then you destroy his ideas, and when you destroy his ideas, now you've truly defeated him. But by killing him, you're just saying this guy is right. I'm scared of him, so I'm gonna try to silence him, which makes people realize, wait, maybe there is something to this.
Correct.
And
Well,
the general
Yeah.
public, left or right, like I'm talking about normal people, right? Normal people, left or right, they're gonna feel in their hearts, right? Like, okay, people don't like to be dominated or dictated. What I mean by that is like if you find out someone died because of their political beliefs, normal people say, even if they don't agree with Charlie Kirk, they'll say, wait a minute, why did they kill him? What the hell? Like, what is he saying that's so bad? Was it really that bad? And they'll listen to him, and then it'll turn them around. Because most people don't want to be like they don't most people I feel like that are like normal common sense people, maybe some people that are more in the center of things, they don't want to be told by the government what to do. I'm talking about normal people.
exactly.
And when the power at play is mostly democratic across like all these institutions, and then you're killing people say, wait a minute, this is the actual system. These are not people fighting oppression. This is actually the oppression. Like
Yeah.
and people turn around to it. So I know it sounds a little weird what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not explaining it well, but I think you guys get the gist of it. Like,
Yes. And
No, I
what,
do.
what your
I get
point is, Apache, I want to say is right because these developers have no idea what they have unleashed. People around the world are now waking up to this shit. People are giving martyrs and tribute to him. And these insomniac people want to sit there and celebrate. Oh my God, I love it. He died. Like you people should be in mental hospital where you belong.
I'll put it to you like this: if they're also on Blue Sky, then you
Yup.
already know it's a wrap. You already know. You already
Yup.
know what they're thinking, what they're saying, because they're not going to say it on X because they know they'll actually get criticized and called out for it. But when they're on Blue Sky, because they're in the echo chamber, that's why they ran away. They ran away to Blue Sky because they knew all the leftist weirdos were running there, so they can say all the fucked up shit that they want
one
without
echo chamber for another.
any
Yup.
yeah, with no repercussions because they know once Elon took over, then that's when it was like a fair fight now where everyone could from both sides
Well,
weren't
well, well.
restrained as far as like they now they can say what they want. Each side can get challenged. The left didn't
To a
like that. The
degree,
leftist
to a degree,
developers didn't like that, so they ran off.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to. I don't want.
It's not perfect.
To a degree,
Yeah.
because if I like, so for example, I've gotten my accounts limited on X even now because I just said a woman can't become a man, and it has those posts are limited. So
Yeah.
to me, like that's kind of like bad still that Elon Musk hasn't like he hasn't dictated that be unrestricted. You know,
Yeah.
if you ask Elon Musk himself, I'm sure he'll probably say that it probably doesn't agree with transgender ideology. I don't know. I would assume. I could be wrong.
Um,
Um,
I want to say
and that being
something.
said, before you say this, because I want to make this point, because it kind of has annoyed me in the past that Elon Musk talks about the free speech stuff, and yes, X is better, but the fact that if I say a woman can't become a man or a man can't become a woman on X, and it gets banned, it gets like my post is like literally hidden or outright removed, where I get an email saying it's like whatever hate speech or whatever because I said this. That shows you that it still has heavy leftist tones to it. That is about as leftist as you get to me. So I just have to mention that. But it is better than it was. But it is better than it was before. So I understand why people like. I mean, people ran away because Elon Musk is definitely like not far left. But the fact that that's still in place is kind of disgusting. The fact that you can't say that if you say cisgender doesn't exist, there are only men and women, that post will be removed. So I just want to put that out there because that's actually something that I firsthand have seen, much to my annoyance.
Royce, you have something you want to say?
Oh, yeah. What I was saying is, guys, like, look what happened to that Ghost of Yote, Drew something. He got fired. You heard about that?
I thought that was a woman,
Yeah.
or is it a trans woman? I'm not sure.
I don't know, some person bitching. I heard about that too, the Ghost of Yote
Yeah,
stuff.
pretty much.
I
Yeah,
think I think I
yeah,
think what's her name? Savvy was talking about it. She exposed one of them, I think. And I think also Grums. Say what you want about
yeah. A
Grums,
lot of
but I
people
think
were like,
yeah, calling that out. So that is worth
mhm.
mentioning too. But
Yeah. Despite my what's the word? I guess issues I have with certain people, like Grums or whoever or Demion, uh, it is good at this that they are calling these people out and actually bringing forth like valuable information about them, like showing like the posts that they're making,
yeah,
whether it's on
not
X or Blue
archiving it.
Sky. Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's good that they're doing that. So I'm glad, and
Yes.
I hope more people are become aware of it, and they don't reward these like purely uh evil people. I mean, because that's basically what you're doing. If you're gonna ignore it or just still gonna support it, gonna be there day one for these games from these people, then I mean, what do you really stand for? Like, at what point do you really draw the line? Like, could they say or do anything, and you'll just
They
still like
can, but
support
that's the scary thing, Revenant. They can. They can. That is exactly what it is. That
it?
is exactly what it is.
Yes.
You can say any they can say and do anything, but because little Jimmy's addicted to fucking video games, he's gonna accept anything that happens in the game so that to protect his ability to play said game. That's why, like, in the end of the day, those people like that's what they are. They're just freaking total, I don't want to say degenerates, but I feel like that's a good word, but let's say like something else. Like they're just unhinged people. Like they're not even unhinged. They're just pathetically addicted to things to the point where they just allow it to happen. You know, it's
Yup.
like
Yeah,
it's
right.
just that's what it
Cor-
is. Like they can do anything.
corporate slave mentality.
Corporate slaves, exactly. Like, oh, I don't care. But listen, no matter how bad it is, they'll say, well, I'm just here to play a game. I don't really care about politics, so it doesn't matter to
I
me. I
separate
just
the
want to.
art from the artist.
Yeah,
Yup.
and there's a
I'm not gonna
degree
let
of
one person change how I feel about the game. It doesn't affect what's in the game. I don't care what the voice actor or actress says, or I don't care about what this developer or whatever. That's one person, and it doesn't
exactly.
affect the game. Like I just care about the game itself, and it's like okay, just stay fucking brainwashed and stay keep the shackles on. Make sure you polish them up real nice.
The funniest thing I've ever seen someone try to do was to explain how The Last of Us 2 is bad, but it's not bad because it's woke. Suicide Squad is bad, but it's not bad because it's woke. And then you're like, well, why is it bad then? Well, the writing. Well, why is it written that way? Huh, weird. Because of course the people who are writing it in that case, they don't like, they don't like, let's say, like, for example, Batman, they don't like how the character is, they don't like what he represents, so they wrote him in a way to disparage him, or they wrote Harley Quinn in a way because of feminist ideals. Your writers are writing things through the lens of their viewpoints, usually your views on life are going to greatly affect your creation, your art, because what your art is also ultimately comes from your perspective, from what's the gears that are turning in your brain. So you could, like, that's not to say that you can't write a character or write someone who's different from yourself, but there's going to be a level of your own essence flowing through whatever art you make. And that's what happens with a lot of these games. So to say, like, for example, like, oh well, it doesn't matter, it's not bad because it's not woke, because it's woke, it's bad because of the writing. And it's like, well, why is it written that way? Why you don't like that Drake is getting dogged out by Nadine, but then you don't think why she's written that way? Why is Nathan Elena written that way? Why is whatever happening? So that's really what it comes down to. And I think that there's, like I said, with the X thing, there's still a lot of work to be done, because in the end of the day, even with all these spaces that are supposed to be getting better, there's still that level of, like, you still can't say certain things. So it's kind of like that narrative is still being propagated. You know, that narrative is still
Yep.
being pushed in different forms of media,
Hey, what's
or
up,
in
Retro Man?
different. Oh, what's up, Retro Man? And like in different like avenues. So like I said, like X is better now, but it's still, you know, it still has like some woke stuff there that needs to be changed. Or like a game company might be better, but then you say, oh well, but they still did type A and type B, right? Or they still did like minor
Mhm.
censorship. So it's kind of like we still have a long way to go, because I feel like people say, oh, we're winning, and I feel like kind of, but there's still a lot that needs to change.
Yeah, people are too quick to celebrate. You know, when it's like, like, you know, it's like, oh, woke is dead, is dying, we're winning or whatever, and it's like, no, we still got to deal with this shit. You know, forever. How long? You know, don't like make it seem like, you know, we're out in the clear of it right now, and anything that's coming out now, you know, is free of that stuff, because that's when you get
Exactly.
situations like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. What was the other one? Baldur's Gate 3. Wasn't another one recently? I don't remember, but you know,
I'm not
you
sure.
you have examples like that where people like excuse the
Point
shit
is, it's still
because
happening.
they
It's still
like the game,
happening.
or they gotta play it, or they gotta be but they're like, oh, I can't seem like an extremist or whatever. Well, you know, all you're doing is continuing to fund these type of games and allowing that particular group of people to still, you know, ruin a hobby that you claim to love and you want it to be better, but then you're, you know, willing to like turn the other cheek for something because, you know, you want to play it so badly, or you want to, you know, come across a certain way, or you just got to be like the good little centrist that, you know, is not like the other side, and you know, you're the reasonable one, when really you're just like all, all you really are is the person who really doesn't have, you know, morals, or lacks
Self
autonomy.
control. They lack self control. That's really what it is. You have no self control. You're hopelessly addicted. You know, like look,
Yeah.
I love games. I like games a lot, man. It's a really good hobby. I have other hobbies too that I like, but as much as I like it, I'm willing to let it go if I'm willing to let go of gaming if it goes in a direction that is abhorrent, and again, and I find to be destructive or pushing narratives that I don't want. I don't need to play a game more than my need to play a game doesn't supersede my want to not be preached to or to be conditioned. I guess is the way
Yeah,
I
sorry
would
about
word it.
that, guys. My internet was disconnected. I didn't mean to do that. It just that something's wrong with it. Back to what you're saying, Jampachi, you're right.
That's right.
Insomniac needs to learn the hard way. I don't like the new Wolverine. It needs to be not bought, not pre-ordered until these people are purged out of every industry of entertainment, guys.
I agree with that, and also to everyone else's points here. If we're gonna like look, if we're gonna have any kind of lasting change, bro, in gaming, we have to like not make concessions. We can't concede. We can't say you know, like 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 oh well, but you know, it's generally not woke. You know, I know it has body type A and B in it, but overall it's not woke. Just it's I feel like it's you can't be like that, man. You gotta just say no. Just say absolutely no. Just don't buy it. Just don't give them your money, because
Exactly.
it always starts as an inch, and then it becomes a mile. It always does every single time. It
Yup,
starts off as
Doctor
just
Disaster. But
Doctor Disaster. Doctor Disaster. What? Go ahead,
he
Royce.
was discovered this Digimon game. It has body type A and B, like you said. I'm like, oh my god, I'm getting tired of it. It's supposed to be male and female, not body type A and
Be-
B.
Because think about it. What does body type A and B mean in the game? Body type A and B means the devs are saying we don't know what a woman is. You don't either. So type A and type B it is. That's what they're saying. They're aligning with the idea that no one knows what a woman and male are. So let's just keep it at that. That's kind of like what they're what they're like that's the subtext of including that in your game.
Yeah, and that's a problem. And they're
It
trying to
is.
confuse people that what they don't want to understand two gender means. That's a problem.
So and it's like I said, all these activists, like Revenant said, circling back, these activists are straight up telling you, They're mocking a guy who died for words. They're a guy who was harmless. In fact, I think one of the most honest things you can do is publicly debate people. Because if you're debating people, you're giving them the chance. Like, all right, think about what a debate is. I have an idea that I believe in. You don't agree with it. Let's say you don't agree with it, but I'm offering you the chance to make me look stupid, to make my points look bad, and you can actually debunk what I'm saying. So if you're able to debunk what I'm saying, I'm actually putting my ideas at risk. I think there's nothing more honest than having a debate about things instead of just trying to silence your enemies or trying to run away from them and be in an echo chamber. So the fact that he did that peacefully, yes, his conversations did at times get like animated, but they were never disrespectful. He never personally insulted anyone. From what I've seen from his debates and stuff. So the fact that you can cheer this guy's death on is kind of insane to me. You know, it's an insane thing to do. You know, that kind of violence. Like, for example, it's one thing. All right, I'll give you an alternative example. It's not like they killed a actual dictator or somebody who was like locking people up, throwing them in jail, like doing atrocious acts, like doing some like Stalin shit or whatever, doing something crazy, like whatever dictator you want to think of in history, like crime lord. This is a guy who debates people on campuses. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a person. He wasn't even like really a political figure other than that he would debate people. Like, he had no office of power from what I understand, correct? So I just don't understand how people can cheer for that. You shot a man in the throat in front of his family while they watched him bleed out just because you didn't like the words he said out his mouth.
Yeah, that image was grotesque. I was like almost nearly puked. Oh my god!
I've seen the full video, like and up close, like the full video, and I couldn't believe like the amount of the violent nature of that. Like, I mean, yeah, you know, obviously it's violent. A person was shot, but the amount of blood that was like squirt, like it sounds horrible. But the amount of blood that was like oozing out of his wound, like spurting out of his wound, was crazy. It was insane. I can't imagine like my kids or whoever's kids seeing that. I can't imagine like your loving wife, your mother, your father or your mother, like being able to see, you know, you die so gruesomely. So in a way, it's like that's what makes it more. I think
that video was like, hard to watch.
It's one thing. It's one thing if he died and nobody saw it. I mean, it would still be heinous that people would mock it. But the fact that you can watch him, you can actually watch his last moments and still mock him after death is even worse. It makes it double bad. It makes it double as horrific, in my opinion.
Exactly. And I want to add to that. You know how many people got fired for doing that shit? Over 900 people so far, because karma is coming their way. Even teachers and professors was like, that was awesome assassination. He deserves it. I'm like, you people are disgusting. And I hope you lose your fucking job. And karma's coming your way. Huh, Remnant?
Yeah, Apollo's right. He didn't notice it happened super fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's already happening.
It was instant. Like, he didn't make a sound or nothing. It's just like immediately.
He couldn't.
Like the blood was squirting, and it was like that.
He didn't have a chance to react.
I don't know how many of you guys seen it, but it's like, especially if you've seen like there was one where it was like up close, where it was like you can just see him sitting in the chair, like,
bro, the way the blood spurting, the blood squirting out. It was like hosing out. You know, like when you poke a knife through like a hose, and it wasn't spraying out. It was like it was like spurting out. You know, it was horrible, bro. It was horrible.
I want to say one little thing. I want to say one little thing because I don't want to make the stream keep going super long.
Yeah.
You know. It happened right in front of his family, in front of his wife. I think his wife was right there, right in front.
I think his daughter was too, right?
Yes.
His kids. I think his kids were out, not with them, but his kids were somewhere safe. But his kids wasn't out there. His wife was right there, in front of everybody else. So that's what I can say with that.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like,
exactly.
All daylight in front of people like that is. And it, it's terrible. Sick. You know, if
yes, it is.
It's like it'll make your skin crawl. It's like turn your stomach. It's just like like give you chills. Like I'm serious. Like it's like horrible. It's like you wouldn't
You know
think
what's
like
sad?
I'm gonna be like whatever age at this time or this point in my life where I'm seeing someone like get assassinated. Like that's
And you
Yeah.
know,
wild.
and you know what
And
the
all,
crazy
and
thing is?
all
Yeah.
because he said things that people didn't agree with. Like
Yup.
that should let you that should let you know without a shadow of a doubt like who the real enemy is and who the party of evil is. Because like and and it's crazy because like they'll talk about gun control, gun violence. They're the ones with all these guns doing all these violence. And
Yup.
even when they
And
don't
you
have
want to
guns,
know
they're still
the
committing violence. Like
No, because when they say
the motherfucker in the train in fucking
Yup.
in North Carolina.
well, the thing
Yup.
is because when they talk about gun violence, what they really mean is they don't want you to be able to defend yourself. That's all it means. They just don't
Yup.
want you to have a gun to defend
Yep.
yourself. They don't. It's not about gun violence. Gun violence is just them using. That's a proxy for them to say, "Hey, we don't want you to have me armed because if you're armed, that means you could stop our violence or you could stop our like corruption." If you are unarmed, you end up with the UK is an example of what happens when you're not armed. That's an example
Yes.
of what happens. The UK. So
Yes.
so them making it about like, oh, guns bad, it's like, no, bro, you just don't want people to be able to defend themselves. You want criminals to be able to. Criminals will get their guns illegally no matter what. If it doesn't
They
matter
want to control their opposition
unless
That's
America
what it
unless
is.
to the point
unless
where they're utterly defenseless.
unless
Yup.
America annexes Mexico and annexes like annexes Canada, then guns are going to be criminals will get guns no matter what in the country. So
Yes.
in the
And
end of the
this.
day, the idea is that you're on a train in a metal box you can't escape from, and the criminal has an illegal weapon. But you, as a citizen, you're not allowed to have a weapon. So you can you're in a death box. That's what you're in. So that's kind of, or like in a bus. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not really about gun. It's not about gun control in terms of protecting people. It's about you not being able to defend yourself. Because I guarantee you that, for example, with Arena Zarushka, if somebody had shot that man after he stabbed her, people would be crying about him being shot because he was mentally ill over the fact that an innocent woman was killed right in front of our eyes. And
Yeah.
and that's really what it comes down to. So that's why I don't take those people seriously. I don't really care for their opinions, because in the end of the day, you're telling people that you cannot you shouldn't have the right to defend yourself with the very weapons that the criminals are using to deal harm.
Yes. And I want to tell you about the assassin. He was a furry. His boyfriend was a transgender. It's all coming now. It's everything coming now.
Well, people are trying to say he was a Republican because his parents were Republican. I'm like, just because his
Yeah,
parents,
right.
I don't know. Republicans don't really date gay furries. They aren't really like, I don't know. I don't know if you could call that a Republican, but whatever. Sure. It's like
Hell no.
if your parents are Democrats and you're a Republican. Well, I guess he was a Democrat because his parents were Democrats. It's like, no, bro, that guy was obviously a far left weirdo.
I'll put it to you like this. My dad is a Republican. My sister is a Democrat. They are the complete polar opposite when it comes down to politics and what they view,
Yup.
for example. So just because you got family members that are Republican doesn't mean you're not going to have anyone who's a Democrat.
Yup. The fake news is playing their stupid
I'm sure
gaslighting.
Republican who are Democrat who are apolitical and or like independent. So just because his parents were Republican, that doesn't mean he was, and he may have been at one point,
but he definitely wasn't.
Changed.
He definitely wasn't.
Another example, my aunt, one of my aunts, she was like a heavy Democrat. Like she loved Hillary, Biden, Obama. Like she couldn't stand Trump, but after the first assassination attempt on Trump, like that changed her mind. She was all in on Trump. Like she couldn't be a Democrat anymore after that. I mean, honestly,
you don't know.
After this, how can you still be a leftist? Honestly,
because
exactly,
because they've dehumanized the right to the point where now they're only seeing them under the delusional guise of how the left sees them, meaning that they see them as monsters, fascist, all this stuff. So in their mind, they're justified in doing that kind of harm. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter because they believe it. Because here's the thing: one thing that's been proven through many studies is the more heavily you believe something, if you believing in something, the placebo effect of believing something is absolutely changes your mind, your life. The way you see things dictates how it dictates your actions, it dictates your reality. So if you believe that all that stuff is true, then to them it's true.
Yes, and with
To
all
them it's
due
true.
respect,
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how delusional it is. If they believe that they're fascists, Nazis, all this stuff, then in their minds, and that means it's true. In their minds, it's true. No matter what you tell them, they will not be convinced. If someone already is so far gone that they think somebody like Charlie Kirk is racist or like a fascist or something, then you already know there's no changing them. They're already so far indoctrinated that so much of their common sense has been conditioned to be turned off to the point where they're basically a lost cause.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
exactly.
They've been indoctrinated for too long. It's like,
They
they're
think about it.
not gonna get out of it anytime soon.
Exactly.
They have
Yeah.
exactly. They have no idea what they have unleashed. The leftists, this is all their fault and their rhetoric, and they keep saying we want to keep down the rhetoric on the right. How about you blame your side? Your side's gone too far with assassination, all this shit. Motherfucker. Gone too far, bro. And now he's a martyr. And all over the world, people are finally opening their eyes and saying, fuck Democrats, never vote for them ever again. Am I right or what, people?
Yep, absolutely.
So, and the thing in the end is that, again, like these devs, now we're going back to the devs because we circled away from that. Those devs that are saying that stuff, they're so far gone that, like, that's what you have to understand about them. You have to understand that they are completely brainwashed. They are completely conditioned into a belief that these people are their enemies. Common sense be damned. If you throw any statistic, any number, any evidence, any reality at them, they will deflect it because they've been conditioned. They are basically slaves. You are programmed by things whether you like them or not. That's why the only thing that we have, the only thing we can control as a human being is what conditions us. Meaning that what you expose yourself to constantly is going to condition you no matter what. It's just that's part of like so much of our identity as humans are based off of our conditioning, right? Like how we grew up, the things we were exposed to, blah blah blah. You can only choose what conditions you, but you cannot choose the fact that you are being conditioned. There's like you can't avoid it. So to that end, if you are constantly surrounded by people that share this belief system, this leftist ideology, women could be men, men could be women, blah blah blah, all this weird stuff. The more you dig deep into that belief, the more it becomes part of your reality, the harder it is to shake, the more personal offense you take at it being shattered, right? Like it's like it destroys you're destroying their reality when you tell them the truth. So of course, if you show them a statistic, they'll deflect. They'll find another way. They'll find anything that they can do to like victimize themselves, for example, to shift the narrative, to try to gaslight, to do anything possible in order to just say, to put their fingers in their ears and act like nothing matters, like nothing matters. The truth doesn't matter. Facts don't matter. Reality doesn't matter. Statistics don't matter. I see the cave wall. I see the bear claws. I see the blood. I see the corpse, but there's no bear in there because it just can't be. I just don't want a bear to be in there. That's the mentality you're dealing with. It's like it's complete indoctrination. It's religious. It's almost religion. It's almost like religion. Like a lot of leftists are atheists and they've sacrificed, they've traded God for leftism. But in essence, it's a religion. It's like a religion for them. So you're dealing with religious fanatics. Just replace the word religion, Christianity or Islam or whatever. Just replace it with leftism. And you got the same ideology.
Exactly, Genpachi. Exactly. And what you said about these developers, like, look what happened to that person from Ghost of Yote got fired. Look what happened to that person from DC Comics got fired for making Red Hood, right? And it's gonna get It's a karma because this layoff needs to happen to all these woke leftists, and reality is gonna bite them in the ass and realize, oh, why do I lost my job? Why you lost your job? Because you celebrate that guy's death, and reality is kicking you in the balls and telling you karma's coming for you, assholes.
Yeah.
Am I right or
Yeah.
what, Apollo? Everybody else, huh?
They,
Shit,
No, you are.
they
Yeah,
got they
that's
got a
what's gonna
couple
happen,
million
Yep.
and
coming.
it should happen. It serves them
it
right.
is.
They can't be going around.
Put
Can't be
some,
going around doing that and think that that's all right. It's fucked up.
yup.
It's inhumane.
Y'all put Microsoft on the list. Put Blizzard and Activision on the list too.
You know what
But
they
do you
should do? Like
understand?
the what was it, the Sweet Baby Inc. Protected list or group page or whatever. They need do one for these developers.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, of course, yeah, they have to. I mean, but
Put
also,
them.
yeah, like the devs themselves, exactly. But you know, the
Yup.
devs, they're gonna
Yeah,
they're gonna
exactly.
try to say that they're being targeted and harassed. That's of course that's what they're gonna
They're
try to
already
say.
using the whole narrative like, oh, we're being canceled or whatever. I'm like, yeah, like no, it's completely different. You're fucking celebrating and mocking a man's death who was brutally assassinated, and some of these people were even hoping and wishing and liking posts and reposting posts about of them wanting their Charlie Kirk's wife and children to be next,
Yeah.
Oh,
and
that's
I mean,
also for
disgusting.
any other
and
Republicans to be next
well,
too. Yeah,
if
it's
you look
fucking
at
terrible.
comments,
Even I think there's some people on TikTok were doing that too. I
if
don't
you
have
look at
TikTok, but
comments,
I've seen people posting about it.
if you
Yup.
look at comments on videos, there are people saying they're saying shit like, "Oh, I thought it was funny. I thought it was, oh, he deserved it. He was this, he was that." Like, you don't even have to go
Mhm.
far. Just look at any Charlie. Look, honestly, look at any video with Charlie Kirk's death being mentioned, and you'll see comments from people talking about that. Like, there'll be comments along those lines. So you don't have to look far to see these people that are absolutely insane saying these things.
Huh.
Um, so it's kind of crazy, and like I said, like they're going to keep on trying to act like victims now after they said heinous shit, which is no surprise, right? This is nothing new if you've
Mhm.
been keeping up.
Yeah.
So in the end of the day, like you just gotta hold them accountable. They are definitely like again, they are indoctrinated to the point of severe delusion. This is religion. This is religious levels of zealot of being a zealot. Like you
Yep.
cannot you just have to accept it. Like there's no like people don't want to accept it. They keep thinking that common sense and reason is gonna change these people, but it's not, bro. If you're this far gone that you think it's okay to shoot someone in the neck because you disagree with them, like and also think about being a 20-year-old. What the hell does a 20-year-old know about politics? I know that sounds messed up, but dude's like still wet behind the ears, right in college, just getting into college, has been probably taking care of most of his life. Like, of course, communist leftist
Yep.
bullshit sounds good to a 20-year-old, to a 19-year-old, because the world is scary, and when you have responsibility, the world can be a scary place. So, of course, a party that's claiming that you don't have to take responsibility will be your new fucking master. Just do what we say. We'll give you universal this, universal that. Of course, a person who still has a childlike mentality is gonna accept that. Of course, they're gonna latch on to that idea. So there's so many other factors, like psychological factors, that come into play, which is why so many liberals and far leftists are so young, you know, um,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because that's what
Um.
it is. So, yeah,
Yup.
Yeah.
And the glove is off, people. There's no coming back from this. This is a serious turning point for everybody.
no pun
You know?
intended, right? No pun
Yup.
intended. Because turning point,
Yup.
turning point
Yeah.
USA.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yup.
but also,
Yeah. We
well, go
should
ahead, Revenant.
update, it's been a while. I mean, technically, we kind of already went over all three in a weird way.
Yeah.
Um. So, but we can still get everyone else on it, obviously, of course, to give
Yup.
their thoughts.
And also,
So,
Yup.
if you want, because we kind of like covered everything like pretty coherently together. I mean, I
right.
would also throw in like the Zarushka case, Irina Zarushka, because I feel like
Oh
that
yeah, yeah. We
also
haven't forgot about that.
because Irina Zarushka, like what
That's
happened to her
yeah.
was
They gotta,
horrible.
you
Yup.
know, horrible, terrible.
It was
So,
horrible. I saw the
I really
stabbing.
hope
It was
justice
this.
that she gets justice for that. You know,
Yeah, she
Yeah.
will. She needs justice.
yeah, it's
And
a hate crime.
yeah, we need justice for her and Charlie Kirk justice. Both of them. You know,
Yeah. Stop,
Exactly.
stop killing white people. White lives matter just as much as other lives
base,
matter.
base.
So, and people need to start calling it out. People need to stop being afraid of being considered racist for calling out what's going on. There's obviously an
Yeah.
issue going on that
Well,
people don't want to
it was
address.
definitely a hate crime. Because here's the thing. Here's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing people forget.
He basically
Yup.
said himself.
Because people say like, oh, how do you know? How do you know? Well, first off, he said I got that white woman. I think he said white bitch, right? Or he got white
You
girl.
said
He
I
said
got
white
that
girl.
white girl.
He said I got that white girl. Okay,
White
he
girl.
said white girl. He's I got that white girl. People say, oh, but that's how you know that's whatever. First off, that should already raise your mind of how he views like race in general. Because why would he kill someone and then fixate on the race? People are saying, oh, it's just a descriptor. Okay, but people also forget he was sitting on that bus with surrounded by black and brown people that whole time and didn't kill anyone until she got on the bus and sat down. So how come he was perfectly content? This unhinged, quote unquote, mentally ill, unhinged maniac was just sitting calmly when surrounded by brown and black women and black men, didn't do anything. This unhinged person with no control of their actions was just doing nothing, just chilling. But then when this white girl got on the bus, that's when he decided to kill someone. Then he kills her, and after he kills her, he's like, "Oh, I got that white girl." It seems like a hate crime to me. I think it's
Yup,
pretty
it
obvious
is.
that's a hate crime. But again, before you say that, again, people they want to turn off their common sense. That's common sense. Look at the situation. It wasn't a hate crime, but he didn't kill anyone until the one white
to what
person
me
got
and
on the
you had talked
bus.
about privately a few days ago. You had even mentioned like people saying that he's unhinged, but he had all these tattoos. He
Yeah,
wasn't
exactly.
unhinged to get these tattoos. He's well
Yeah.
groomed. He got his dreads all fixed up and
His
everything.
dreads were
Right.
locked up. He was dressed in clean clothes. He was sitting there. Yeah, because I actually told you that when we had that conversation that that he
Yes, I
had
was saying, yeah.
that he has these tattoos. Like, of course, this unhinged maniac managed to sit down for hours while a tattoo artist painfully and delicately put tattoos on his body. This unhinged person, he just happened to just be able to sit there for multiple hours getting tattoos on his neck. The crazy guy.
Yes.
We have to stop pretending. What criminal is not mentally ill? Who stabs somebody for money to kill them because they don't like them? When is it not mental illness? That's a cheap ass excuse. I don't care if
Here's
he
the
was
thing.
mentally ill. I honestly don't care. I don't think it matters. Because at the end of the day, who's not mentally ill? If you're waking up one day and saying, I'm going to kill somebody because they said something I didn't like, you're mentally ill. If you're trying to assault people because you don't like their face or because they looked at you wrong, you are mentally ill. If your mental illness is not an excuse for people to fucking be allowed to kill people and get off scot-free or be thrown into softer confinement because of that.
He's gonna deserve death penalty. It's coming for his ass.
In the end of the day,
hopefully him and Tyler Robinson.
Oh, it is. Then guess what? They're gonna put execution for Tyler Robinson too.
They should try him in Texas. They should try them in Texas. That's it. Try him in Texas. I don't know if they could do that, but now because in the end of the day, like I said, man, if you really think about it, there's no crime for there's no sane criminal activity. It's insane. You're not a stable human being. I'm not talking about defending yourself. It's like if you're defending yourself, someone attacks you, and then you defend yourself that results in someone's death. That's entirely different than you going out of your way to kill someone just because whatever factor you didn't like about them. You know, if you're killing somebody in a war because you're protecting your homeland, that's not the same thing as a person, stabbing a girl on the train for whatever arbitrary reason. We can't pretend that they're the same. And I'm not going to act like, oh, these people are like these mentally unwell, like helpless victims, because the moment that they kill someone else, it doesn't matter who failed them. It doesn't matter that society failed them. They have to be punished. It has to be dealt with.
Yep.
Yeah. I also want to add this too. The media and all, regular people who like defending these type of people, it's always, I don't care how people interpret this. If they're black, it's always mental issues. Something happened to them or whatever. But when it's a white person, it's a hate crime, whatever. They don't want to throw the mental issue when it's a white person. But when it's a black person, it's always like mental illness or some type of bogus excuse to get them out of having to deal with any consequences whatsoever, or have the law enforcement, which it already is, being easy on these type of people. Where you have
Yes.
judges, there's even judges
Yep.
that were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death as well. So you got judges that are corrupt. You have a justice system that's all fucked up. When you have
Yes.
these criminals being
Yep.
released on the street hours to a day or so of just being locked up, getting ready to do the exact same shit they do again. That's where you have people like that guy fucking being arrested 14 times. And, of course, you have other cases with other people, like the guy that Daniel Penny actually stopped, who was
Yeah.
also a known
Yep.
criminal, but he had fucking the fucking race hustler piece of shit. What's his name? Reverend Al Sharpton talking about he like to dress up like a Michael. He like to dress up like Michael. We all can be like him. He wanted to be like Michael Jackson. Like, no, fuck this guy. Like, these people are fucking insane. They're criminals, and they were terrorizing people. Like, all these people were supposed to be sympathetic for these criminals when other people are having to deal with being victims, when other people are being assaulted and terrorized for simply riding the train, riding the bus, for simply
Yeah.
just going on like going on their merry way in life. They have to deal with people fucking bothering them, and they can't defend themselves because, oh, God forbid, they were going to be seen as racist. God forbid they defend themselves. Then they're the ones that are being put in jail. They're the ones being on the news, on the leftist media, being seen as a terrible person, when the fucking criminal is being seen as a saint or a martyr, like fucking George Fentanyl Floyd.
Yeah.
Can we
And
bring back the
also,
Smith Act? We need to bring back the Smith Act now, because that act can destroy the fake news for good.
why chromosome made it set a point. He said that she called me that he said she called him the N word, right? Well, all right. First off, we know from the video that that's not true. We could just watch the video and see it's not true, because the video also had audio, and you can even see that she just sat down and didn't say anything to him. And secondly, even if she did say that to him, that doesn't mean that he had the right to stab her and kill her. So either way, both positions on that are fucking dumb. If she did say it, which she didn't, he had no right to kill her just because she said words. It's the same as Charlie Kirk. And also, it's definitely not true because we have video footage. But this lying motherfucker, who's supposedly unwell, he's so mentally unhinged that the first thing he goes to try to protect himself legally is say, "Well, she called me the N-word." Sounds like a person who's competent of their own decisions to me.
Here we go with the fake news media. Always put narrative before this. We need to bring back the Smith Act now.
Like I said, man. Like I said, any way you twist it, what happened to her was unjust. Any way you twist it, I don't care what words someone says to you. When someone says words to you, they are, in the end of the day, they are just words. How you react and choose to deal with those words are what really count. In the end of the day, ending someone's life just because they said an N-word to you, which she did not. I want to emphasize she did not say that to him. Like I said,
saw the video.
There's video footage of what happened. She did nothing to him.
No, I saw it.
Then just because someone says that a word to you that you don't like doesn't mean that you deserve to kill them. You know how much heinous shit people say daily? People say mean things all the time to each other. People say nasty things all the time to each other. Anyone who's lived in think about, all right, look, let's be a little anecdotal here. Anyone who has lived in a hood in their entire life knows that people say all kinds of crazy foul shit to each other. How do you let's put it this way. How do you weigh racist remarks versus other inflammatory remarks? Is calling somebody I don't want Revenant's account to get banned. Well, or get whatever. But let's say you call somebody a maggot. You guys know what I'm saying. If you call somebody a maggot, is it worse than saying a giga? Is giga worse than maggot? Is someone telling you that they hope your family dies? Is that worse than saying giga or maggot? What is the line? Is one word worth more than the other? Is one worse than the other? Is a word that you're offended by because of systemic racism worse than you that has not directly affected you in your life? Is that worse than telling someone that their family should die, or that you're gonna do whatever X to their mom? Like, it's fucking stupid and arbitrary, bro. That's all it is. So in the end of the day, and using those kind of words as excuses is pathetic.
Yes, and I want to agree with Jim Pachi and Remnant. You guys are smart. You guys are talking common sense. It makes sense. But we need to bring back the Smith Act. That Smith Act is the only way to shut down the fucking propaganda once and for all. Am I right?
Yeah. The propaganda has to end.
Yeah.
It has
It
to end.
has to.
But in the end of the day, man, we got to get a grip on reality, man. We just live it.
Yeah.
Everything is flanderized. Everything's so like flanderized. It's incredible. Like, again, like circling back to before, if you say whatever word to somebody that's violent or foul, you say a foul word to somebody, like the sensationalism behind the N word it's like it's so extreme that somebody could be like beating the shit out of you, saying crazy shit to you, saying insane shit to you about your family, about how you should KYS and all this shit to you. And then if somebody says a racial, I'm not saying it's okay to say racial remarks to people. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm just saying that someone could do a whole bunch of heinous shit to you, say so many heinous things to you, do heinous things to you, but because you said a word that has been sensationalized, that somehow justifies the violence against you, hypothetically.
Yep.
Or in retaliation. Like, again, somebody could be saying all kinds of shit to you, white cracker this, bitch that, F word that, your mother this, your whatever, and then that person retaliates, calls him the N word, which is, again, it's not good to do. But then all of a sudden, that person now is completely in the wrong, and they deserve anything bad that happened to them. Like, we live in a dumb, backward society that doesn't really like. That it's just flanderized. It's a meme. Everything's become a meme. Even the N word is in a way has become like a meme in how people deal with it. Like, oh no, he said this crazy thing. I mean, you just told me to suck your dick and then you're gonna beat the fuck out of me. And then this person, I'm not saying me literally, I'm just using hypotheticals. And then this person says, oh well, F you, N word, right? And it's like, oh okay, this person deserves the violence inflicted upon them that they didn't start to begin with. That's the kind of dumbass society we live in. I have no remorse for those people.
Me either. And with all due respect, what you said is true. And I'm not going to give my money to no more of these woke game developers ever again. And I hope this Wolverine game can be flopped and Ghost of Yote flop for good.
Yes. I hope it flops. I hope that people don't do it. But I feel like in the end of the day, dick suckers are going to say they're pretty much dead. Well, it's just the words. They're the devs. They're not. It's not the game. The game has. It's not separated from them. It's okay that the devs said this, or I don't care. I only care about playing the game. That's what you're gonna get, bro. So even after all of that, these people are still. This game might still sell well.
But I'm gonna send a message to them and tell them they need to go suck on my fart. That's what they need to do. Shit. They need to suck on my fucking fart. That's what they need to do. Shit.
All right. Well, all right. Look, we said a lot. Let's rotate the panel.
Yeah, we did. Well, since we already since Royce and Apollo gave their thoughts on pretty much the other topic, would you guys want to give your outros?
Yes, my name is Royce, and I'm here to expose the woke people and evil of the world. And I hope we keep exposing these people until we cleanse the game industry once and for all. And I hope Remnant and Bocce could keep exposing these people for who they really are under that mask.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been great having you on again, Royce. Appreciate it.
For sure.
I love this group chat. Let's keep doing it once in a while. And I hope I will watch what's going on in YouTube. Yes. And see Dr. Disaster and all these other these YouTubers, see what's going on in the world,
Podcast, but yes.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, so no, I agree. Maybe we'll depending on how fast we get everyone to give their opinions, maybe we'll have like a section where we talk about something more positive or a little bit more free. I don't know.
Yeah.
That way,
good idea.
So that people could talk about like whatever games they're playing or something. That way it's not like all like on such a negative note,
No.
I want to talk about my weeb game, Tales of Grace's F.
So let's so if you guys stick around,
but Apollo had to give his
yeah. Well, I just want to say that before he gives his outro. that if there's time, we'll see if we can do that. So all right, Apollo, go ahead.
So I'm Apollo Patriot. I am everywhere on Rumble, and I don't do YouTube. I am kind of active on my community posts 24/7, but mostly Rumble. I do live streams on Rumble. Really enjoying it. So yeah, it was
Sweet.
hella awesome doing
Yup.
Check
doing
them
the
out on Rumble.
stream. Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, it
That's
was great
awesome.
having you on again, Paulo.
Yeah.
And of course, you guys can stay stick in the chat. Keep watching if you want. You
Yup.
can.
Yup. I'm gonna go eat lunch, and I have 2 hours to get ready for work soon. So yeah, I'll watch your video, guys.
All right, man. See you later. Have a good
All
one.
right.
See you
Well,
later, man. Be safe.
yeah. Have a
Hell.
good day at work.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get some people on.
It's been a week, eh?
Yeah, it's been quite the week actually.
How's it going, lads?
It's going well, mate. How's it going,
You can
Mike?
say that.
I call you lads. We're all lads here.
That's right, lad.
Oh my goodness.
Is this
Yeah,
Burv or Tasty Z?
It's,
Boy.
it could
Boy,
be
is he.
both. I
Boy.
don't mind. I
Or
go by Tasty Z on like everything else, but since I've kind of been known as Burv for like I don't know, like like good part of half a year now, I think I might just stick with it.
all right, I'm gonna call you
Yeah.
Burvy Z. All right, Burvy Z.
Burvy.
Or
I love it.
Tasty Burv?
Tasty. I was thinking maybe Tasty B.
Tasty B. Tasty B. I like Burvy Z. It's kind of like has like a
Burvy Z.
cool like Burvy Z. It has like a cool slang to it, like
It does.
Burvy Z. But
I like it.
Like a rap name.
yeah. so what are your thoughts, Burv? Or Burvy Z? Tasty
Okay,
Z.
so like we're gonna like probably just talk. I mean, I'll talk about the Wolverine thing as well, but I just kind of want to get onto the whole,
Okay.
Charlie Kirk thing.
Well, talk what you're more interested on. If you're not that interested in Wolverine, that's fine.
Yeah,
Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I mean, to be fair, I guess I'll just say this about the Wolverine thing is, it's like the talent pool is shrinking for developers every single year. Every time they get someone in, it's someone less and less qualified.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why.
Exactly. I generally think the game is going to be the game, a game of the year. If you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That
Content.
certainly was a game that I played and then put down.
It'll definitely be a game.
It'll be a game. Yeah. It could be great because everybody loves Wolverine, but considering what Wolverine stands for, and considering who Insomniac employs, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yep. Yeah. Look, Insomniac are cooked, man. Insomniac. In the end of the day, man, I feel like gaming is just gonna become just. It used to be like a niche. It used to be kind of a niche thing that had like a unique vibe about it. But to be honest, I just foresee gaming just being a second Hollywood eventually. It's just gonna become just the second Hollywood. It's already heading
what
that
it is
route.
now.
Yeah, it's like
we're there.
We're there. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're in. It's yeah. You're right. We are there. It's kind of just like second Hollywood. It's just Hollywood by a different name. So in the end of the day, like it happened to film. Remember all the good indie films and people making independent shit, and then what happened? It all got homogenized, right? It all became, and that's what happens to gaming. It all became homogenized. So Insomniac, Naughty Dog, who else? What's the other one? Sucker Punch. They're all making essentially the same exact game with slight differences. That's all it is. They're slow walking movie games with some action thrown in, and then a bunch of talking, investigating, and talking. They pretty much all follow that formula. Even God of War follow that formula.
They're all the Last of Us formula.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end of the day, that's the That's the Hollywood approved gaming format for content. It's how it works.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Silent Hill 2 remake was. Basically, it's just The Last of Us, but with like a with the SH skin.
Yeah, even RE2, even the remakes of RE, they have like that slow walking. It has a similar vibe. Like the RE remakes of 2 and 3, and even 4, like they have that vibe. Like 4 does. Now the more I think about it, the more 4 reminds me of kind of like Uncharted or Last of Us combat. The way they changed the controls, it really feels like that. So
yeah, they're trying to like going out of their way to try and kind of like you say, homogenize like not just controls but like visuals and presentation. It's really just gruel at this point. I'm not surprised that the term slop has really taken off,
because that's what it is. It's like I'll put it this way: if you took Kratos from God of War, Drake, Nathan Drake, Joel or Ellie, who else? Spider-Man from the Insomniac games, Ghost of Yotei. If you just took the character models and put them in the same game, they would look like they were from the same game. Like they would look like visually that they are from the same. Like they're just all cosplaying different characters, you know. Like
yeah, exactly. Well, that new game Chronos that Bloober have made, I took a look at it and it's like it's got the Dead Space stomp, it's got the boxes with the yellow paint, and I was just like, oh my god, it really is just like they've taken everything from all these other remakes and just put it together and go, this is gaming now. This is gaming.
This is gaming. Even first-person shooters have elements of that stuff in it now, which is crazy to me. Like, you know what's funny too? If you look at it as a whole, like holistically, when it comes to like these kind of like movie games, I feel like them not having as many strict limitations because of technology has actually hurt gaming. What I mean is that because with limitations, when it comes to limitations, you have to work around the limitations.
Yeah.
You have to work around them. Fixed cameras are a result of limitations, which gives Resident Evil its identity. You know, like the old Metal Gear Solid 1 was a result of the limitations of the time. So when you take away limitations and say you could do whatever you want, turns out everyone's wants to do the same Hollywood slop.
Yeah. And Insomniac are like you said, no different. Sucker Punch. Apparently, they're employing the biggest of retards, so I'm sure that game will go down real well.
Yep.
Ghost of Yotei, was it, or some shit like that?
Ghost of Yoplay. You know, for the modern woman. The modern woman. Ghost of Yoplay.
So you know, when I saw them putting when I saw them putting that, I'm just like, you know what? I 100% expected this. They have been able to do this now for best part of 10 years, and they haven't had to be accountable for any of it. So now that something has happened, let's get that straight for everybody concerned. Something did happen. You know, when people say nothing ever happens, well, something did happen.
Something bad, really bad happened. Yeah,
really bad happened. Charlie Kirk didn't just represent. He didn't just represent fundamental Christian right talking points. He represented the milquetoast moderates of the entire world. When that guy climbed that building, and it was a hit. It was coordinated. It was organized and coordinated by a bunch of degenerates, a bunch of chemically imbalanced Redditors.
Pretty much. Ironically, I just want to throw this in there. Ironically, that's who the Batman 22
more information
was saying,
coming out with that, where I think like a group page, like his true lover is spilling the beans.
And it's ironic that the Batman 2022, the Riddler and his henchmen that's who they were saying the right wing were. They were saying the right wing were who these people are, which is funny. Like that was like the subtext of that movie. Like I don't know if I'm being a little bit too vague here.
No, it's always projection. It's always projection.
They
Like,
act,
What's up,
yeah.
Hamon?
It's like they're these online Reddit weirdo, like psycho, chemically imbalanced psychos, and they kind of represented like right wingers. That's who they were trying to dig at. But then in real life, it's like always like the left doing this shit, which is
Yeah.
hilarious to me. It's like they are the ones that, it's like you said, they're projecting. So
Yeah.
the fact that just like, here's the thing, like, to me, I'm looking through the scope. All right, I know this is dark shit, but I'm looking through the scope. I see his kids. I see his wife. I don't take the shot.
yeah, but you expect him. You expect morality, though. That's the thing.
That's
You
the crazy thing, isn't it?
you
But that's
expect morality. There is no morality, bro.
no.
To that killer, he was a degenerate. To that killer, Charlie Kirk was an evil, degenerate fascist. So it was okay to do whatever. When you dehumanize somebody, the reason why communists wanted to dehumanize so badly and strip away like the human, they push for like nihilistic ideas, is because when humanity means nothing, when you push these nihilistic ideas, it's easy to dehumanize. It's all connected, bro. It just So
it
sorry,
is.
cut it
Like,
off.
They've
well,
all been
it's like,
social engineered.
I mean, I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic, right?
Okay.
I'm smart enough to know that I'm not smart enough to know.
That's kind of like where I'm at generally, to be honest with you. Like
Yeah,
I'm more
that's
like
kind of where
along.
Yeah, I was actually gonna
I'm
say
in
that.
that boat.
I'm pretty much agnostic too.
Like I feel like there's like God does exist. I just don't think that man has it figured out. That's my, like, they haven't really like figured it all out. That's why I'm not like a
Yeah.
hugely religious person. But I do believe that there is God in some degree. But anyway, continue.
So when that guy took the shot, basically he doomed his entire cause, because now all those moderates, all those people that were letting the fringe left control their party, are now saying, I'm leaving the left. And I don't think they're going to leave the left and come over to the right. I think they're leaving the left to start the re-emergence or the resurgence of the moderate left, which you do need. You need a moderate right and you need the moderate left to balance each other out.
Exactly.
Otherwise, fringes take control.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm glad that you said that, because I wanted to segue into this point, but I couldn't figure out where to do it exactly. That's why I wanted to make the point that we have to remember that all of this shit is meant to divide us. And I know that sounds like the typical like hippie kumbaya shit a lot of people say, but I mean, like, literally, it's meant to divide us, because think about it. In the end of the day, you have more in common. Like, the average person has more in common with their neighbor who may be a leftist, but they go to work every day, they eat food, they have their beliefs on politics, but it doesn't dictate their entire life. Like, that average person could be a leftist, and you have more in common with them than the talking head on TV. The talking head on TV, whether it be like a far, I'm not saying this to be like, I'm not saying it in a centrist way, because you do need people countering both points. Like, you need people to say, hey, you can't change your gender, right? Of course you need that. Like, I'm definitely like not trying to be a centrist. I'm saying that when it comes to your average person is not this cartoon character leftist that you see on TV. The most extreme, loud, insane leftists you see on TV don't represent the normal person that lives who's probably your neighbor, which is why all that stuff is meant to divide you and make you hate each other. Because then, if you have those slight differences in beliefs, right? Like, someone says, "Oh, well, I agree with abortion," and you don't, whatever. Then now, because of the relationship that person has through media with seeing what leftists are, the cartoon versions of leftists, they're going to end up hating their own family or pushing away their own family, or vice versa, on either side. So what I'm trying to say is that it's like a psyop to divide people. I'm not saying that I don't agree with most left-leaning views at all. Again, I'm not saying this to push some centrist bullshit, because I'm not a centrist, but I'm saying that by painting the most extremes through media, it makes people that are average people that otherwise are unaffected hate each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's all about hyperbole.
It's hyperbole.
It's all about framing the one side in all of its most sort of derogatory, kind of extreme kind of view.
Exactly.
And the media, to me, are the biggest enemy.
Yes, because they're liars, because they're propagating this shit. Their incentive in it is the financial incentive, and also who's paying their bills, which is making them lean in whatever direction they need to pay said bills. But then the people that are above them are using it to divide people because, again, they don't care. Like, if you think about it this way, let's put it this way. You have 6 billionaires in a room, right? There, or like profit or whatever, what are they called? Partners, right? Like partners in a company. They're all billionaires. You think that if you're at that rich, being a leftist or right wing or whatever doesn't matter anymore because you have so much money. America goes to shit. Oh, I'll just move to China. This goes bad. I'll go to Sweden. Whatever. Like they have so much fucking money that they're not sitting here arguing politics like we are. They're not sitting here worried about whatever. Oh, trans shit. Well, I don't like that stuff, but just push it anyway. My kids go to private school. My kids are privately homeschooled, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it doesn't affect them.
It doesn't affect them.
Ivory gates.
Yes.
So sealed off communities which are predominantly white most of the time.
Exactly. And because of this, when you have like these people pushing these ideas, when you are weakened as a society, your dependency on government that are paid off by these politicians increases. Your dependency on media increases, and that makes them more money. That keeps them in power. That gives them control. That's why when you look at how society plays out, leftists and like yes, the ideas matter. They absolutely matter because you don't want a bunch of like trans people. Like, you know, unfortunately we're not all billionaires and we have to live together to some capacity. So it does matter, but ultimately the division is caused because when we're divided that way, it's easier to be manipulated and controlled. It's easier to be told what to do when there's chaos. Yeah. Chaos is what they thrive on, and the media is just an arm. The media is just the gun. It's just the gun in the arm of these people who want to control you. It's the gun in the hand of the people who want to control you. So that's why I'm saying that your average person. Look, my neighbor. I'm guarantee you, probably a large majority of my neighbors in New York City are leftists. I can go outside, be polite, be friendly, even date somebody not knowing their politics, and we are generally agreeing we have similar goals. We want to have a family, or you want to have like peace, you want to make money, live prosperously, have food in your belly, you know, have somewhere to sleep. You want a peaceful life. And I think most normal left and right wing people really want that. But unfortunately, like you said, because of hyperbole, and the way the media portrays it, the second you find out that person has differing politics, now that's when the programming takes over. It's like the virus. It's like, you know, you guys remember the movie The Thing? It's like you just suddenly now you're the thing, and you're trying to like kill, like, you know, feed on the other person, like whatever. So that's how it is. So again, ideas matter. A lot of the left shit is completely radical and insane. I'm not defending it at all. I'm just saying that when it comes to your average neighbor, you will find that you have more in common with them than the rich person on TV telling you who you should hate. I'm just saying that. And that's whether it be a right wing or a left wing person. But ideologically, the left shit is insane. It has to be stopped because ultimately one side is operating from logic, the other isn't. And that's also why the left, because remember this too, when it comes to left and right, left is more chaotic. So of course it's in the interest of the people that I mentioned, these partners, these rich people, these people that that are in the shadows that we don't know, they need chaos. Right is too logical. It's like, oh, you can't do this. Let's have structure. Let's have family. Let's have this, which is why they side with the other side. But don't get it twisted. They're not really for leftists. They just want the chaos. So anyway.
I mean, I feel like they've been trying to push the right into becoming the boogeyman that they were always touting it to be for quite a long time now. You know, you say like the left is chaos. I think the left is chaos because their main thing is empathy, and to me, empathy, too much empathy is the silent killer. Europe can, I think Europe can testify to that at this point. All of Europe. But I just want to say one last thing. So like a tale of two deaths. So I am so incredibly fucking proud of everybody that was able to sort of be a human being about this, right? About looking at this guy that's being killed, and say, Jesus Christ, that is awful, right? Like I can't look at that anymore. I can't watch that.
Exactly.
And it's like, what happened? And I don't like to do this, but what happened when Floyd George died?
When what?
So
Sorry, you cut out.
when Floyd George died.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know what? And
It was a
I
summer of
hate.
love, of
It was
course.
a summer of
Yeah,
love.
it was a happy summer. We all had a great time.
We all had a
Never
great time.
We were all
All
can't
those
skipping
forget
around
it.
in the
peaceful,
park with
yeah,
flowers and picnic baskets,
exactly.
butterflies. You know.
Those peaceful fires and
Yeah.
and businesses that got run out of town.
All the
No,
Those weren't
all the
fires.
all the,
Those were good old cookouts. We were all singing
yeah,
around, you know,
Do
holding
you
hands.
remember when black peaceful civilians borrowed other black business owners' stuff without any forever when they borrowed it
yeah,
for fun? It
They
was a
just
great
borrowed a
time.
couple of TVs, a couple of
Yeah.
sneakers. You know, I mean, they brought it back. You know, it was
From,
just
from their from their fellow black business owners, that's
exactly.
all.
I mean, I
it was
mean,
for
to
the
be fair,
barbecue.
the business owners were lying on the ground in a pool of their own, drool. Obviously, they were sleeping, right? Yeah,
Yeah, right. Yeah,
um,
yeah.
Yeah,
They were,
exactly.
you know, a lot of partying in the summer of love. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly, right. Too much tequila, right? Okay,
Yeah.
I get you.
And
No, but in all
yeah, go ahead.
seriousness, I am so proud of the Republicans. I'm so proud of the right. You showed the entire world the truth about this whole thing. Is that a lot of the Republicans or a lot of center right are people that the moderate left that got pushed over.
Yeah,
These are
yeah,
people that don't throw a massive fit and smash up and destroy businesses and ruin entire towns and business sectors, right? These what did the Republicans do? They prayed. They had
yes.
vigils.
They had
They said
ceremonies, memorials.
exactly. It's so it's heartwarming. So
It is.
in light of that, I'll say that it's such a goddamn shame that Charlie had to die for this. Like, it's awful. It shouldn't have happened. But now maybe I have a good feeling that I think things are going to start looking up a little bit more for us. A
I
little
think
bit more
so.
for moderate common sense. That's
Yeah.
that's
The party of common sense. That's my favorite party.
yeah.
To add into Tasty Burb's point, the difference between the summer of love and what happened now and the response to this with Charlie Kirk, there
Night
was
day.
no looting from Republicans. There was no rioting. You weren't seeing neighborhoods, police station, businesses burnt down. None of that. What you were seeing were people were praying. They were paying their respects to him.
Yeah.
Even in North Korea, even some people in the UK were also marching for him, paying their respects to him, and all that. So I'll let you
Yeah.
know that his Charlie
Well,
Kirk's impact was felt around the world,
It was.
and
and
I want to
it
add
shows
something.
you that there are people who recognize the good he was doing.
I want to add something to all this because I find it like really interesting that you mentioned about how the moderates, right, the center left are like the ones who are like or who are going to shift over. And you have to remember that even I like some of the things that I believe in the past, I would have probably been considered left,
Yeah.
right? And because of the extremes, right? Like for example, the fact that I want like sexy women in games, right? That's not necessarily like a conservative viewpoint, right? It's not really if you think
No,
about it.
it's
It's not really.
it's
It, it,
equally liberal.
it,
Right.
it aligns more with liberal ideas if you think about it, but because
Yeah.
everything's so extreme,
Bernie Mac and
that
John De La Rose are shaking their fists right now after hearing you say
yeah,
that.
yeah, exactly. The fact that I think like, okay, you can like you have your right to do what you want to do, just keep it away from me, isn't necessarily like a Republican idea,
I don't
because
think
back
John
then
Dada is against hot women. He's just against porn, like actual porn.
but but the thing is that when he says he's against actual porn, then he calls things porn that aren't porn, and then has women on his books that are dressed in ways that are like the things that he calls porn. So to me, he's a fucking idiot and completely delusional. To be fair,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't know if you like him or not. But if you think about just what I said, which is verifiably true,
I
then you will
watched some of
realize.
his videos.
Yeah, if you listen, you see what he says. It's kind of one of those things where if you listen to what he says in a vacuum, you be like, oh, he has some talking points I agree with. I can even admit that. But when you think about his actions, I'm like, no, this guy is a fool. For example, criticizing Stellar Blade, calling these games porn and all kinds of crazy shit porn that's not porn, then coming at it with a hardcore Christian viewpoint, which is fine. But then on his own books, he has women dressed in tight outfits and curvy and shit, similar to Stellar Blade. It kind of makes him look like a fucking dumb hypocrite. And I have to say he is a dumb hypocrite, which is why I don't like him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
same.
So, but I give you know, I'm not trying to like knock you because you probably didn't know that. And everything that I'm saying, everything I'm saying is like actually, I'm not going to say shit that's like bullshit. Like you can look it up and you can actually see what I'm saying is true. Like, but yeah. So like when it comes to like
furry stuff too, like furry.
I don't know that I don't know.
I
heard
thought was
something
a
like
joke he made.
Oh, it was a joke. Okay.
Okay. So when it comes to all this stuff, what I'm trying to say is that like, you know, when it comes to like even like you said center left and stuff, some of these ideas were like that are considered like right or like liberal ideas, bro. Like the idea like that you want a hot woman in the game is liberal. It's kind of like shifted in a way where like it used to be like the conservatives were like, no, you can't do this. Well, they still do some of them, like John De La Rosa stuff. You can't do this. You can't do that. Don't have this. It's bad or whatever. Blah blah blah. And it was a liberal thing, but I just want to draw a beautiful woman. I just want to express my artwork. And that was like the liberal talking point. That was the leftist talking point. And now it's shifted to like, well, no, this is degrading toward women. It's not female empowering. So because of that, whether that be true or not, because of that, I want you to get rid of it, right? I don't want it on there. I don't want to see it. I don't want to have any like, you guys need to stop doing it or whatever. Like you need to portray them this way, or women could, for example, back in the day, it was like, what was a liberal idea? Oh, like everyone should just leave me alone. I do my thing. You do yours, right? But now it's become women should be able to use bathrooms with your daughter. Men should be able to use the same bathrooms as your daughter if they call themselves a woman. That's what it's been transformed into. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that leftist is good in any way, because I don't like leftist shit. But I'm just saying that the definition of what a leftist is has been warped over time, which is really weird, and it's noticeable.
You mentioned about the thing with that. When I was going for my surgery, you got to wait a little while or whatever before everything is ready. So I had to use the bathroom. So I go into the bathroom. I see on there it said gender neutral bathroom, and I'm thinking to myself, am I on the Ishimura from Dead Space remake or something?
This had that weird symbol, the half man, half woman symbol.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my god.
Well, it's like, but that's like Baphomet shit. I'm not gonna get into that. Like, I'm not gonna get into. That's like a whole like rabbit hole of craziness that I feel like this podcast. You guys don't deserve to go through that if we talk about that subject because it's kind of crazy. But
about Baphomet,
it's like
the goat statue.
Yeah, it's the Baphomet thing because that's what it's being compared to, and there's a lot of like there's a lot of philosophy, and like I don't want to go into it because it's a long thing, and I am somewhat knowledgeable about it, but it's kind of crazy to go into that. But it's not good. But anyway, so
with David Francisco's comment, it has to do with Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade story of a
I saw that video.
Shit.
He's talking about
transphobic.
No, it's
Coda. This one on screen. This comment. I saw that video.
What, that is transhumanist?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Pretty
much. That's fucking dumb. That's dumb, bro.
Yeah,
it's dumb. It's dumb.
The video was at the end of the game, the
bro,
character and the female character. Like,
what is the something. But what is the plot of that game? If you played the game and actually like paid attention to the plot, what is the plot of that game? It actually talks against transhumanism, because the first thing that happened, they created Android Eidos, AI, artificial humans, and they fucking destroyed humanity. So transhumanism in this regard failed. It caused the destruction of humanity. Then after that, they mutated humans into monsters to fight the androids. And what did that do? That also caused humanity to degrade further. The humans in the game that are like cyborgs, the Android Eidos, the less advanced ones, their life is in suffering because of the fact that they're Android Eidos. So in the game, throughout the entire plot, the entire story, they're telling you transhumanism is bad by proxy of what's happening. I never understood how people are saying it's pro-transhumanist. Even Adam, his whole shit as a villain in the game is that he wants humanity to come back. So how is any of that transhumanist when everything that happened in the story shows you how it was a bad thing?
Exactly.
That's dumb. That's a dumbass take. I feel like people who say that have not actually paid attention to the plot.
Yeah, I don't know if he played the game or not, or is
I never
how
played the game.
knowledge.
In fact,
Oh,
I didn't
well,
really care about it that much.
oh, that's what he said.
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
Oh,
I
you.
didn't
Okay.
play the game.
Okay, so
Right.
again,
So, well, I mean,
now based
so
on what I told
if
you,
he didn't, if he did or didn't play the game, he should know what the story is about, what the messages that is there, what it's trying to explain, and you would come with the conclusion that no, it doesn't promote that.
it doesn't promote it.
And no way
It
does it
doesn't.
promote that.
Bro, every time they tried to evolve humanity, it led to humanity's destruction. If the game was showing how it was better, then I would argue that, like, if I was playing the game and throughout the game it was showing how humanity had improved because of it, like it's like some peaceful utopian future, then I'll be like, it's promoting transhumanism. But being that it's all pretty horrible and a nightmarish hellscape, I would say it's not really promoting that. And as far as leftism goes, yes. With David Francisco's comment, it did kind of warp. Anybody who's paid attention to history can see that it did warp. Back in it again, just look at what I said with the sexy women. It was the liberals pushing this shit to be art and media, to have beautiful women, to do whatever, express themselves like in whatever way throughout like art and media. And then it was the right wing people that were trying to stop that and saying, "Oh, it's not good. Let's cut it out or whatever." And then it shifted around. And now it's like, well, if you want women that don't look like men in games, if you want women to be beautiful, then you're in the wrong. So it's the left saying that now. So in a way, it has shifted. The meanings have changed. And
it's really it's basic stuff. It's just the extremes took hold. That's it. It happens. It's happened so many times over in history. The extremes take over, and bad shit happens. It's up to the moderates to keep them in line.
Exactly. And again, I say that as someone who's like, I agree with the right on almost everything. I agree with the right on almost everything, really. I really, truly do. I'm not ashamed to say that because I believe in it. But I'm not going to pretend like definitions haven't changed, bro. It definitely hasn't. You're right about the extremes. It's always the extremes that cause everything. Again, it used to be, let me make my art, let me do whatever, let me have my creative freedom, and now it's become let men with wigs use bathrooms with children. Let them go into female bathrooms. That's what it's been warped to. So to say that it hasn't changed, I feel like is not really like is not intellectually honest, honestly.
And then the surprise Pikachu face when they find out that they have prior in this kind of stuff, and they've been found, in possession of, shall we say, illegal things.
Yes, illegal bad things that people should not be looking at.
Yes, guy, like it is sad because these people have no soul, they have no humanity, no compassion whatsoever, and then they want to make it seem like, oh, the right is just as bad, or the right is evil and terrible, but then you see what they're doing. Even other people who have issues with Charlie Kirk, some people on the right or wherever they stand, maybe they're centrist, I don't know, but
does anybody
they're
know
taking like a huge issue with him, and it's
about
like
that,
it's different if you disagree, but then it's like, why are you don't have to for it. Like there's better ways of going about that. Like something heinous like that happens to someone, like the last thing on my mind is like gonna talk shit about them, mock them, celebrate their death or whatever. Like that's really low. Like that's fucked up, and it is like low. Actions like that says more about that person than the other people like you're claiming you don't like or whatever. Like whatever issue you have with Charlie Kirk or Republicans, like says more about you than them.
Yeah, I think like in the end of the day, we've just reached a point where everything's become like totally like memed, And what I mean by memed is just like it's like so hyperbolic now. It's so flanderized because of like the consumption of media. I mean, you have more access to media now than you've ever had before via phones, YouTube, all these kind of different things, and it's so easy to form echo chambers. It's kind of like what is talked about in Metal Gear Solid 2 toward the end of the game, and I feel like that's really kind of like where we're at now. We're actually there. I think we've reached
Never
that.
played Metal Gear Solid 2, so I
But
don't
we're-
get the reference.
Okay, so basically it implies that humanity will, seek echo chambers. They'll try to filter free speech. That people will be afraid of the truth and like hide from each other. The truth will become muddied. Like basically like everything will be so watered down that they'll need AI to come in and to curate what's right, what's true, and what's false, and basically like keep humanity in check. And it's much more complicated, but I think that like if you want, you should just watch it. You can watch it yourself. Just look up Metal Gear Solid 2 AI conversation, and it's pretty much true. It's a lot to go over in a short window of time. But basically, that's where we're at now. Yeah.
Where Raiden's having a conversation with the AI kernel.
Yes.
And they start all the people that he talked to throughout the game start like appearing, talking to him in this like garbled AI code.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's
let
But
me
then
quickly
but then
address
after that,
Trash Man guy's comment.
Sure.
Yeah, like I know exactly what you're referring to, Trash Man. Yeah, so I pretty much like cut any ties with what is his name now? I keep forgetting.
Sigma
Starscream.
Scream.
Sorry.
It's in the comment.
But because there's certain lines you don't cross, and that's like going too far. And I mean, we weren't like buddy like that or whatever. I still stand by, like, I appreciate him having my back with the whole like new rate thing, kind of like out of nowhere.
But it doesn't mean you have to agree with everything,
Exactly, and exactly that's how I feel. And then it's like to act like that, like it will be the same with anyone else here. Like if you were like if Burv was Tasty Burv was like saying something like that, I'd be like, nah, Burv, I can't, like, I'm not cool with you anymore like that. Like I can't, because that's like that's going too far. That's fucked up. That's wrong. Like you're mocking the guy. You're like the fucking wife is grieving, over this man's casket, like telling him that that she loves him, and then it's like oh, it's performative and shit like that. It's like, come on, like
performative to
then,
not
like,
want your husband to be fucking to be sad that your husband died in a gruesome public way.
Then to have the excuse. Then have the excuse to tell me like I didn't really care for him. I don't have time to mourn for someone like that. And it's like, if you don't have time for it, then why are you making several posts and a video about the man? If you don't care or you have nothing nice to say, then just
he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to care, but he has time for the engagement. That's what it is. He has time for the engagement.
Exactly, yeah.
Sigma Starscream
And what a lot of it boils down to
yes, that's EGAD.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he changed his name recently.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I honestly can't say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, honestly. I'm really not surprised, actually, that he said that. It doesn't shock me.
Yeah.
He kind of came off as
like
a kind of nihilistic kind of guy, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
I don't mean to segue into it being this about him, but I just wanted to address that because obviously it is related to Charlie Kirk and what we're talking about.
Well, it's also a level of extremism if you think about it, because because it's like saying, oh, because he did this one thing I don't like, he has this one opinion that I don't like, then everything else that he's ever said is completely discredited. There's no truth in it, and I don't care that he died. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like that's like to say like, oh, because Burb. I'm gonna make an extreme example, hypothetical. That's like Burb saying, oh, Burb didn't like Silent Hill Homecoming, so everything else he said doesn't matter. I think he's a fucking moron. Everything he said is fucking stupid. He can never. You know what I mean? That's like the level of extreme that you're going to. It's like
three disavows. What's going on?
I've been holding it. I've been holding it back for a while. No, but so
Yeah, it's like one
when
thing to have like a minor disagreement, but then it's like when it's something like major, it's like no, it's like that's
well,
like
it shows
that's
your
more than enough
character.
to
Show their
exactly, yeah.
character. But also, but I mean, like also in regards to him and Charlie Kirk, it's like he's publicly debated and destroyed so many art. Like here's my point with this: the reason why debates are so important is because you can publicly watch Charlie Kirk debate with people. You can see his arguments and see how he dismantles and uses whatever fact or logic to debunk his opponent, and vice versa. So that's why debate is important. So all the values and all the things he's debunked over the years, or like rather just debated and kind of exposed people's mindsets and how they're flawed in conversation, in debate, has done so much good for posting examples, for giving people better talking points, right? Because even the people watching him that align with him, they might not be able to word things properly or word things in a way that's effective, but they might share the same beliefs. And watching him, it kind of gives a framework of how they can word them themselves, right? It's kind of like, so that's the importance of him being there. So the fact that he's done that so much, and to say, oh, well, it doesn't matter because he was okay with tiny hat people. And that means he's I don't care if he died because he was a tiny hat lover and whatever. It's like, again, I have my own feelings about that, but don't discredit everything that he did just because you disagree with one thing, because he's overall, if you consider that as damage, he's probably done way more positive than he has done negative.
Yeah, going
Exactly.
into these creatively bankrupt war zones, like when it, because
Yeah.
that's what they are when it comes down to it.
Well,
It's
we
like
know
they are,
they're war zones now.
yeah, exactly,
So
yeah, exactly.
so
They're all a hive mind. They all think the same. So it's like he was going into the front lines, and what did he do? He talked. That's all
yeah,
he
he
did.
talked. He talked. Somebody could watch Charlie Kirk agree with him, but not know how to word it, and now they saw him like, oh yeah, well now I can word it this way. This seems effective, or now I have like a logical like through point of how I should explain these ideas in a way that people might be able to actually listen to me and not immediately get offended, right? Because that's also another part of it, where sometimes you have to deliver the truth in like a steady stream instead of like a blasting blasting pulse of like an exploding hydrant. Sometimes just giving them a little trickle of the truth over a stream will help guide them. I guess you could. I don't want to use this word, but like dog walk them through it. Like knowing how to dog walk somebody through an idea is a very useful talent, right? Because you can be like, oh, I don't like this ideology or that ideology, but if you're screaming it in their face, even if they could potentially agree with you, they might not be willing to accept it. But sometimes
Yeah,
when you can like slowly guide them, well, why do you say this, right? Like, why is this game considered transhumanist? Why is this considered that? Okay, but what about this? What about that? You dog walk them through your logic. I think that's an effective thing. And watching somebody like Charlie Kirk, you can actually like copy and take note of how he does that. So I think there are like so many benefits to watching public debate. So to say like everything he did means nothing just because he said he had one viewpoint you didn't like, and then you basically are completely callous to the fact that a guy had an unceremonious death in front of it. Because like I don't want to be too rough about this, but honestly, dying by the way he did in front of his family is like a pretty like undignified death, especially since people are mocking him for it. So to be like so cold toward a guy who died speaking publicly, putting himself in danger, which we saw was actually real danger in the end, is kind of like it kind of shows and it shows where your character is, I think.
yeah.
So
Yeah. So before we switch the panel, I don't know if you guys talked about the
I don't think
developers.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't know
sorry.
how to pronounce the name.
I'm sorry.
Pausa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Mother.
forgot about. I forgot. Yeah, because you haven't really given your thoughts
Yeah,
on
sorry, bro.
Yeah,
the thing with
no
Charlie Kirk.
problem.
Sorry about that.
The thing about, because the comment like extremes are bad. What I've seen since Charlie died, what I've seen is, that people that might be considered far right or such. Like, and I'm not talking about random spurgs online. I'm talking about like political commentators and such. They don't celebrate Charlie's death, unlike the far left. Like they had disagreements with him, but even they sending condolences and such. So they're not really the same.
Exactly. I think like even in anything that you do, you're gonna have people disagree with your viewpoints to some degree, right? Like even people. I mean, like look at the right. People on the right don't agree with other people on the right. Like
Yeah,
there are people on the right that don't believe in. They're completely non-religious. They're conservative in every way, but they don't believe in religion for whatever reason, or whatever other thing it may be. So like. And Y Chromosome made a good point. It's not everyone's going to agree with you on every topic, every subject, and you should be able to handle that as a mature human. You shouldn't be completely throwing away people's humanity or everything that they stood for just because they, like you said, or like they don't agree with everything. Like Republicans don't agree on everything. Leftists cannibalize each other all the time with their ideas. So like look at J.K. Rowling. Look at Amy Hennig.
I was actually gonna mention that. Yeah, I
Amy
think they even
Hennig.
went after Adam Sessler on Blue Sky over something that they disagree with him
who
with.
went
It's like
after
they
who?
eat each other all the time.
Who went after who?
Jim Pachi said J.K. Rowling. I don't think they went after Amy Hennig.
Well, they did
No,
because she's a leftist,
oh,
and they
yeah.
booted her. They didn't go after her, but they booted
Well,
her
I guess.
from Naughty Dog.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause,
Her game was
fucking-
her game as a leftist woman. Her game was not woke enough for Neil Druckmann and crew, so they removed her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and
So
and then the other person I mentioned was Adam Sessler. There was I don't know what he said on Blue Sky, but
I
from
heard
what
that
I've
name
seen a video
before.
from
What is he
Clownfish TV
doing?
like a few weeks
What is
ago.
he do? Who is this
Where
Sessler guy?
he was a host on G4.
G4.
Yeah, it
It's
was like
like
the
a
video
G4.
game show.
gaming thing.
They
yeah, it was a
years
game
So,
thing.
they did
Yeah.
X Play. He was on X
He might
Play.
not. How old are you,
And then
bro?
and then they
How old are you?
28.
28. Okay, forget it. Because
okay.
I was
So
thinking
yeah,
maybe if you. Well, yeah, because I was sometimes if he was
This is
younger,
cheap.
it's been gone for so long now. I wouldn't be surprised if a
Yeah,
20-year-old didn't know who they were.
right, yeah. Well, it came back briefly a few years ago, but it was short lived
Come on, but
because
nobody cares.
it was
Nobody
full
cares
of full
about that.
activists. And Adam Sessler over the years has been a raging libtard
Cokehead.
who suffers from cokehead, suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Like so that didn't do him any favors. And
Nothing says
so
fascism. Nothing
that's
says
basically who it is.
fascism. Nothing says fascism like getting shot in the neck because people don't agree with you. That's truly fascist, isn't it?
You're right.
Getting
Yeah,
shot
right.
in the neck because isn't that such a
Yeah.
fascist thing? You remember when
I
the
don't know.
fascists? But
The
no,
thing
like
is,
it's
you don't need to point to fascism to say tyrannical because communist things like just as
yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Because, for
Yeah, well,
example,
I'm kind of making just a joke. I'm being sarcastic because obviously
no,
they call these people fascists, but then they're the ones who are but then the people calling them fascists are shooting them to silence their opinion. It's just like the irony of it all. So, but yeah, anyway, you continue on.
so what should I talk about first? The Wolverine game or the Charlie Kirk stuff?
Whatever you want, bro.
Well, then I start with the Wolverine game. By the way, in
Okay.
case you wonder, my icon is Wolverine, like in the animal Wolverine.
Nice. Those guys are crazy. They go hard. Wolverines are badass.
Yeah. What's funny is that when I typed Wolverine into Google, the first thing that showed up was Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. Not the comic book character, not the animal, Hugh Jackman. That's how you know, bro.
I don't know much about this Wolverine game. I heard that Deborah Wilson will be in it. I think they will try to justify her being Callisto is that in the X-Men 3 movie, Callisto was played by a black woman. I
She was
mean,
played by a Dominican woman, and that's
yeah,
not black.
Afro-Latina.
Yeah, but that's
It was
that's a whole different.
Latin, I think.
That's it's Afro Latino. That's a whole different thing. But even then, nobody watched that movie and said, "Oh, this is a great portrayal of Callisto." I love that Callisto was like. Let's not pretend like that's a good thing, because then people will use. Let's say they didn't do that before, then they would use Deborah Wilson as an excuse to say, "Well, she was played by Deborah Wilson before to justify the next black actress playing Callisto." So that, I never liked that argument in itself. Like, oh, a black actress played her before. Okay, where were the people cheering and praising her, like her as Callisto? She wasn't even Callisto in any capacity outside of name, really.
Isn't Callisto a good guy in X-Men?
She's a kind of like a good, slightly neutral alignment. Sometimes she's been portrayed as like somewhat kind of like of a anti-hero because
In the
she's like
X-Men movie, she was just a henchman for
she
Magneto.
was just a henchwoman with completely different powers. So they I don't understand that argument. Like, oh, because she was played by her. It's like, who cares, bro? That was also bad.
Also, another similar argument is that when I made a point that in the Venom 2 movie, the Shriek character, that she was played by, I think, Naomi Harris,
Yeah.
who's black. Like I said, that Shriek was clearly not black. Shriek is not black. Like a comment that definitely saying that it never mentioned her race in the comics or something, but in the
But
images, she was clearly not black. She
yeah,
had gray skin.
I don't understand why people do that. Like, in the end of the day, that's always a terrible excuse, and I always dismiss it, because just because something was portrayed in a way in the past doesn't mean that it was good or well received, liked, or that's the accurate way to portray something. There's a Doom movie from 2005 with The Rock in it. It doesn't mean that just because that movie it doesn't mean just because they made the demons in that movie mutated humans that you should make every Doom movie mutated humans, or that it doesn't suck anyway if you change them to like humans instead of demons. Like, it doesn't make it good. Just because someone made a bad change in the past doesn't mean that it's like justified for future bad changes. I never understood that. Like, it sucked
Another
then and it
good
sucks now.
example would be in a more recent one, the How to Train Your Dragon live
Yeah.
action movie, in which they
Yeah, they
race swap
re-swapped her.
Astrid,
Yeah,
and
they
when
re-swapped her.
the director or who said that well, in the animated movie she was voiced by a Latina, so but I mean, even if
But
she was like, you can clearly see that Astrid was a white
a
woman
white
with
woman.
blonde hair. She was clearly not like,
But she was pretty
like
much like a Viking woman for the
yeah,
most part.
I mean
Like,
she
so
was, she literally was.
yeah, so it's kind of like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what levels of retarded mental gymnastics are we gonna do? Like, what is the level of it, right? Like, where you're gonna say, oh well, this is like the definitive version of the character because one person played her, she had a Hispanic actress. It's like, who cares, bro? First off, with voice acting, that's a terrible example because you don't have to be the same race as the voice actor you're portraying. As long as the voice fits, I
Also,
think it
not to
doesn't
mention
it doesn't
Goku.
matter.
Like Goku was voiced by an old woman
Okay, Goku was also
from
voiced by
Dragon Ball.
Sean Schemmel, right?
No, I
So
mean
I
the
and I
Japanese voice. I
no
mean,
no I know I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just gonna make a joke here. Goku was voiced by Sean Schemmel. Does that mean that Goku's Jewish?
no.
So
Goku
I
is a
don't.
space monkey.
So I don't understand that logic of like, oh well, I think Sean. Actually, let me not say. I don't know. I think he's Jewish. I assume Sean Schemmel's Jewish. He might not be, but the point is, it's like just because someone voices a character of a certain race doesn't mean anything. And anybody, look, like I said before, let's say they didn't race swap Callisto in X-Men 3, and they just did it for this game. Then what? 5 years from now, you're gonna say, oh, it doesn't matter because Callisto was played by Deborah Wilson. So that means that you should just keep having her played by black actresses. It's like, it's a dumb argument. I don't know why anyone would think that was a rational viewpoint to have on that kind of thing.
Also,
Real quick, Nathan Hill, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy the content and the podcast, and yeah, so really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by too.
Yeah, thanks,
Anyway,
bro.
yeah. So,
another thing.
yeah. What were you gonna say?
Another, oh, Another thing about that X-Men game, that image of that red-haired woman with the green dress, was that Jean Grey from the Wolverine game? Before the stream started, was that Jean Grey?
I think it was supposed to be Jean. She had like a long face, right?
Yeah, she looks like Mary Jane from the second
Yeah,
Spider-Man game.
she's
She
on
literally
the
looks like
thumbnail.
her. I thought she was her.
That's her.
Welcome aboard.
What?
I just want people to realize that I'm generally upset over what happened to Charlie Kirk. I haven't really vocalized it to people, but and believe me, I'm shocked how some people have acted. Yeah, no, but yeah, I think that was Jean Grey.
Oh,
I was reading a
No,
comment. Sorry.
it is. She has
yeah.
the green outfit on. So no,
Yeah, she
you
literally
got it
looks
right.
like Mary Jane.
People need to accept something.
Yeah,
And
they
I
kind
feel
of give
like
her the same like wide like big ass
fat
face.
head.
Like they're definitely gonna double down on that game. Like if anyone
Well,
thinks like, oh well,
yeah.
they're gonna
Well,
listen
they
to
already
feedback.
have.
They didn't listen to feedback before. The guy even said like he didn't give a basically didn't give a fuck, didn't give a shit, or whatever exactly he said. He's gonna condition.
Because
He basically had to stop himself from saying he's gonna condition people to accept it or not.
Yeah, if
Pretty much.
they let these people stay, it's going to be scorched earth. That's what they do. They scorch the earth, then they fucking move on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like erasure. It's
Yeah,
like
they are driven by spite.
it's like assimilation or
Say that
erasure.
I don't like this thing, they will just double down and do it more.
Well, they'll destroy it. So their mentality. This is their mentality. I didn't like it before because it offended me for whatever arbitrary reason. So I'm gonna change it. If they don't like it, then and it dies. All right. Well, at least I destroyed it. If they do like it, okay, we hijacked it. It's like a simple equation: either hijack or destroy, and it's the same process for either one. It just so happens that sometimes people accept the hijacking, or they don't. But
they literally are the Tolkien quote that's saying that, evil cannot create, just destroy and corrupt.
exactly.
Literally the Tolkien quote.
Exactly. It's like, oh, I don't like that Batman's a masculine, heroic male character, so we're gonna make this game. Oh, people don't like it. Well, all right, at least we killed Batman. All right, it's destroyed. All right, no one cares. Time to move on. Oh, people like Spider-Man. Well, we want to preach about this. Oh, the game didn't do well. Oh, well, all right, too bad. It's destroyed. Move on. But if it does well, then it's like, okay, cool. We made some money. Let's keep the hijacking going. That's all it really comes down to. For them, it's a win-win. Either the thing that you like is destroyed, or they assimilate it.
Speaking of hijacking, you know who emerged from the darkness of the early Gamergate days? Zoe Quinn.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to make this Charlie Kirk's death about her, like saying that right-wingers are not good because back in the day she was supposedly being doxxed or stalked by right-wingers, but I don't really believe that because,
No, of
let's
course
be
not.
honest,
I've seen
99%
that
of
from
the
her.
times it's bullshit.
Sometimes you just telling them something that they don't like, they warp. Like somebody's saying, "Oh, you're an idiot," she'll say that she's being stalked. If someone like you gotta like really
Yeah,
understand
right.
that like these people, they warp language. Like that's what leftists do. They warp language. So if you tell them like, "Oh, I don't like you. I hope your company," if you tell them, "I hope your company fails. Your game sucked," she'll say that I was being harassed.
Yeah.
Is
Try
that
to
really her?
misrepresent something and be
Yeah,
disingenuous, tell a bunch of half truths, and
half
say
truths.
whatever they can to spread their narrative and make the other side, whoever it is, look as bad as possible.
Yeah, that's it. Like, because I mean, of course, some people do get harassed. I mean, I'm sure there's some harassment, like real harassment, but how much of that is just her
Yeah.
getting told things that she doesn't like by people?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
you should ask, whenever they say something like that, you should ask proof, because were they ever showed proof that they were actually harassed or doxxed? Like,
yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah, it's
should
true.
show some form of proof. Why not? If they're claiming it happened and all these terrible things, surely it should be easy to show the proof. But
when we're talking about this, this
uh,
unhinged game level of person commentating, like we can show proof, like screenshots.
Yeah, show proof. But you know what, man? The truth is that they just don't like everything that you say that they don't like is you harassing them. That's really all it comes down to, bro. That's really what it is. It's just that you said something that I don't like, and therefore I'm considering harassment. But like, if we lower the bar that low, then if we really lower the bar collectively that low, we're gonna have a real bad time.
Yeah, but Pauser, am I saying it right?
You can call me Madar.
Madar. Okay. Madar. Before we switch to panel, you have any thoughts on the developers mocking Charlie Kirk's death, or anything about his the whole him being assassinated and all that?
Yeah, and I think when I finish, I think I go because it's late here.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Now,
Okay. So
about those developers, all I want to say is that, at earlier at the stream we said, separate artists from the art. But it's kind of hard when, the artist itself expressed multiple times that he or she hates you and wishes you death. Like, it's hard to separate it.
yeah. It's
And
one thing to just be a liberal. It's another thing to say that you're happy someone died. Those are
another
two
thing is
totally
that,
different things.
Exactly.
Drew Harrison isn't the only one. For example, I made this small list in a paper here, and I want to read it, just to illustrate how many developers are that behave similar way. Now, for example, BioWare had a developer called David Crooks. He gloated about the death of Total Biscuit, saying the world is a better place without him. He actually said that. Next, we have Kyle Hickey. He's quite relevant now because he made a Facebook post saying, "Kill your local mega, asset mega,
Oh
kill your
shit.
local asset." Literally said that. Now,
Unreal.
next we have a game journalist called Matt Fresh. He called gamergators losers and Nazis, and he said they should kill themselves. Next, we have a CDPR developer, former game journalist, called Kian Maher or Cyan Maher. Nem tudom, how to say his name. He once made a tweet saying he wants to beat up gamers, like physically assault them.
Was that the guy who
These are
was
the types
the
of people
writer
are in the
for
gaming
the Gamer?
industry. What?
Was he a former writer for the Gamer?
I
I
don't
think I
know.
know
He
you're
was
talking about.
I heard this was a game journalist once, is a Kian Maher guy.
Right. I think he's now in charge of the lore for The Witcher 4 or something like that.
Yeah, he works for
Terrible.
CDPR now.
That game is
Yeah.
scorched earth if that's the case.
Yeah.
It already was, but now we know for
Yeah.
sure.
For sure, yeah. But continue on.
Also, the city being a witcher is a really massive red flag because, well, in the book's lore it's kind of vague, but it's implied that women cannot become witchers. However, in the game it's worse because there was a man called Azur. He was a wizard. He tried to create female witchers. He had like 30 or 40 test subjects, all little girls, whom he tried to turn into witchers, and none of them survived the process.
Yeah. It basically it's heavily implied that they cannot become witchers because their bodies cannot handle the transformation.
Yeah.
Because
But somehow Ciri was able to become a witcher as an adult, no less.
But they and you know what's crazy? They forget the thing about Ciri is that Ciri never had to be a witcher to begin with. She had like elder blood powers and shit, which was like OP. They implied it in the game. They implied it like on a power scaling level. She's way more powerful than Geralt. So what's the point of also making her a witcher? There's literally no point.
Once. Like she was already powerful. Why make her a witcher?
Yeah, why? You don't need to. If you're worried about like, oh, well, it's the Witcher games, just make it. I mean, the Witcher books are not all like entirely centered around Geralt. It's just because the series is the Witcher doesn't mean it. Like, look at Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain, you have Kain and you have Raziel, two different characters, right? The series is called Legacy of Kain. Why do you need her to be a Witcher as well? Yeah. Which is, we obviously know the real reason why. We know why, but we know the reason. But
another thing about these developers
another strong
is that
woman in AAA games.
What?
Yeah, strong woman. Strong woman must be. She must be. She can be a Witcher too. She can have all the powers and drink potions like Geralt. Damn it! Why can't she do that? Damn it! That's them. That's them
Another
in a
thing
nutshell.
about another thing about this game devs that some might say, oh, it's mean to wish someone should get fired, but they get fired for two reasons. First is that they're clearly not qualified, like they're not just fired because politics, and second, they're clearly not good game developers. For
Yeah.
example, the Corinne Bush, prior to working on Veilguard, he was like worked on Sims DLCs and such. So why is he working on Veilguard? Like he was clearly not qualified for that. Like she was the lead. Prior to working there, she was a nobody.
Yeah.
Another thing
Sure.
is that getting fired is something you can recover from. Like you can find a new job. You can't recover from getting killed. Like it's not the
Yeah.
same.
I
You
mean,
know,
and why would anyone
You're
even
right.
try to make it the same?
Mhm.
they're saying it's we are mean because of what wishing someone to get
What's
fired, but
what's meaner, wishing someone to get fired, or wishing them death, or being happy that they died? I think
yeah,
one
that's
kind of
what my
outweighs the other.
wishing that is clearly worse. And also,
Yeah,
as I said, getting fired you can recover from. Getting killed you're not.
exactly, exactly. That's why I think, at the end of the day, man, if you really think about everything that's happening so far, I think Burbick. I was going to say Burbick. I think Burb was he hinted at it before, but or may have said it directly, but it kind of just exposed what it just did a good job exposing everyone. That it just kind of like really showed the moderates, the center left, how these people think, and it's gonna shift more people away because there's way guarantee you there's way more normal people than maniacs. You
There
know,
has to be.
I mean, we have a society, so
Yeah,
there
that's right.
must
There
be.
must be. Yeah.
So I think that in the end of the day, I think that his death, even though it was a tragedy, would ironically will have a huge impact. They actually they made his contribution to society even stronger by trying to eliminate him by eliminating him because in the end of the day, you basically like immortalized his ideas.
They've martyred him.
They martyred him, yeah, exactly. They've martyred him, and now his ideas are gonna be there are gonna be people that are inspired by him that are gonna want to carry that on. So you killed Charlie Kirk, but now you've made 30 more Charlie Kirks, 100 more Charlie Kirks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, if anyone is inspired by him, just try to do it, inside the building, less likely to get shot,
Yeah.
shoot.
No Fed
Yeah.
posting.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
think
mean,
one,
trying to be safer, like, if you want to
yeah.
be like Charlie and debate people, like, try it in closed doors,
To be
no
honest,
sniper.
I think that the fact that he did it publicly, like the way he did, actually is even more brave because even though he obviously it cost him in the end, I think that it showed how much more. It showed how willing he was because all right, if that didn't happen, I'm pretty sure he was aware. That's why he had security because he was aware that somebody could just walk up to him and do anything, right? Because he's still in a public place.
Yeah.
So even if there was no sniper, right, some crazed lunatic could come up with like a pistol. They could have tried to stab him. They could have tried to like mob him. There were so many things that could have happened. I'm sure he was aware of the risk. I'm sure
Throw
he even
something at him.
yeah. So he was always doing that, but he knew that that was necessary, and it was necessary because it just shows and exposes who these people are.
Yep.
By being
And
there, he shows he's not afraid. He's not afraid to stand up for his beliefs.
yeah, it also shows how strongly he believed in what he was doing.
So
That
you
he knew
should
it
be.
was the right thing, so he's willing to pretty much put his life on the line even before this, because surrounded by a bunch of people. Also, a lot of people could have tried to take his life even like back then before even recently. But he believed in what he was saying and what he was trying to do so much that he was willing to take that risk, and that's something that a lot of people aren't willing to do.
Yeah.
I honestly can't say, like, am I gonna be in public, talking to other people about this stuff, you know, knowing that there's the possibility. Honestly,
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people
So,
wouldn't either because you never know, especially after this. Like a lot of people probably doing
but
that,
you know
and
what?
some people will, but of
That's
course,
the
depending on who
result.
it is.
That's the result that they want, though. That's why that's why people have to be brave. I know that's easier said than done, but because that's the goal of a person when they do something like that. They're telling you that if you say a thing that they don't like publicly, that you'll be killed. It's like that's how they silence you, right? You can't show Muhammad or we'll kill you. You can't say this or we'll kill you. And the moment that you give into that, that's when the Muhammad thing's just an example, by the way. But the what I'm trying to say is that when you give into that, you're basically allowing acts of terror to defeat you. You know?
Yeah.
That's true.
So in a way, that's kind of like why I say like obviously it's it's much more easily said than done, 100%. But in the end of the day,
Yeah.
like you gotta be willing to like take that risk, because if the fear of being hurt stops you from saying the truth, then that means that they've won. They've essentially terrorized you into not doing into performing an action that they chose for you, or not doing what you need to do. That's like the goal of terrorists. So that's why I consider the sniper or like political assassins like that, I consider them terrorists, because they're trying to silence an idea or scare people into thinking if they have similar ideas, then they'll be next. But the truth is that those guys can't get everyone, you know? All they did was make it that people are going to be more secure. They're going to strengthen their security. They're going to double down on their beliefs. And and that's what's going to happen. You know, you can't let those people win, because the second that you do, that's when it's game over. That's when they've effectively ended your free speech. That's what it is. It was an attack on free speech.
Yeah, and speaking of free speech, what's funny is
Yeah.
that this Drew woman
So
tried to use free speech
well,
as a
we
defense
switched
for.
the panel.
Wait a minute, can I say one last thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
sure.
this Drew woman tried to use free speech as a defense. So like, oh, they fired me because I expressed my free speech. No, they fired her because she was, you know, saying insane shit that would
Yeah.
damage the company. Like,
Exactly. It damages the company. That's why it was a danger to their financial endeavors.
also, whenever they say like, oh, free speech and such, like, I won't defend people that like her her free speech is not worth defending, because let's be honest, not only that she would never do the same for you or us, but she's
Yes,
actually trying to silence us.
that's
Like,
true.
why defend her free speech?
And also, you have free speech, but you don't have freedom of consequences.
Yeah, that's what they say always.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, like, look, you know, there's a difference between killing someone because they said words you don't like, and someone firing you because the words you said will damage their brand. You can't even compare them. And by the way, um, firing somebody because they say something that could hurt you potentially financially it's not anti-free speech, because it definitely, that you can legally prove that can affect. Because think about it, think about all the people that hear those heinous words and they're gonna be like, well, I'm not supporting this company, right?
Yeah.
Like Nike didn't say that. Like Nike will say like, oh well, we don't share that opinion, but because this person works for us, people are going to think that they do, and that's a potential financial loss. I don't see that as an attack on free speech, because they're not silencing her. They're not, like, when you shoot somebody because they say something you don't like, you are silencing them, literally silencing them. While you losing your job because you said something dumb is like completely different. It's not silencing. You can argue it's immoral at times, though, depending on what it is. Like, not like firing somebody because they don't want to vax. That's kind of like obviously anti-freedom. But
Imagine being expected to live up to the standards that you set.
Yes. If it isn't the results of my own actions.
Yeah.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Yeah, pretty much. Because, and let's not forget that there's nuance there. Because I want to make a key point that there's nuance, because at the end of the day, that's what nuance is, right? Like, you can't compare like being silenced. I don't know if anyone's trying to make that comparison. You can't compare being like actually silenced permanently to making a decision. Like a company, if I say, all right, like if I'm like a, it depends. Like if I'm a right, if let's say I'm a Christian person, a right wing, and that's why Gina Carano won that case, I believe, or they tried to settle with her because they knew that they were in the wrong. All Gina said is that she had a political view, and the political view wasn't tied to the brand, and they try to fire her because of it, right?
Yeah.
And the people that she was talking out against, which was the people that were trying to silence her, Disney, really didn't have justification because they couldn't necessarily prove that her political view was going to damage their brand, right? But when you say that you're happy somebody got killed, that's going to make some people not want to buy your products, I think, which is more of which is more of that.
Yeah, it's a slow bleed.
It's a slow bleed. Yeah, it's like, oh wait, you just basically told 50% of the population to not buy your products anymore, at least. And honestly, if we're talking about sanity, 80% of the population is going to probably not be good with that.
Yeah.
So that's a different thing.
When I say slow bleed, I mean about 10 years, 10 years worth of slow bleed to the point where nobody likes Star Wars and nobody buys it anymore.
Yeah. That was the long. They played the long game with people not caring about their brands anymore. The fact that I don't care at all.
The Star Wars movie I saw was The Last Jedi. I watched it with my family.
Anyway, we should probably let other people on.
Marvel and Disney. The fact that I don't care. The fact that I don't care about Marvel anymore like that is really sad. It's really sad. I was such a big fan, man. That's like a travesty. Same with DC. Like, there's only but so much DC shit that I can like tolerate nowadays. Most of it is like just leftist trash, sadly. But all right, so let's get more people on here.
Can I say one last thing about the Wolverine game, and then I will go?
Okay. No.
Okay.
No. Continue. Go ahead.
Early on, you guys said that this consumers or whatever will accept it because it's not as bad, but a favorite YouTuber of mine had a really good saying once. Eating paper is better than eating vomit, but you still wouldn't eat paper if you had a choice. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're
because
saying.
it's less bad, it doesn't mean it's good.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not, let me give you a more extreme example. Diarrhea is worse than shit. Doesn't mean I want to eat shit, right? So, it's worse than solid shit. But yeah, you're right. So, in the end of the day, people are going to consume it anyway, which is they're going to consume it anyway, which is undeniably true. Unfortunately, all you can do is not support it and limit the amount of money that they make, and sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't. But either way, you shouldn't just cave in just because other people are going to buy it anyway. Because if you really stand for what you believe in, your need to play the new game should not supersede your common sense or your like values at all. But I would argue that if you bought Kingdom Come Deliverance or like Spider-Man 2 or like whatever game, despite all the woke shit in it, then you probably didn't have much of a standard to begin with anyway.
Well,
I'm gonna go now. Okay.
All right, Madad.
All right, Madad. It was good having you.
It was good
as
having
always.
you,
You too, guys. See you next time.
See you, man. Have a good one.
Take it easy, bro.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, so let's start the panel, and I think that we're approaching 3 hours almost. We're 2.5 in. So
yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. I always like talking.
Yeah, it was great having you
Sure
on
thing,
again,
man.
Berg.
Good having you, bro. Good having you. Always good having you, man.
Yeah, man.
Yep. And you take it easy.
Yeah, you enjoy the rest of your podcast.
No problem. Thank you. I'm probably gonna. Well, actually, no, it's fine. So anyway, we have more guests, right, Revenant?
Yeah, I'm bringing them in.
Sweet.
It was two Spirit of Paradox, so I wasn't sure which one to pick
Pick them both.
for some reason.
Pick them both.
Pick 'em
Two
both.
spirits for the price of one.
Oh yeah. So what's up, Spirit, and what's up, Melina? Thanks for joining.
Hello,
Hi.
welcome.
Just to make sure, can you guys hear me well?
We can hear
yeah,
you
you're good.
perfectly clearly.
Okay, just making sure I'm my mic isn't muffled or making me muffled.
No, you sound good. So I don't know which one of you want to go first. Whichever is fine.
Let's do Spirit then Melina, just to make
Oh
it
yeah, because
simpler.
he's in the UK too. This
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
It's kinda
Just to
late
make
for
it
him.
simple. Yeah,
That's
make
actually
it
why I
easy.
brought him on next too.
Yeah, just to make it easier.
His mic is muted right now, so hopefully you can hear.
The mic check, 1 2.
Spirit of Paradox, are you there? Okay.
I like turtles.
All right, Melina. So you could
Lydia,
go. You could go ahead first then, because this guy is waiting for himself.
Okay. All right. Well, for me, there's not much that I can say besides what you guys have already said. Like, you guys made excellent points, and they were pretty much my talking points as well. So, with the Wolverine, there's definitely not much to say on that because I don't want to repeat pretty much what was said already. With the Wolverine game, I guess they're like they're really it's really that bad. I mean, I know it is. It has been. We all know that it's getting they're willing to DEAD on this hill with the extreme measures of just like it's like what is a woman? Like what is a woman now? I just I'm just disgusted. That's pretty much it. There's not much to say on that. Of course, I'm not gonna support it, and I don't really I care because as far as I love Wolverine, he's one of like my favorite Marvel characters, and but I love him enough to let him go. I love him enough to not support the game. So,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
the best
love
way to
Jean
look at
Grey.
it.
Sometimes
Yeah,
old
that's
Yeller
yeah.
needs to be taken out to pasture. You know.
Sorry to interrupt. Can everyone hear me?
Oh yeah,
You
you
go
can
ahead,
now.
Spirit. I'm
Yeah,
gonna mute myself.
Sorry,
I
my mic was
added the
busted.
other Spirit of Paradox.
Sorry, my mic was busted.
You're good. Sometimes we got to take old Yeller out to pasture. You know what I'm saying? So, go ahead, continue.
No, Spirit can go ahead. I'll pick up after he's finished.
Well, you already started speaking, so just go ahead and finish.
Yeah,
It's just easy.
it's all
It's just
good.
easy. It's just easier. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and it's the same thing with the state of gaming at the moment, but to me it's not that bad because I still have access to older games. So and that's all I need. So it's not that bad, but if they took away old games, then I love gaming. It's one of my hobbies, and but I will love it. I love it enough to let it go if it came down to something like that. So, but I won't be supporting Wolverine. That is not Jean Grey. I don't know what the hell that is, but that's at first it's not Jean Grey, and it's not a woman. So
It's
yeah,
Jonathan Gray. It's John Gray.
yeah, it's Sean. I mean Sean with long red hair.
John Gray. John, like like
John.
Jean, because in France it's like Jean Paul, like Jean Paul. It's John
Mm-hmm.
Gray. John Gray.
Yes, that's too fancy because that's a whole abomination. You can't put a bow on top of that.
John
Um,
Gray.
But
Our
it's
favorite, our favorite big chin man, big chin woman man.
literally Mary Jane's sister, by the way, because
Why
the
the long
resemblance
face?
Explain all.
is so similar.
Why the long face? That's what I would ask her every time I see her. Why the long face? Why the long face,
Well,
miss?
at least her face is proportionate. Instead of it's not concentrated on the chin like her sister,
I don't
but
know. I think
at
it's
least her.
no. I can't get down with that. It's equally bad. It's bad. It's horrible. Her
No,
face
I'm
looks
not
like a.
saying I wasn't saying it was good. I'm just saying that the proportions is evened out. It's still equally bad, but
I
like
don't know. That
Mary
hair.
Jane is it's more focused. Like there's more space in the chin area, and then like
Look,
her lips, eyes, and nose is more at the top, and then like the
Mary
whatever
Jane.
Jean Grey is pretty much like evened out.
Mary Jane has a square jaw, but John Gray has a stretched out bean head. His head looks like a bean. So I can't say it's proportion. They're both abominations in their own special way. You know.
That's okay. Never mind. And as far as the Charlie Kirk situation, I have said this in my life. I did not know this man up until I saw the news on his death, and may he rest in peace. And major condolences to his family. Um, you guys pretty much covered what I would say if nobody has said anything. I mean, has said these talking points, but um, I just like humanity. It just goes to show like it already is lost. But it's getting more like the hole is getting deeper and deeper to where we've gotten to the point where in 2025 we're taking people's lives just for speaking, like just for having a voice. And I have something to add, but it ties in with Charlie Kirk. Like his death his death wasn't all for nothing. Um, from what Revenant and Jinpachi has said earlier, pretty much that if someone like an influential figure as Charlie was, that means that if he can get taken out, if he can get touched, then everybody can be touched. Like, and I'm specifically I'm talking to the unhinged, where if you think that if you believe and actually follow up with that taking someone's life, unaliving them for the sake of just because you don't agree, then that means whatever you say, whatever you believe in, then you can get taken out too. And that means like there's no boundaries. Everyone's off limits. Revenant's off limits. Jinpachi's off limits. Spirit is off limits. Tasty B is off limits. Everybody is off limits. I'm off limits. That means so for whatever we say and
You
what
mean
we do.
no one's off limits, right? Is what you're trying to say? Yeah.
Is that what I said?
I feel like you said it kind of weird. You said everyone's off limits, but I mean,
Can
I
you
guess
hear
it'll be
me?
yeah, I can hear you. I guess it would mean that everyone's a target. That no one is off limits.
I thought that's what I said. Everyone's off limits. Like no one is off limits.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But yeah, I agree. I
But
agree with
yeah,
you.
pretty much like there's no limit, and that's why we have laws set in place for people that are that mentally unstable. They can't handle
Oh, you know what?
and
You know
like have
what?
self.
You know what it was? Because you said that Revenant's off limits. You should say Revenant isn't off limits. Jinpachi isn't off. That's why I got confused.
Oh, isn't okay. My apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies. Isn't off limits. No one is off limits. So for what we say, um, we putting ourselves at risk. And so for the ones like that really believe that are applauding and championing his passing, um, it's like the same. You can get the same smoke too. So you need to watch what you say, watch what you promote, what you champion, like what you cheer on. Because if it were to happen to you or one of your family members, and you had other people make a mockery of you like yourself or your loved ones, then you'll be singing a different tune. And I'm particularly mad and passionate about this because it's just the lack of humanity, like really zero humanity at this point. When nothing Charlie said, even if, like you don't agree with him, you don't agree with him. But the man's life should not have been taken. And there's plenty of other people that agree with him and believe in him and that say the same thing. So it's like, do they all deserve to go too? And if they do, then you are part of the problem. You're exactly why we need gun laws and like laws and just because you're putting people in fear. And if that's what it takes, like all I have to do is just say something you don't like and my life is taken, then like it just put the world more in chaos, and it's
Well, that's what terrorists
causing
do.
people to live and stay in fear, to
They
not
want you
say
to be
anything.
afraid.
And
They want you to be scared. They want you to be scared so you don't say anything. That's what it is. That's why they do things like that. They want to make an example of Charlie Kirk so that if you feel like you should be brazen enough to say something, that can be you. That's like usually the goal of like any terrorist, to be honest, which is what I consider them. Like I said before.
and it doesn't do anything because I've said this to myself that I don't understand hating, because I look at it as um a action that leads to self-destruction. It, like, for the one that took his life, and the ones who are applauding that, are praising and rejoicing over his death. It's like, okay, what did that do at the end of the day? What did it do for you? Nothing. Like, the man is gone, and then there's other Charlies out there like him, like I said, that think and say the same thing as him. And like I said, even if you're on the opposing side, it could happen to you too. So, and I feel that a lot of people, would also would bring light into the situation, is that because of over the years, and there's so many stuff that had made people desensitized from the media, is a main contributing factor as to why people really don't feel anything. People are more apathetic than they are empathetic now, to where
Hmm.
they could just see a dead body and not think anything of it. And that's probably their first time seeing it, then versus you being an officer and you're used to seeing it because it comes with the job. And but I feel that when you ride for something or for someone so much, and it becomes very extreme, and you basically, like, you get too deep and too far into it, and then when you become involved, or like a second pair of eyes to it, then it will show like a lot of handful of people that, like, basically, like, what have I been believing in? Like, what have I been siding with and promoting? Because this is not what I wanted. This is not what I asked for. I may disagree, but with this person or this opposing side, but I don't want no one to die and lose their, like, take them away from their family and their loved ones. And people have to ask themselves that, the ones that are unhinged and they believe in this and they think that condone this and think this is okay, and rejoicing over a death of someone when it can happen to you. And if the shoe was on the other foot, then you would you wouldn't want no one to make a mockery of you. So, and it's easy for normal everyday people to judge those that are more in the public eye. um and that's why, like, you shouldn't be putting people on a pedestal, because they're no different than you. Like, they're human at the end of the day. They just live their life more publicly than you. So it's easy for you to be behind a screen, and say all that, like, whatever you want to say, and you don't have to worry about being in the public eye, and you have a whole bunch of people, like, not liking you or do liking you, and what comes with it, even as far as you putting your life on the line. Not a lot of people would risk and do that. So it's just the disgusting, like, like, little to no humanity, um, empathy, like, respect. It's just also disgusting, and, like, his situation just really exposed a lot. And like I said, I really think a lot of people are realizing that this is going too far, and they will come back to earth. Like, they'll come back to earth and
Hmm.
realize that they need to have more better self-control and rethink some things and look in the mirror, um rethink how how they go about life and other people, you know. So
Yeah,
I think that's pretty much it.
I think so too. I think it'll wake a lot of people up, make them snap out of it. Like, all right, I'm on the wrong side.
Uh-oh. Everyone's gone quiet.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
Something
everyone's
happened.
going
Can you hear
out.
me?
I can
I
hear you
can hear you
now.
now.
Oh, so you didn't hear anything I said before?
I
No,
heard
not
some
there.
of it. I
You
heard
kind of
some
went
of it.
out.
I heard some of it, and you just kind of dropped out, bro.
Ah, oh, okay. Well, I was basically just like agreeing with Melina and saying that like this situation will wake a lot of people up who are on the left, who are kind of like pretty like radical. I think they'll probably realize like it's wrong, and some people that have come around, even if they don't go Republican, I think they'll be like, all right, well, like Burb had mentioned, want to form the moderate left, just like you want to form the moderate right,
There it goes again.
which is what we need. So, but Melina, what were your or do you have any thoughts on the some of the game developers that have been celebrating and mocking about Charlie Kirk's death?
What I'll say is don't let it happen to you. Don't let someone do the same thing to you. You know, like don't let that happen to you or one of your family members. And that you're also a very disgusting person. And when I say you're, I'm talking to the developers, and you deserve to lose your job and more some, not your life, but um,
That's what happens when you have 15 years of the left dehumanizing right wing people. You know, that's when you end up with extremists who cheer on people's deaths.
say that again. You
I
you you
said
went out for
that
me.
I said that when you have 15 years of the media telling you that the right is horrible and dehumanizing them, the result is that people are praising when somebody dies like this. Unfortunately, that was the result of like long term propaganda and conditioning. So
Exactly. Like this, it
it
stems from. Go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, just it does like even though like it's horrible, I'm not surprised because I expected people to do it, which is sad that I expected it. It's sad that I knew that people were gonna say shit like that. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I knew that people would do this because it's happened before, and people will always do this. Like even down to when someone lost their life, people are still gonna be like, "Oh, yay!" And it's like, what is wrong with you? Like, what? what
Mm.
I
Yeah,
just, I
exactly.
just, I just, I cannot. You and yet and somehow you breathe the same air as me. I likely walk past you in society, like going to the store, or you may be someone that I work with, and yet you breathe the same air as me, and I likely walk behind your footsteps, like where you walked, and you walk behind mine, and it's just absolutely just downright disgusting, like for you to just do that, no matter what the man has said or what anybody says that you don't like. The fact that you just don't have no self-control and you're too emotional, like you're operating from your like 100% from your emotions, and you're not operating off of your logical side. Because that's another thing I wanted to add to like the whole like left and right of politics. Like my analogy for that is pretty much like the left operate the left side of their brain, and the right operate off the right side of their brain. One is more free spirited and creative, while the other one is more logical. And that's just how we humans are individually, like our nature. We need both to be balanced out. You can't
Yeah,
have one like more of this and less of that. You have to be
you need
balanced out. But
you
it
need both
shouldn't be
sides of your
going
brain to
so
work.
exactly, because otherwise we would have been like our design would have been created that way to where, oh, we can operate more so off the left side of our brain, or we can more operate off of the right side of our brain. And me personally, I operate more so off the left because I'm an artist and I'm creative. But I pretty much say I'm more balanced out because I am very logical, but just a little, I'm more free spirited and like just a creative just a tad bit, but I'm pretty much balanced out, and that's how everyone should be, and that's how it should be when it comes to the political parties. You shouldn't be too, because if you're too more to the left, that means you're going extreme to the left, and if you're operating or saying too much or just really going in on the right, then you'll go to the extreme.
Well, you
And
remember
because
what I
at
said
the end of
before,
the
right?
day, we should be able to.
You remember what I said before, that your average person that you walk by every day has more in common with you than the talking head that's on TV. Meaning that meaning
Mm-hmm.
that the person that you live, your neighbor could be right wing or Republican. They're working every day trying to feed their family, go to school, have their own dreams and goals. They're not that different from you. They might disagree with you on abortion or gay marriage and stuff like that, but it really on a human level, you guys are not that different. The guy with the purple hair you see screaming the destinies of the world, like the far right, like people, like I'm not talking about like Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk to me was like a moderate. I mean like a far like right, like neo-Nazi that you associate like ultra nationalist Nazi, whatever that people try to associate the right with. That's not the person that you engage with every day. When you go to the store and you talk to that clerk, that person could be a Republican or a Democrat. It doesn't matter, because your goals are somewhat aligned with that person. You're just normal people trying to survive. But at the extreme level, that's all you're being exposed to, because that's what gets the most engagement. Whatever outrages you the most is going to engage you the most. That's why you have so much. That's why like people get conditioned and programmed, because if you are exposed to thinking that, oh, a Republican is just certain way, is a racist or this or whatever, and then you meet someone in your daily life and you find out like they're Republican, it's like their brain flip. Some people's brains will flip a switch and they'll just become like, they'll just go ape shit, you know? So in the end of the day, people have to realize that your people that are living around you, their goals are more aligned with yours than these rich politicians and even some of these political commentators that are not living in the same reality that you are. Their perspective and from where they're standing, they're much more, they're not dealing with the same kind of place than the average person is. So again, it's not to be a centrist, but it's more of a sense that people have to remember that your average person isn't the enemy. It's like the riots. Remember the George Floyd riots? People were so pissed off that they burnt down their own fucking cities, which makes no sense. You're burning down the pizza parlor you go to, stupid. You're burning down like the hair salon that you go to or whatever. So people were going crazy doing this because they were radicalized by all the media and all this shit that happened. So your average person, like I said, is like they have more in common with you on a human level than all these people you're seeing on TV. You know, your Pierce Morgan. Like what? Like think about Pierce Morgan. I don't know if you know who that is. That guy's a fucking
Yeah, I do.
millionaire. He's a millionaire. He doesn't live the same life as you. So these people talking heads are speaking for the average person that they're completely disconnected from their lifestyle.
I
So I
just
just
want
wanted
to
to add that
say
in there.
about Pierce, he's been speaking a lot about Palestine, but he hasn't spoken about the Online Safety Act once. So,
Because he
yeah,
knows what
Piers
will happen if he
Morgan is
does.
very selective in what he talks about.
Well, Pierce Morgan's is he's all over the place. But anyway, sorry. Continue, Melina. I just wanted to say that to add to your point, because I feel like it's relevant in context of what you were saying. Continue on.
Um, when shoot. I'm going there. Um,
You can do it.
my
Don't worry,
goodness.
madam.
Okay. When it comes to what Shinpachi said about the human thing, that's basically it right there, like hitting the nail on the coffin, or dead on the head, whatever. Where when you take out like the politics and or two sides of like anything, then at the end of the day, that we're human. And like you said, we have a lot more in common. But then when that comes into play and that like is a factor like that gets brought up in the conversation, then all of a sudden, oh, we can't be friends, or oh, we can't speak to each other because we're too. But really, I don't understand how like you can have like opposing sides and you can't coexist with each other, because that's ultimately what you're gonna do anyway. You know, regardless if you go get some food and you strike up a conversation with the waiter or waitress, you're there as the customer and you're talking to the waiter waitress, like, and you end up bringing somehow you end up bringing in politics. You're one side and the waitress or waiter is the other. And so what are you going to do? Are you just going to get up and walk out the restaurant or report the person that has like the opposing side than you? Or like for the waiter waitress, are you going to like spit in their food or something like that just because and you don't even have to get like that knee deep into it where it's becoming it's becoming too chaotic and hectic of a conversation. It can just be a normal chill conversation. And but because people are so butthurt, like easily more sensitive and butthurt than ever, that they will do things just because, oh, well, if you're on that side, then I can't serve you, or I can't eat out of this restaurant. Like, are you're gonna let that get in the way, or are you gonna still eat? Or you're gonna do your job? I like at the end of the day, no matter what you believe in, even like when it comes to everything, politics, religion, and whatnot, you still got to coexist because we need each other at the end of the day. Even though humans are selfish by nature, but we're also selfless and we need community. And how is the world going to operate if it's too chaotic just because they may like they're on different sides of the fence, and it's not that like y'all can't be, if not friends, but just, I don't know, be associates. But no, y'all see each other as enemies. And then y'all go as far as to when we have like the Charlie Kirk situation, and it's like, what is humanity? What is like just being human and like having a heart, like just for the littlest, it's petty. That is petty over words, and words should not bother you that bad. They do hold weight as much as you make it weigh. Like it's as heavy as you want them to be. And though words do have influence, but when you
Yeah.
follow up with action is where your words truly come into play.
Well, like,
And
look, in the end of the day, some things have to be resisted, right? Like, you can't have like men saying they're women, women saying they're men, and there's a bunch of other shit that, like, you have to repel, and you have to, like, politically, if you're like leaning a certain way, you're gonna automatically like dislike and not agree with. My whole point with all this is more so that it matters a lot on the greater political scale. But and again, this is in agreement with you in here that but on a mind, on like the day-to-day scale, these issues shouldn't cause you to hate your brother, your fellow person, because you disagree on them, because ultimately your control in that situation is limited, in the sense that you can have a discussion about things, you can talk about them, you can have debates about them, but ultimately what matters is like it matters mostly on the political scale where the change actually happens at. On an everyday level, like, to hate somebody just because they're like a leftist or whatever, like, for example, trans people, I'm not going to go out of my way to like hang out with trans people, right? I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. I don't want to. I'm not interested in hanging out with somebody who thinks that way, because I feel like inherently it's dangerous, because it shows that they're not like clear. It shows that their mind is a mess. However, I'm not going to be like, well, all right, let's like beat this person, let's kill this person, let's hurt this person physically because they have a different view, or I find out about it and I try to expose them and ruin their lives. Like, I'm not going to do that, because in the end of the day, those people are on a human level. I'm not benefited from doing that to them. I'm not benefiting from harming them in some way, right? I would rather focus on trying to get these ideas taken out of schools, taken out of colleges, and affected on that level than go out of my way to individually hate and have tension with people. And inversely, if somebody doesn't like my beliefs, they don't have to like my beliefs, but I'll defend them. I'll stand by them. I won't let acts of violence happen against me because of them if I can prevent it. But I'm not going to make my entire identity, even in the real world, revolve around what politics are what, because again, you walk by people every day that could be a Republican, a Democrat, whatever it may be, and you'll never fucking know, because in day-to-day life, it only matters in certain contexts, right? and you should deal with it when it actually matters, instead of just projected, like just living your life in coiled tension because somebody might be a leftist, they might be a Republican, right? Because it's like Melina said, what happens? They'll spit in your food. Are you going to spit in someone's food because they're a Republican? Are you going to like refuse them service? Are you going to do whatever? So I think it really just comes down to like people needing to like understand that politics are politics, and the real world where you deal with people day to day isn't always reflective on what the most extreme politics are. Like the trans people that I've seen in real life that I've actually had to like deal with is like in the handful compared to like how many like other people I've dealt with, right? Do I agree with it? No. Will I talk against it? Yeah. If they mention it to me, could we debate about it? For sure. But like I'm not gonna like just hate people, just specifically hate them just because they're left, because most leftists, like their, you know, mom or whatever who is a Democrat or whatever is not an extremist. Most normal people are not at that extreme. They just have a political view and then they live their life, their normal life accordingly. And I think that that's like a key distinction, which is why like what Burv said earlier, where he was proud of the Republicans because the Republicans didn't riot, they didn't burn anything down, they didn't like kill anybody, and that's like the right action to take. You know, you just act accordingly. It shows who's who, and it turns more people to your side than just straight on violence. So I feel like that's worth mentioning.
So, Spirit, do you have anything to add?
So for me, seeing the death of Charlie Kirk and the girl on the bus, I was contemplating on whether if I was going to go to the protest, but because of those situations, yeah, I did that. When you see how vile how people are about this man's murder and the lack of care for the girl who was murdered on the bus, it's really showing. So I feel personally, what we've gone through is another Floyd. So what was the man who
George Floyd?
Yeah, George Floyd. It's very similar to that, where because of someone's death, it's radically changed the world. Like if you think about when George passed, the left went radical with it, and with these two people who have passed away, I think it's going to happen in the opposite direction. What I would like to see is to learn from this, to show that regardless of your political opinion, you don't have to be enemy. Because at the end of the day, our political views are going to change over time. The times will change, and there will be a new problem in like 20 years from now.
Exactly.
And another thing, I don't think I was going to mention this, but after I went to the protest, and I went to my mum's yesterday, we did get into a political debate, and she basically told me if I want to think like a Nazi, go for it. And I was just
silly.
like, wow. So
that's crazy.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's
wow
really,
too.
it's that kind of tactic and speech is what's led to this. It's they don't want to hear what you've got to say, but they want to be heard. And when they don't want to hear what you've got to say, they just resort to insults or using the buzzword. You know, the
Yep.
racist, the phobes, like those words. And it's led to a really nasty culture that's manifested over the last 5 years, and it's infected everything. Even when you were speaking about Wolverine, it's in there. We saw how Jean Grey looked, but
No, you're right. No, you're
but
right, bro.
what I can say, the positive we've gotten from this is now the whole world now knows how the left behaves.
Exactly.
Because people wasn't really allowed to talk about it out loud because they would get cancelled. Like that whole way of thinking is no longer the main way of thinking.
Well, it's wrong.
It affected us over here with the protest as well.
Yeah, it's the thing is like when something is wrong, it's just wrong, and at the end of the day, that's always going to be felt, right? Like if 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5, no matter how much you want, if you might want it to be, you might want to argue it is, but As long as that's not the case, people are going to reject it objectively, and a lot of what the left believes is rejected because it doesn't it's not congruent with reality. And it's like, I'm glad you said that about the anecdotal stuff about your mom. Kind of shows, right? Like, see, you and your mom coexist. I don't know how your relationship is, and the moment,
Oh,
and
no, we're good. We're good. I still have my mum,
and
but it's like,
yeah. So the moment that you guys had a disagreement, the radical brain turned on, where she went to like, oh, Nazi, because that's what she's been conditioned for. That's what I'm saying. Your average person, your mom. I don't know if your mom cooks and stuff. You see her every day. You hug her. I don't know. I'm just saying
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
And then you see her every day, and you guys coexist, and the politics don't really directly matter to you on that scale, because it's like your day-to-day interactions with people are not based purely on those politics. They only matter when they affect infrastructure. So for example, right, if you're in a college and there's a bunch of trans people walking around everywhere, or if you're in a school and there's like some grown man in a wig using the bathroom that your daughter goes to, or whatever, your sister, then you're like, oh wait, I can't allow this to happen, I gotta like do something about it. But like, when you're just at home and you guys are talking about stuff, it's like if she calls you a Nazi and you call her like a lefto or whatever you want to call it, and like at the end of the day, you're still mom and son, and you guys are not going to really directly change anything in that moment. You get what I'm saying? So it's one thing to have an open discussion about it, but again, like I think the way people have become so radicalized by like these ideas from talking heads is a real problem, And again, when it comes to the left or right, I think David Francisco said that the left he said something about the left. I don't remember exactly what it was. Revenant pinned a comment.
Another thing,
Hold on.
that,
Yeah.
like the left like to use a set of rules, and like freedom of speech wasn't freedom of consequence. But when we use that rule against them, they no longer want to abide by it.
Exactly. It flips right back on them. It flips right back. It's total hypocrisy. David Francisco said there's no extreme on both sides. The moment you compromise to the left wins no matter what. But David Francisco, there is an extreme on both sides, because there's literally a dude out there that's saying to kill all black people or kill all whatever, and he's an extremist on the far ultra right, bro. That's a real thing. To say that there's no extreme on both sides is disingenuous. But
Hold on, could
sorry.
I say something? To something else that David Francesco has said. Um, it doesn't do anything. It's not going to help the situation by banning women. Like to not allow women, like women should be banned to have any input or creative input when it comes to like entertainment. It doesn't do anything. That's still an extremist thing to say, because I'm a woman, and I'm not a feminazi. I don't do the whole policing women, and I'm using myself as an example. I actually have talent and creativity that would actually help gaming, and like comic books characters and stuff like that, and they'll likely not give me a job just because of that, because I'm not on their side, and I'm against what they are for and what they push. So banning women, thinking like no women should be allowed, it doesn't really help or do anything. That's like the opposite, which is what the feminazis are doing. They're trying to ban men and push them out, and then now the companies are slowly turning to, they're doing the same thing. So you saying that, it's no different than what those women are doing, and it doesn't achieve anything but just making it more segregated and causing more problems than it is helping. You should just hire women that actually have creative talent, they know how to voice act, that don't have, they're not trying to influence their views, that is more on the wrong side into entertainment, and just do it that way. It may not be as many women, which is fine, but I'd rather have that women, and it may be a team of 5 women that actually have creative talent, than versus 20 women that believe uh that try to censor women on her body parts and promote uh chiseled chins and making her look as masculine as possible, pretty much Abby's. Like, I'd rather have that than to have the other. So I just wanted to
Well, and
comment on
also
that.
And also, I think a big factor with that kind of thing specifically that you mentioned is more so knowing like your lane. For example, right? Like for example, a lot of gaming products are like made. The male audience is pretty much the main audience, right? It's just the reality of it, for the most part. Even though there are more women into gaming now than before, so because of that, I don't think that like you necessarily need to have input on like I'll put it this way. Let me put it this way. If somebody was making a Barbie game, right? A Barbie video game or something, I think that a woman who's like into fashion, into all that stuff, would probably be better suited to do design for that game than a man was. As far as like design, characters, or whatever, like something like that's geared toward like females, right? Generally, but like as far as like certain games or whatever, it's like there is something to having like mostly males in certain areas of gaming. I think it really just like you said depends on the talent and the viewpoints of the person. But I think that it's fair to say that like a game that's more female centric would be better developed by females, and a game that's more male centric will be better developed by males overall. I just think that that's kind of like naturally gonna occur.
Yeah, I wasn't implying or saying that.
No, I
You
know.
know,
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that as to like just dive deeper on the point that you're making, or to dive deeper on what you're talking about. So yeah, like for example, like Doom is like heavily like male orientated. So unless like a female has like a congruent philosophy about the game that matches the tone of Doom, probably better to just have like guys that like metal and violence, pretty much like badass like demon slaying to make those games, as opposed to like trying to strong arm a woman in there for their perspective, because they're not the demographic of that. So
Mm. There you go. When it comes down to well, the left-leaning politics in entertainment and video games, I think it'll take about 2 to 3 years for it to phase out completely.
yeah, I would say like probably I would say like honestly like 4 or 5, because how much has like been in development just like has been in development that hasn't come out yet, right? So
True.
maybe like 4 years probably. But
Yeah,
also
maybe.
to add to Melina's point though, and this is I'm gonna also add to her argument before, or what she was trying to say rather. Look at Stellar Blade. A female designed all the costumes and stuff. So it goes to show you that like a woman could design something and for a game that's basically mainly geared toward males and still have appeal. Like I
Yeah,
think
or
that
even
she
Amy Henning, her
or Amy
writing and
Hennig, yeah. Mhm.
world building contribute a lot to the Legacy of Kain series. I think it was
Knights
Soul
of,
Reaver.
Knights of the Old
And
Republic, right?
yeah, and what was the other
Uncharted.
one? Uncharted. There you go.
Yeah.
So
So there's
they
merit.
definitely like, or even she actually had passed away. I think maybe last year or so. She was she did the art illustration for the Tales of series. So you see like the
Yeah.
box art or the character portraits and all that. That was from her. And
Yeah,
so
and that's all. And again, that comes down to having a congruent vision. I think if your vision's congruent, it kind of doesn't matter if you're male or female. I just think that if we're looking at averages, you're not your average. Your average female is probably going to be more geared toward a certain type of product versus like, and a man will be geared more toward a certain type of product. But then there are the people that have a congruent vision on what the game should be, and it works out well. Like the people that we just mentioned, like Amy Hennig and Shill. So I just want to play devil's advocate, because at the same
yeah,
time, like I don't think you should ban women from like being part of like male games. I think you just need to ban people with the wrong ideologies. It just so happens that a lot of these women are vapid feminists, which makes them female. So it's kind of like weird. Like you got to get
yeah.
those
Which was
women out of yeah. You got to get those women out of
yeah. I
there
was
and
gonna
keep
say
the.
that it gives them a bad look, especially for the ones that are actually talented. You know.
Well, to
So
surmise, you got to get the women out of there. The majority of women in gaming right now are not good for gaming. but keep the ones that the outliers. You keep them. I think that would be like the most appropriate way to handle it. The outliers.
Or even with like LGBT people, or even like minorities, where it's like with minorities, like they may want to input their ideologies or their victimhood mentality into these games, which they already do. Same thing with LGBT people, but that's not to say that all of them are like that. It's just that you got to weed out the
A large majority of gay weirdos who their whole
they
identity
have a
is being
place there,
gay.
of course. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's people there who are obviously talented, who don't want to push that. It's like, well, their philosophy is like, I just want to make a good game, and that's it.
Exactly. You should just want to
that's
make
how
a
it should
product
be.
that's good. I agree with you. And Trash Can Man
Yeah,
said something
we're,
that if we
we're
had
all on the same page with that.
Trash Man guy said, I said Trash Can Man. Trash Man guy says, I think a good way to fix these things is encouraging better values in society. I personally think more traditional values would be best, since they have worked for a long time, family values. And I completely agree with that. That's why I'm more right leaning, because I believe family values, structure, conservative, traditional values, I think they're just better. I think they're better for women. I think they're better for men, honestly. It's just, I completely agree with you, Trash Man guy. So I think that's a big part of it. And somebody, I think Melina touched on it earlier. She said that society has fallen. Society has set the bar so low right now. We're talking about all that stuff. And remember what happened to Arena Zarushka, where she was just, you don't even have to have a political opinion. You just sit on the wrong bus and you get stabbed to death. And no one helps you. Everyone just stays there and just watches while some idiot is screaming about how he got some white girl. He got the white girl. That's all. That's what society is coming to. And people could say mental
Everyone
health.
doesn't care until it happens to them.
People
And then
talk
all of a
about
sudden they want to care.
they talk about mental health issues and stuff, but guess what? This guy was locked up 14 times. They couldn't if he was that dangerous, he should have been locked up. If you can lock somebody up for crimes, and you can lock somebody up if they're dangerous due to their mental health issues. I feel like this is like common sense, and at a certain point we have to be logical. Yes, this guy could have any mental health issues that he had, but remember, he sat down for hours and got tattooed. He planned whatever crimes. He premeditated a lot of what he did. Whether he's groomed, he's a groomed person. When you're in NYC, you see a lot of homeless people that are mentally ill on trains and buses, and this guy doesn't fit that description. He was a career criminal that had some mental health problems, and he should have been locked up. And we have to stop playing nice and babying everybody, because whatever the reason is that he did dangerous crime, if he's a danger to others and to the people around him, that he shouldn't be around people, whoever it is. So, and I say that, like, I had an uncle that was schizophrenic, and he never physically, he had his own issues, and he never hurt anybody or hurt himself. I think he might have gotten hurt, actually, but he never hurt anyone. He passed away actually not too long ago. And everyone's different. Everyone has whatever, but we have to stop making excuses. Like I said earlier in the podcast, what crime does somebody do? Like, what crime if you're hurting people, there's some mental illness going on. If you're hurting people for no reason, if you're hurting people, if you're robbing them, if you're killing them, then there's something wrong in your mind. It can all be argued as mental illness. So we have to just stop and understand it. This guy was dangerous. Sometimes we have to look at it with nuance. Sometimes a person is just needs help, and they need to be, get psychiatric help. And sometimes a person's just a dangerous maniac. There's a reason why the word maniac exists. Sometimes a person is just a maniac. And instead of trying to frame everything as mental health, yes, I guess a person who stabs somebody because of whatever reason has some mental health issues, but that doesn't mean that they're not a criminal, a dangerous person, or a murderer. We just have to stop. Sometimes someone is just a maniac. They're just a person who is dangerous, a maniacal person with zero empathy. That exists. It doesn't matter. I don't care if they're schizophrenic. I don't care if they're bipolar. They need to be locked up. Period. Sorry, whoever that offends. I'm sorry. Not everyone who has mental health disorders is dangerous either. So it is what it is. People just have to accept that.
And I look
So,
at that, that's
Spirit,
another
what
way
are
of
your thoughts?
desensitizing. Oh, I'm sorry.
What were you saying, Melina?
I was saying that's another way of like that's an added excuse on the list, a list of excuses, and it's another way to desensitize some. Well, not someone, but everyone, because if a situation like this were to happen again, then all of what majority of people are going to say is, "Oh, they just got a mental disorder." No, that's it's nothing. What? Not like Jim Potter said. Not
Yes,
everyone has
definitely.
a mental disorder. They're pretty much coherent and knew exactly what they were doing. And
Hmm.
it's just that it is out of normal for someone to just randomly jab somebody in a public place, yes, but it's still a coherent action. And if they're able to, even because, like Jim Posh said, he made a very good point. Like, there's a lot of people with mental disorders that don't take anybody's life. There may be some far few in between, but they're where they should be. And but for the majority, it's not like that. If anything, people with mental disorders, if anything, they're more cautious. They're usually scared. If you're not there, one of their loved ones or something like that, if anything, they'd be timid to go near other people, like new people, strangers. Like they understand the concept of stranger danger if you're not a familiar
Hmm.
to them. So it's not likely for them to just like if anything, they don't have a mental disorder, they're demented. That's what they are. And if you're gonna keep or people keep using that excuse, then if I take somebody out, then I guess I just got a mental disorder and it's
To kill,
okay. And that way I get a lighter sentence when I go to jail because, oh, I'm just insane. Or the neighbor across the street, if they do it, it's just another form to me, like listening to that, it's just another way to desensitize
and
killing
victimize and
at this point.
self-victimize.
Yeah.
Like, think about
Hmm.
it. In Metal Gear Solid 2, um, there was a part, I forgot what it said verbatim, where it said that it will be a society where the rights of criminals are valued more than the privacy of the victims. And I feel like that's kind of what we're like living now, right? Where they're just saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, this guy is like man," or like the lives of the victims. Like this guy is saying, they're saying, "Oh, he's schizophrenic." Again, like Melina said, like everyone here said, sometimes people are just maniacs. They're just dangerous. Yes, being a maniac means that you have mental. Being a maniac by default is a mental illness. But does that mean that you're never going to throw a maniac in jail again because they have quote unquote mental illness? If you're not defending your family, fighting for your rights, or fighting to protect someone, then ultimately that violence is from an unstable emotional state, which is mental illness. That's mental instability. So and let's not forget a few factors here to harp on him a little bit. Like I said before, the guy had a bunch of tattoos on his body. He was perfectly calm, not stabbing everyone around him when he was getting those tattoos. Guy has styled dreads, clean groomed dreads, clean clothes, sitting on the bus patiently where all those black people were surrounding him, didn't do a damn thing. Nothing at all. Second, this white woman sits down in front of him, he pulls out the knife and stabs her. After he stabs her, he walks away. He's talking about, I got that white girl. And then you have idiots still arguing the crime isn't racially motivated.
Wow.
So if all you have to do is watch the footage. So if you consider all those factors, and then you have idiots like Pierce Morgan saying that we don't know that if it was racially motivated or not, like, come on, man. Like, in the end of the day, we have to stop pretending like these criminals are all victims. What happened to the actual rights of the victims, of them getting justice?
Wait,
What
Mm.
happened to what
Jim
happens
Parsons,
to that?
did you say that this whatever this Pierce guy said, did you say he said that we don't know that it isn't racially motivated?
He was debating with somebody, I don't remember, and he said something along those lines. I'm gonna say no, I remember it. That's what he said. He was arguing that we don't know if it's racially motivated until more information comes out, and we should wait for more information. I'm like, bro, like, what the hell? Like,
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. If we don't know that, including himself, if he doesn't know and everybody else doesn't know that the act or the crime was racially motivated, then how do we know he had a mental illness? Did someone evaluate him?
well,
That's a contradicting point.
apparently his family came out afterwards saying that he is like schizophrenic or something, right, Revenant, or something like that.
Oh, he
Um,
is. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
he is
so
schizophrenic.
but again, like it kind of doesn't matter because in the end of the day, not all schizophrenic people are violent. And on top of that,
if you look at the way the crimes that he did, his lifestyle, the way he was dressed and groomed, if you look at like what he did and the way he did it, like, yeah, clearly the person was not stable and they were like an unhinged person, but they were not like it's not like they were, I guess the word I'm using for it is like he wasn't an incompetent person.
Like he pretty much was normal and lived amongst like us, like normal, and we wouldn't suspect it.
Yeah, like he was not an incompetent person. The only time mental illness should matter in a trial is if the person was incompetent to make their own choices. He wasn't like a person like that was like blacked out, like drugged out on shrooms or something, or like having a schizophrenic episode where like he was just tweaking out and just was trying to attack people. He sat calmly until this woman sat down and then killed her. He killed her because he wanted to, for whatever reason, but it was not to say like as if he was like an incompetent baby who couldn't be held accountable for their own actions is ridiculous. And it kind of shows the flaws in the legal system, right? Like how many like shooters are considered mentally unstable? Does that mean that they didn't do the crime that they did? Does that mean that they shouldn't be punished for the crime that they committed? You know, like there's so many factors. So like I said, like to have a person sit there surrounded by black people. All right, let's frame it differently. Imagine it was a bunch of white people sitting on a bus. This guy's sitting there, and the moment that a young black woman sits down, he kills her and then walks away saying, I got that black girl. I got that black girl. Would anyone be saying that wasn't racially motivated?
Of course they would.
So that's what I'm saying, man. It's ridiculous. And the fact that like an idiot like Pierce Morgan could be on doing like say that we don't know on on whatever his YouTube or TV or whatever is just saying this kind of shows that kind of the reason why I brought it up is because it shows you how society has fallen. You know, it's like what Spirit said. It's called suicidal empathy. You guys ever heard of suicidal empathy? It's like when you're so empathetic that you allow you allow it to be a destruction of yourself. Right? Like that's like me. An example would be like, all right, this person's homeless, so I'll give them all my food and belongings and let them live in my house so I can live on the street. That would be like suicidal empathy. Like I'm putting myself in danger to the point where I could die because of whatever. And when it comes to like these criminals to just say, oh, but it was this, but it was that, you know, they're a violent criminal. I consider that suicidal empathy. Like you're letting these people you're letting them run on the street because you don't want them to be racist, because of poor bail laws, because of corrupt judges letting guys out, you know, without bail. And then they commit multiple crimes and you keep letting them back on the streets. That's suicidal empathy. You're saying this person's a poor victim, a lot of times black, right? Let's be real. A lot of times they're like black people. Saying, oh, this person's just a poor black victim, a victim of society. We can't hold them in jail. It's systemic, all this stuff. And then they go commit more crimes. And that applies to white people too, where if you let them out for like whatever. I'm just using that example because that's what you see in most inner cities now. Then at that point, you're just like you're basically not doing your job as the government that is to protect the people's sovereignty and safety. And you're not doing that. You're failing to do that. And that's why I think that's why I always say they want to disarm you. They're not fighting against gun laws because they don't want people to have guns. That's why I don't believe that more gun control is the answer, because in the end of the day, like at the UK, people they said, all right, no guns, time to stab. You're going to ban knives?
Just use knives instead.
Are you going to ban cars? Cars kill people? I could be mad and run somebody over. So in the end of the day, like they don't want you to defend yourself. You get, like Revenant mentioned earlier, you get punished harder for defending yourself a lot of times than for the criminal who does the crime against you. Someone breaks into your house and you're like, oh, well, why did you have to shoot him? Well, I don't know. I don't know who this person is. And they're in my house in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping. I think I might be in danger, but that's not good enough it's not good enough for these people. That's why when it comes to left versus right, like I mentioned earlier, they are completely reasonable ideas that have to be fought against. And a lot of the leftist shit is completely insane. And that's why I say the average person you deal with day to day is not the same as the corrupt judge. It's not the same as the talking head leftist. We just have to separate the two a bit, because your grandma who thinks that, like, your grandma who might be a leftist is still your grandma, bro. She's not going to do anything crazy. She's a normal person with a belief. The person with the pink hair screaming radically on YouTube, that person is the actual danger. The media pushing it is the danger. The companies funding it are the danger. The politicians are the danger. But we have to respect, like, each other as humans. as what our neighbors are. So anyway, that's all. I
We
ranted a
need
bit.
more
Sorry about that.
chaos to to have more of a reason to control people, and that's what's been happening. Is the more chaotic things are, the more chaotic and extreme things are, is giving those at the top more of a reason to control people, and it's just really disgusting to where no one's going to have privacy, no one's going to have any free will. I mean, we don't technically have it now, but with what you can control and what you do have, but it's getting to the point where that's going to get breached to where we're not going to have like zero privacy and zero control over our lives. Like we all have to be it's going to be like the brethren moon, and we all have to operate from like be a hive mind or a cult, and it's like I refuse to do that at all. Like, and I don't believe in it. Like I still want to breathe, and that's my liberal side talking, because again, everyone is both. Everyone is both. Everyone has their left and their right. Everyone is liberal. Everyone is um um whatchamacallit, more logical. It's just a matter of having it balanced out, and I also want to apologize because I didn't know that the guy was it was revealed that he has schizophrenia. I did not know about that information, so I don't want it to be I don't want to I want to apologize. I don't want to come off like offensive. Like, I thought he was a regular normal guy that just randomly did that. I didn't know he had a pre-existing mental disorder.
He
Because
was a regular.
yeah,
He
I
was a
didn't know that.
no. But listen, don't feel bad because he was perfectly normal when he got those tattoos. He was perfectly normal when they did his dreads. He was perfectly normal when he put on his clothes and he sat on the bus. He was perfectly normal when he walked around every day. He was perfectly normal when he premeditated crime. So you shouldn't have to apologize. The guy it doesn't matter that he was schizophrenic. It really doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't. So
Okay, because I don't want
I
no
don't
one come
think that
back
you
and
should.
say, "Oh, so what are you saying? Are you calling people with schizophrenia and mental disorders demented?" I'm saying the action was demented, but not the person,
No,
like
but
because he had a
he was
pre-existing
demented.
condition. But yeah.
He was demented. He was a
No,
demented
I'm saying
person.
yeah, he was demented, but I didn't know that because you know how people will come back, like if
Yeah,
some
yeah.
random.
But again, all right. So
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
to be clear, no one is saying schizophrenic people are all dangerous. I have a friend that's very close to me that's schizophrenic, and he doesn't act anything like this. If he didn't tell you, you would never know he was schizophrenic. He's fine. He's calm. He takes his pills. My uncle was schizophrenic. My uncle never fucking hurt anybody else. He just needed help, and he went institutionalized because he needed help, but he never harmed anyone. He just had an issue.
And
This person was violent and fucking dangerous, and that's all it is. And yeah, he might have had schizophrenia,
on
but
top of that, I was gonna say on top of that, I believe he took off his hoodie. He was wiping off the blood off the knife. So he seemed
exactly,
pretty like aware of what he was doing. So that's not to say that he
exactly.
doesn't have schizophrenia, but clearly he wasn't like in a different
There are
state of
degrees.
mind where like he's
There's
like
there's
blacked
degrees
out
of
and
it.
doesn't remember what he did. You know what I mean?
And let's
Yeah,
not
exactly. He has
pretend
degrees
let's
of
not
it.
pretend there's not degrees of it, right? Like let's look at autism for example. There's autism where a person's a little off, and there's autism where like a person can't speak and they're like doing all kinds like there's levels of autism, there's levels of schizophrenia, there's levels of all of that, and we have to just stop saying, oh, because this person has this label, that automatically means that they're like a pure helpless victim, because they're not. you know and causation and relation are not always the same. Somebody could be schizophrenic, but somebody could be like a really good person but be bipolar, and somebody could be a terrible person and be bipolar. Bipolar is only one factor in their character. So for example, a schizophrenic episode, depending on the severity, is not your entire life. You're not in your entire life, every moment of your life, in a constant schizophrenic episode, right? But the fact that this guy went to jail 14 times should tell you that, hey, maybe he's just an asshole. Maybe he might just be an asshole. Maybe he might just be a fucking criminal. And I think that that's what people have to remember and stop being so nice about. You have to stop being so nice just because someone has a label. Because even if a person was autistic, mildly autistic, autism could be a mild autism, it could be extreme autism, right? Does that mean that someone's behavior, let's say someone was mildly autistic and acted like a complete dick to you, like, just completely acted like a dick all the time to you, and they had mild autism. And then you do something or you retaliate, the guy punches you and they say, oh, you punched an autistic guy. How bad was his autism versus the way he was acting? How severe was it? Was he like completely helpless? Was he like berserk? Was he whatever? Like, we have to stop pretending that just because someone has a mental health label, that means that entirely dictates everything about their character, which it doesn't.
You know what that sounds like? As you said all of that, Jinpachi, what that sounds like is exactly what, like, I know this is, trust me, it makes a whole lot of sense. Where when I say this, that it sounds like Disney when they make villain movies based on the villains, and uh, they they characterize them to where you can sympathize with them before they became fully bad. Like, oh, once before they were evil, they were once this and that, and like they were a real person, that they were good, and it justifies them being bad, like uh the evil queen to Snow White and stuff like that. And it's like that's exactly what that sounds like, and that's being pushed and promoted from the media. And now people are doing it in real life, where a woman literally got stabbed, and y'all have more sympathy and giving excuses and passes for someone. Yes, they have an
Mhm.
underlying condition, but that's a part of them. It isn't them. And
You know what it
you have
is?
more sympathy
It's
for him than the woman that was murdered. So that's a little analogy, but that's what it sounds like. Disney sympathizing the
y-
villains. So yeah.
yeah, but you know what that is? The type of writing that's confused morality. They
Yeah.
try to
Yeah.
push that on like that's how they make these like characters. Like The Last of Us 2, where you're trying to where it's just confused morality. We're supposed to feel bad for someone like Abby, whatever, despite what she did, and then you have to justify her reasoning for what she did when it's not really justifiable, when it makes no sense. That's what they do with like you said with Disney, or I mean, you can probably bring up like other
Yeah, I
companies
agree.
that do the exact same thing, and
Yeah,
that's what
I agree.
what you see here, and why the media, protect these type of people, because they try to push on like confused morality where they want us to sympathize with like these heinous evil people, or to just like give someone who may be mentally unstable a slap on the wrist and just send them off back into society when they should be treated, they should get help if they truly are mentally, you know um like they're not mentally well. A lot of times, unfortunately, some people, don't make the excuse, "Oh, they're mentally unwell," whatever, when really they're just an evil person. I mean,
And you know
technically, in a
what?
way, that is being mentally, excuse me, that's a way of like being mentally unwell, but it's not it's not the exact same thing. Hopefully,
Hmm.
that makes sense.
And
Yeah,
I
it does.
agree. I agree. And also, to all those points, right? Let's say he was badly schizophrenic, where that was entirely what let's just give the hypothetical that that's entirely true. Should still be locked up. Should still be locked up. There's actually there's no alternative to this where he shouldn't be jailed permanently for the danger he poses to society. What does the
Yeah, I agree.
rehabilitation look like for a schizophrenic person that killed someone? What does that rehabilitation even look like? Right?
Mm.
So that's why it's all foolish word games. It's like it's leftist propaganda. It's them just trying to seed more chaos, so more chaos. Because the more chaotic, the more you rely on them. The more you rely on them, the more they can be lobbied. The more they can be lobbied, the more money they can make, and the more that the people control them can dictate what people do in their normal lives. That's really what it comes down to. So ultimately, like, what can you really say? And I want to add this because somebody said something about how Pierce tried to get someone to say the N word. Apparently, I don't know if this is true. They're trying to say that the woman, the guy who did the murdering, allegedly he tried to say, from what I understand, he tried to say that she called him an N word. That's why he did it or whatever. But even then, let's say even though there's video evidence showing she didn't do it, let's say she did call him an N word. That means that it's okay to kill her by stabbing her in the neck 3 times.
Nope.
Exactly. Like the lack of control and operating from your emotions. Like you let a word get to you that bad to where you had to take her life. Like that's exactly what I said earlier. I just like that means you just lack self control, and you need to work on yourself. You really do.
Ima-
You need help.
Imagine somebody called some white dude a white boy, and he just started beating the dog shit out of him, and he just left him in a pool of blood. Would that be justified? Like,
No.
where do we draw the line? It's like what I said before. Is the N word worse than telling someone to KYS? Is the N word worse than telling somebody that they're a maggot? Is it worse than saying that horrible things about their wife or children? Like, what is the line of what's worse to say versus what's not worse to say? Like, even the fact that somebody would try to like hide behind the N word like that is pathetic to me.
Very, very pathetic.
Mm. So,
So,
any other topics?
so no, yeah. So I mean, we covered a lot, but I really don't know what else to say. It's kind of crazy, man. All this stuff that's happening is connected because they all come. A lot of it stems from like just radical left ideas and infiltrating multiple levels of infrastructure. That's really what it comes down
Mm-hmm.
to. And then you have like DEI shit in there. Like again, there's a difference between hiring a well-educated, qualified black person and hiring somebody because they're black and they're less qualified than someone else, right? Like there was a Harvard lawsuit where apparently, like from what I remember, I could be wrong, but there was they were more difficult uh, expectations of Asians, like requirements for them to get into Harvard, and other races had lower requirements because they needed to fill a quota of like type of student demographics. And the Asian students filed a lawsuit and they won the lawsuit. So that's actually an example of DEI where you're saying, well, you're qualified, but we have to have a certain group of people in here, so we have to lower the standards. And again, think about it this way, Melina and Spirit. Let's say you're going to have a surgery and you were able to get the entire background of your doctor. How would you feel if it was public information that they were a DEI hire, they got in and they scored generally less in every area than another student, and that's the person who's going to cut you open and perform surgery on you? Shouldn't you want the best person that's the most qualified to do it, no matter what their race is?
Of course, I would walk out of that hospital so fast.
And then think about the alternative. Imagine like you have a bunch of white doctors, but the black doctor is actually the best for the job. But for whatever reason, they're like insisting that you have the white doctor. Aren't you going to choose the black doctor in that case? So you would always want the best. You should always want the best person for the job at any given moment. Now, that's why in practice, DEI is in its first off, it's racist in itself. But in practice, that's why it leads to bad products, right? If you have a bunch of DEI hires making a game, guess what? Your game's going to be buggy. Your game's probably not going to work properly. Your design might not be as good, right? And alternatively, and I'm talking specifically qualifications here, right? But if the person's qualified for the job, whether they be black, Asian, white, Hispanic, Indian, whatever they may be, if they're qualified, you're going to get the best product. It should always be about qualifications and not racial discrimination, because that's what it is, right? To say that you get to be here because of your race, that means someone else didn't get to be there because of their race. So in the end of the day, it's discriminatory.
Mm.
Well, I feel like it can become beneficial for those that are qualified. I just feel like there are people that come in or use DEI as a crutch to uplift themselves and put somebody else down. And that's not how you're supposed to utilize like a source. Like if you have the opportunity to be like to sit at a table as other groups of people, you should be able to sit there, but not you take over that table while everybody else has to go find another one. Like I don't agree with that. And there's a
But
lot of non-black people that come in. I mean, I'm sorry, not black, black people that do that. Like you got the ones that are making like paving their own way without having to put other people beneath them or below them, because they were at the bottom and under the floorboards and stuff like that. Then you got other black people that are doing their own thing. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dang, I lost my train of thought. Okay, you got two people. You got ones that are doing their own thing without having to put down other groups of people, like other races, and you got black people that will come in and utilize those sources, and then but they'll put other people down just so they can get ahead. And it's just only them. They're like there can only be one type of mentality, and it's like you shouldn't do that, because at the end of the day, we all coexist. We all need each other. And I'm talking about under the circumstance of you being qualified. Like, of course, if you're not qualified, then you don't deserve to be in a space just because of your skin tone. Like, no, like you still need to have some sort of credentials to back that up, because
DI is always
it's a
unfair.
part of you.
DI by definition is unfair because again, it's literally saying you do not have the requirements to be here, but I'm going to put you in this space anyway because I need to have a person of your demographics here.
I'm talking about for those
Sorry,
that have the requirements, like
no, I
whatever
understand. I
career
understand.
field that they have the requirements, and they're also like they want to be, amongst those that have the same credentials, but the skin tone is different, or in the background is different, instead of coming in and kicking everybody else out. Like that's not right. That's not fair. Everybody should be, despite views and skin tone and gender and whatnot, we all need each other at the end of the day in order for the world to continue and operate. It's
Yeah.
just the current state is
Well,
Yeah, we
toxic
do.
and unhealthy,
Yeah.
but yeah.
in that case, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Revenant.
No, no, I was gonna say like all groups should be united and
Mhm.
have a collaborative effort in what they're doing. Like if you work at a hospital or whatever, everyone should be in sync of what's going on, and everyone there, of course, should be
Well, at the very least, they should be equally
qualified for
competent.
what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because then, if you're not, you're putting other people at risk, and then you're a liability. Yeah, of course.
Exactly. You cut out though for a second. Shit.
Am I good now?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Well, I basically had response to what you said. I said, yeah, exactly, because you're right about that.
Mhm.
So, Spirit, did you before we switch the panel because it's already like 7 o'clock? What was I going to say? Oh yeah, have you did you give your thoughts on the developers? You know, celebrating and mocking, you know, uh, Charlie Kirk stuff. Unless you weren't aware. Did I cut out again?
I could hear you. I can hear you clearly, but I don't. I can't. I think Spirit's just not saying anything.
His mic is
I'm
muted.
still
Spirit, are you
here.
there?
Yeah.
You didn't hear what I said?
No, not really.
Oh,
Because for
okay.
me, you're still muffled.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I was saying that before we switch the panel, um, did you what are your thoughts on the whole with some developers celebrating and mocking Charlie Kirk stuff? If
So
you're
for
aware of that, I don't know if you were listening before.
yeah. So I've been seeing how people in the games industry have been coming out on like Blue Sky and openly disrespecting this man's murder, and I'm seeing them getting fired because of it. I think that's justified in my opinion. You got a workplace that requires you to have certain values, and they're not aligning. Yeah, they should fire you. So just so we were speaking earlier about insomnia, and there was another video game company developer that spoke out. I don't feel comfortable fucking with insomnia after this because these are the kinds of people that they hire, and I really do think they need to be removed quite swiftly. And I think that's coming right now.
Yep, I agree. And just a reminder for anyone, like just because there were developers that were speaking out, talking crap and all that about Charlie Kirk's death, that doesn't mean everyone else who didn't say anything weren't saying anything amongst each other in private. It's just that
Mm,
some of them were smart enough for their sake that they didn't openly like say anything or repost or like anything. Well, yeah, liked anything online that would get them in trouble
mm,
because these studios, they're full of activists. I mean, you can even see it in the games that they make, down from the character design to the writing to the quality of the game, because all they care about, first thing they're going to care about is their ideologies. They're going to put into the game, and then whether or not if the game actually runs well, if the game isn't crashing every few minutes or whatever, and all that stuff is secondary, while primary is going to be their political views, their world views, and all that is going to be in the game. first and foremost.
And ugly protagonists, of course.
Yeah,
Oh, without
exactly.
a doubt, no doubt,
And that's
no
why
doubt.
when people are like, "Oh, well, just because the character in Ghost of Yotaro that doesn't had nothing to do with the developers," it's like, okay, well, what do you got
Well,
to
who
say
made
now?
the game?
You had a senior developer talk shit and fucking even on Blue Sky, even said like, "Oh, it looks like Twitter people found me," ha ha ha. Well, and then it's like, "Oh, well, if I lose my job, my dream job, just because of what I had to say, then so be it," or whatever the fuck that idiot said.
Yeah, these people are out of control, man. And if you really think about it, like you have to just ask yourself, it's one thing to be a generic programmer, right? Like when I say generic programmer, even though they're pretty much the most important part of any game, really, if you think about it. But like the programmers themselves, they don't have like really much of a say in what's happening. But to pretend like the creative directors, art directors, like all these people don't have like they're not directly involved in who's hired and who's chosen for the game, like that's completely disingenuous. If they're in a position where they have like a public space to speak about it, they're usually like beyond just like your average like programmer grunt, who's like the only one I would like say probably didn't have a say in any of that stuff. So even when it comes to like Ghost of Yote, it's like to pretend like these people on Twitter talking about the game had nothing to do with the casting or the hiring and the fact that she looks ugly. It's like then who how did she get there? Who are we gonna put the blame on? Who put her there? Why was she chosen? You know, so I don't even know why people are trying to defend it. I really think it just comes down to they like Ghost of Tsushima and they will stop at nothing to let their hype for Ghost of Yote to not be hyped for Ghost of Yote. They won't let anything stop
Yeah,
that.
that's
That's
what
all
it
it
is.
really comes down to. Really, if they made the character Ghost of Yote, if they made her bald and made her like husky and just gave her like a gut like that other female character in the game, quote unquote female, then people would still defend the game because they like the first one. It's just there's no end to it.
Yeah.
Is he cutting up for a movie?
What
What was that?
I don't understand.
I was
Say that again,
saying,
Spirit.
no, I was saying, did you hear Revenant or Jinpachi cut out there?
Oh, I said
Did
about
he?
the fat. If they made the Ghost of Yote female character to when you play as a fat bald woman or something like the other
Oh,
female character in the game, because there's another female in the game that's like this like obese looking woman. If they made
yeah, I
you
can
play
hear.
as her, people would have still like said, "Hey, no, it's going to be great." When people are going to defend it just because of the merits of the first game. It's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we've seen this pattern so much that their behavior is incredibly predictable now. I don't think that
Yeah,
they can. I don't think they can't surprise me. I don't think they can. I don't think they can say something that surprises me now. Even the Charlie Kirk stuff doesn't surprise me. I knew they were going to do it. I knew they were. It was just a matter of who was going to say it specifically.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it was coming.
Hmm.
So I think that
Yeah,
I think Ghost of Tsushima is kind of overrated, to be honest with you. Even though I did like the aspects of the game, and it was fun overall, but I think it's overrated, to be frank. There were a lot of boring sections. There was a lot of empty
that's why I
wasteland
stopped
when
playing it. It got boring.
you going through the forest and there's nothing there. Just kind of like it's beautiful imagery, but then there's nothing happening. You're just riding for an obscenely long amount of time and then you get to another area and there's like I was saying when that game got released, I was saying that they should have added more bandits attacking you in the woods or something just to
Mhm.
keep things more interesting, because that game could be pretty boring. It really can.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but
So
that's obviously
let's
more
switch.
subjective.
Yeah, so let's switch the panel out so we can wrap things up.
Yeah, let's do it.
Melina and Spirit, would you want to give your outros? I guess whoever would want to go first.
Milena, you want to go first?
You said
Oh,
what?
because
Spirit? You want me?
Yeah,
Um.
but
yeah.
Okay. Yes. Hey, my name is Melina Chan, and I'm here on YouTube. I'm an artist and I game as well. If you wish to, you can follow me. And as always, I appreciate for you bringing me on, Revenant and Jinpachi. The conversation has been great as always, and everybody else. You guys were spot on with everything that you said, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always great having you on. As
Yep,
usual.
glad to have you on.
Appreciate it.
Good to have your perspective on things, and yeah, I hope you have a good night. I don't know what time it is for you. Probably like 6, right, or something like that.
Yeah, it's 6:17.
All right, so I hope you have a good evening. Thanks for coming in and talking with us and giving us your opinion. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you on the next one.
Have a good
Thank you. Thank you. I
evening.
appreciate it.
Miss.
My pleasure.
All right. Well, have a
What'd
good
you say,
night.
Spirit? I'm sorry.
That's it. Have a good evening, miss.
You too, mister. I
Yeah, have a good night.
appreciate it. Thank you. You have a good night as well.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Okay,
Spirit,
Spirit.
you're next.
My name is Spirit of Paradox. I am a YouTuber. I cover Marvel comics on the channel, and I also do streaming from time to time. I want to say thank you very much for having me on. We had a great conversation. I learned a lot today, and I hope with all the bad things that's happened within the last few weeks, we can all come together and have a little bit of peace.
I agree, and well
Yeah,
said.
absolutely.
And yeah, we appreciate you. Thank it's always good having you on and hearing your perspective. We appreciate you,
Yeah, it's always
and
great
we
having you on, Spirit.
hope to see you soon. Everyone, check out Melina and Spirit's channels, and if you're
Yeah,
interested,
good channels.
subscribe. You might like them, you might not, but again, thanks for coming on, and have a good night, man. I'm assuming it's night where you're at, so hope you have a good one. All right,
Yeah, have a
see
good
you,
night,
man.
Spirit.
Have a good night, guys. Take care.
Thanks.
Take care. Okay, so we have OC here, and who else? And
There's
Miles Edwards.
also Marty in the backstage and Soycast guy. I
Okay.
don't know if
Mic
we'll have
check.
time
Mic
for
check.
everyone.
We can hear you, OC.
I would think. Okay.
Everything's good.
All right.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second. Hold on a sec. 1 sec. You said so. Soycast is backstage, and who else?
Marty Kusanagi.
All right. So okay, cool. All right, OC. Let us hear your thoughts, and then Miles will give his.
All right. Gonna make it brief, since I want to get everybody to have their say. We are in the phase of some people are effing around and finding out, and the thing is that you look at somebody like Kirk, right, Mr. Kirk. And there was this video of him, and he was like shopping with his daughter and stuff like that. I really couldn't watch it because it was just so rough to know that somebody like that, that was so concerned and considerate of his children, is not here anymore. And then we have people that are going around saying and having the audacity to try and rationalize stabbing an innocent woman just because he surmised that she said something bad to him, which of course he's lying because he's a schizophrenic, probably a violent psychopath. And like I said, we're living in a world where people like that live, and people like Kirk is gone. And you know what's the other crazy thing is? That woman that was stabbed, in her room, supposedly she has a Black Lives Matter, um, a poster, right, or something like that. And then it's just like this woman has something where she is considering a certain group of people, and she's a foreigner, and then they're going to do this to her. These are the Democrats that talk about, oh, we need to bring in the foreigners. We need to care about Ukraine. We care about you, Ukraine. A Ukrainian immigrant was brutally murdered and they're trying to go on the side of a man that has mental issues, and he says, "Oh, well, she said something bad to me." Okay, so you're conveying the message that if somebody were to say something bad to you, stab them. This is the world we live in, and of course, with Charlie Kirk, he's talking and he wants to talk to people, right? He goes out there, he puts his life on the line, and then all of a sudden, they think they have the right to go and mock and laugh at somebody being shot just because they said something that they don't agree with. But at the same time, they believe they have the right to put gamers and people that have different opinions on a counterterrorism watch list. And all of a sudden they're celebrating and they're saying this person that could change his mind should die. He could have changed his mind, you know that. He could have had enough time to say, hey, you know what? These blue-haired land whales probably might be right. But no, they said this man is a issue and he needs to be dealt with. And this is the time when a lot of these people are going to have to find out. We're done. We're going to have to teach these people that the pack order has to regulate the shaft. So and for whatever reason, doesn't matter what how much they try, we will not give them any martyrs. They will live. They will live with their mistakes, the consequences of their actions, because we must remain focused on dialogue with these idiots, because these idiots are hell-bent on trying to get us to the point where they would want to be hurt. They want to be hurt so that they can say, you see that? They are a threat. But they have reached to the point where it's borderline impossible to convince average people that they are not a threat themselves. They've crossed the Rubicon of bullshit. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. As I said before, we have entered the F around and find out phase of this whole human experience. So, yeah.
Yep, pretty much. I pretty much agree with you. Can't really say much to contradict that. You're right. That's where we are.
Yeah, and I can't say much either because you all said so much in the podcast. I just, was listening pretty much from the beginning, and I was just doing some other things, but I just said, you know what, I had to hear everybody out with this nonsense that happened, and but yeah, this stuff has to be squashed like ASAP. The bullshit stops.
Yeah, it definitely needs to. The violence needs to end. It needs to end as soon as possible.
It gets worse.
I mean, look,
Right.
man. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but like, if things don't change, man, we're dangerously close to a civil war. Honestly, dangerously close. So,
what's going to happen is there's going to be professionals with night vision showing up to people's houses with handcuffs and zip ties, and they're going to put them in a cage, and we're going to be wondering, where did all the people go? That's what's going to happen. There's too many stories of these cell phones and devices with all this surveillance and all this kind of stuff. I mean, we've reached a point where it's just like they're going to the national security apparatus is going to get uncomfortably vigilant, like borderline like Batman with the let's see here, the Dark Knight,
I know what you're talking about.
The Dark Knight sonar thing and everything, because we in America, first of all, when it comes to warfare and conflict, it's the problem is that first of all, these idiots that go around with the blue-haired land whales, first of all, they don't know how to fight. They don't understand the nature of conflict. They don't have the grit. You know, one that my character that I made is a Navy SEAL, so of course I'm going to have to do research on, for my comic. And one of the things about like what the real ones say is that one of the reasons why a lot of people fail in that type of training is that they don't have the grit. They don't go to jobs where like doing construction work. They think just going to the gym is the only thing that would.
It's about willpower. It's about willpower, mental resilience. Yeah, grit, willpower, mental resilience, endurance. There's so many factors. Just being, endurance and being big and strong isn't enough to be a SEAL. If that was the case, any Marine would be able to do it. You need
anybody could do it, Yeah, anybody would have done it, but the thing is that
there's also a bit of a genetic aspect too, where like some people are just like physically predisposed to being like tougher in some degree too. So there's also like a physical aspect, genetic aspect to it. But
and when it comes to these blue-haired land whales, the other thing is that they may be hive mind and think alike, but the thing is, even though that's good for unit cohesion, the problem is with that is that if there's a problem and nobody can solve the problem, because guess what, everybody thinks alike. So some people might say, oh, you're giving them ideas. It's the inevitable. They may listen to this, they may say, oh yeah, that's something we can think about, but let's be honest, they're not going to overcome they're not going to try and change and adapt because they're so bent on their mindset and programmed that they're just going to stick with it. And
it's genetic inbreeding. That's what it's called. It's not genetic inbreeding. It's psychological inbreeding.
Right.
The same DNA, just all the bad traits just getting stronger and becoming more prominent with each generation of idea.
Mm-hmm. So, and I know the other thing is they think they can have the illegal immigrants work for them, but one of the things that they have to understand, a lot of the illegal immigrants have a conservative mindset. Of course, they shoot out a lot of babies, and they have strong family units, and it's like
especially Mexicans, especially Mexicans. Latinos, we love having a bunch of babies. That's one thing we love doing.
Right. Not just that. I mean, people like the Haitians too. It's like if you go to Miami, you'll see a whole bunch of them. But the thing is, you're most likely going to see the father and the mother in the family unit. And of course, that is conservative mindset. And they're only there because, of course, the liberals will allow them to be there and some corrupt Republicans. But the thing is that those people are not going to save you because those people do not want a full-grown a male going into women's spaces, and they kind of think like us as well. So it's just like these blue-haired land whales think that this is not going to be a civil war. It's just going to be a quick little thing because look at what they did with Oregon, right? So they try to take over and turn it to Antifa land, right?
And that degenerated very quickly.
Exactly.
Somebody died within the first 24 hours, wasn't it? Like within the first 24 hours, someone was killed, and that's when they died. That's when they were like, "Fuck that," and they invaded them.
Right. Not just that. It's also the idea that they don't have they don't know how to cultivate crops. They don't know how to hunt for food because you have to pick a means of getting sustenance. There is agriculture, there is hunting, right, and fishing. So which one are you going to pick? And they are incapable of utilizing any of those skills. What do
they choose? Whatever's in the supermarket still after like everything's been looted. That's what they choose.
Oh yeah. Right, right,
But you
right. Yeah.
know, but you're right. You're right. And here's the thing too. Like you got to remember that when it comes to that kind of thing, it's going to be one sided. And
Yellow. Am I disconnected?
Jim Potts, are you there? I don't know.
Okay.
I think he was
Right.
saying something,
So,
but
yeah. All right. So I'm just going to try and make this brief. So yeah, like I said, they don't have the mindset. They don't have the skill set. They're more concerned about taking selfies and how their underwear looks and based on their gender, and instead of actually rebuilding a proper society and maintaining some kind of existence. So this is not going to be a civil war because the Union and the Confederacy both had industries, logistics, skilled individuals to perform various tasks. What do these people have?
Well, what they're
Cell
gonna do is
phones.
they're gonna use guerrilla tactics because this is how I see it playing out. You're gonna have like one force that is way stronger, but then you're gonna have like, to me, you would, in this hypothetical situation, you would have like former people that did have like Republican values that were, or like they were raised a certain way, that have been radicalized. Like for example, the young guy who shot Kirk, he obviously knew how to fire a rifle, right? He had Republican parents. He probably learned some traits from his parents. So you have people like that, some in there, and then you'll have a lot of like guerrilla tactics being used against whatever that right wing force is. I'm not saying it'll be effective, but that's how I see it playing out. You know, like basically like large mobs versus like more like experienced people and smaller units working against them. Kind of like
Yeah,
how you would deal with like a terror, like kind of like in a way that you would deal with like a terrorist force, right? Like you have like a lot of people that are like less trained. They might have some training, kind of like some like gangs are kind of trained in some situations, but definitely nothing near the tech and force that they're gonna be dealing with. But ultimately, regardless of what would happen hypothetically, we need to put a stop to it before it begins, because in the end, the people that are going to lose is the American people. And also remember that, and if that happens, then that's going to open the door for enemies to attack us, and that's the real threat. The real threat is
right.
not like only the violence that would happen in the country as a result of something like that. It's also what would happen via like China getting involved if they want to, or Russia, or whatever other country, and that's a real problem. You know, that's really where the danger is.
Right, right. But in terms of the radicals, the leftists they have, of course, some of them have been trained by DGI, communists, and that happened a lot in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. They did have agents go in and train some of these radicals. Of course, there's some European communists and anarchists as well that came over to America and start teaching some of these people when it comes down to actual like the thing is about like the modern military, for example. The majority of it consists of support elements and logistics, right? And these people, they don't have the skills to transport large supplies for people,
Yeah.
troops, yeah, and all that kind of stuff.
Data
And yeah,
analysts, transport, convoys, equipment, armored weaponry, and stuff like that. Yeah, of course, they're going to be
yeah,
civilian.
yeah,
Like yeah, it would probably be one-sided. I agree that it would be like a really brutal force. I'm just saying that the communist tactics, guerrilla tactics that they would use, like to me, it would probably be something to like what you would see in South America. You know what I mean, or something like what you see with drug lords and shit like that. Versus like
yeah,
the more of an actual militarized, like true militarized force. It's not just basically a game. But yeah,
right,
you're right.
right,
It would heavily be in the favor of like people, and they are like, that is something that they think that they would win, but they truly won. I mean, like you said, fat blue haired liberal versus like family man, like 250-pound like former military dad. Is not really like a fair fight. You know what I mean? Like so. Um,
Right. Yeah, because all the there's a good amount of these military guys that are, going at each other with these different influencers. But the thing is, one of them said, even though we might have a problem with each other, when there's a problem, all of them can work together to solve the problem because they're just trained like that.
Yeah.
Because it's I'm also just conveying this message to let them, whoever is listening, know you're not going to win this. Just calm the F down. And if you don't like somebody's opinion, then just deal with it and, just go on with your life. Life is too important for you just to go around and think about, oh, how am I going to destroy this person just because they have their own opinion right now? And that's the other thing that just makes it so stupid. It's like, what makes you think that time will not change somebody's view and they will show up on your side? You're going to kill them? Are you serious? You're going to kill somebody that might see where you're coming from later on? Where have we gone in terms of maturity and any form of thinking?
Well,
Stupid.
in the end of the day, man, the people that will suffer are like your average American, right? Because you can stop a forest, but rebuilding infrastructure is the problem. That's why I say in that event, in something of that nature to happen, it would end up harming the average person more than anyone else. Because if you have cities burnt down, businesses burnt down, infrastructure destroyed, all of that has to be rebuilt. And guess who comes in that situation? The magical great savior. Chinese investment, BlackRock investment, stuff like that. So I think the ultimate thing that would happen in the end is that the damage to the people would be great, and that could lead to and that's really where the conflict lies. It's not that you can't stop them; it's just that like your city, you beat them, but your city's burnt down. You stop them, but now your police force is like destroyed. You have no like buildings, you have no whatever. So that's kind of how that thing I feel like ends up. And then we're not even talking about the kind of like weaponry that people have the knowledge of making now. Like it's kind of crazy. I don't want to talk too much about it because I feel like I don't want to get Revenant's video. I don't want to get the stream.
Oh no, we don't have to get into it. I'm just saying that
But yeah,
you
but I
guys don't
agree.
want to have your commie fantasy super
It ain't
soldier
happening.
fantasy. It's not happening.
It ain't happening.
Just cut it out, calm down, play a video game, talk with a family member or friend, or talk to whoever you pray to. And the other thing is, it almost seems like there is a grand conspiracy of asset seizure, because if a business goes down, let's say somebody is unable to run the business, right? And the structure of the business is not set up where there's beneficiaries or whoever, BlackRock or whatever banking institution, they can put a lien on the property and or seize it, or the government can seize it. And these people talk about, oh, the insurance will take care of it. There's going to be increase of premium.
That was very
and they have a
annoying.
limit.
That was very
And
annoying. Well, they can't collectively cover everyone, right? Like if a city goes up in flames, and a lot of those buildings are under one company's insurance, then the insurance money that they have cannot literally cover everyone's expenses. And as you said, their premiums will go up. Everything will go up. So that was very frustrating to hear people say, "Oh, they have insurance. Who cares?" It's like, bro, I mean, like it matters quite a lot because again, insurance doesn't cover everything. A lot of those businesses were completely destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So it is true. Yep. And then again, what good is your money if your city is wrecked?
Exactly. That's I'm kind of leaning on borderline leaning on the side of tinfoil conspiracy that BlackRock is like rubbing their hands, waiting to do some asset seizures, and waiting for some kind of summer of love to happen again, and so that they can go around and start taking property, because those people are spooky. They are fast.
Well, they do.
They are fast.
They do well in the Ukraine. Apparently, I don't know if this is true or not, but allegedly they want to rebuild Ukraine as like a. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true that they want to like. that they want to rebuild. They want to rebuild Ukraine after, obviously after all the war stuff happened. So,
No, that's how it's going to be done because the people of Ukraine they won't be able to rebuild. And I mean, even though they have the oil and some kind of agriculture going on, but in terms of actual just proper investment, nope, BlackRock or whoever is going to show up. They're going to, put bonds. They're going to invest in bonds and all these different things, and they're going to get screwed over. So aside from that, I'm going to let everybody else have their say, and yeah.
All right, cool. So, Miles, why don't you give us your opinion about things?
All right.
Yep.
So, I think this is like total BS. And the biggest thing that I find BS, two of the biggest things is that one, you don't kill a guy because you disagree with him. Like you were saying, you can disagree with him, but that doesn't give you the like opportunity or reason to like kill the guy. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep, I agree. You're right.
And two,
Yeah.
people are like justifying the kid because I'm pretty sure he's only like 21, right? And
I
he's
think
still in college.
22. 22.
He's 21 or 22. Kid's still in college, but I've when I'm like,
He's
because I just
22.
heard about the news a few days ago, and when I heard, I'm like going onto the internet to see what people are saying, and a lot of people are saying like the kid shouldn't be arrested because he has such a life ahead of him because he's so young,
What the
and that he
hell?
could have had a good career about ahead of him. I'm like, yeah, he could have until he went down the wrong path and
And
decided
ruined it. Yeah,
like
ruined
kill
it.
a guy.
Yeah, he threw his whole life away. That's on him.
Think about it. Charlie Kirk is 31, man. That's not that old either. Charlie Kirk also had his whole life ahead of him. 31's not that old, bro.
And the guy even had two kids and a loving wife and a loving two
Yeah.
kids because they loved him. Like imagine, like I don't like to talk about this much, but my friend died a few years ago, and I was really sad. But to imagine how like those kids feel about losing their father, and to think how they feel
Sorry for your
growing because they're
loss.
still young, bro.
Yeah, yeah, man. He had not only did he have his life ahead of him, he had their lives ahead of him too. To watch them grow up and do all those things, and now that's gone. So, when you put it that way, it's actually truly heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah. So, Miles, what else? Do you have anything else to say about it? Miles, what's going on?
Miles, you there? Hmm.
Maybe something happened.
Miles, are you there?
His connection might have cut out.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. He'll probably be back. Well, OC, since you had already given your thoughts, do you want to give your intro? I mean, outro. Then I can,
All right.
if Miles is back, I just last remaining two people.
Okay. All right. So my outro is I am OC. I am the founder and creator of the Octomind, which is a online comic and video game company. I am the creator of the Octavio Camacho online comic and video game series. I also have another series called Pirate King Camacho, and they are both available on Webtoons. And just stop on by and send a super like. Thank you, Reverend Injapachi, for giving me this opportunity again. And you have a good day, good night, good morning, wherever it is. You be good. All right.
All
God bless
right.
America.
We appreciate you, and damn right, God bless
Absolutely,
America.
Yeah,
All right, man.
more than ever. Appreciate you coming back on again, OC.
For sure, for sure. I agree. All right, man. Have a
Yeah.
good one, bro.
Yep.
Likewise.
Okay.
Take it easy.
So, yep, that was insightful. You said Soycast is still waiting, right? So since Miles and Marty, let's get them on, and no, I'm sorry guys, I know it feels a little unfair, but let's try to be concise because I want to end the stream soon. It's already 4:30, and
Yeah, we're going. We're going 4:30.
we're already going over. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We've been doing it for
Is
4 hours and
there,
30 minutes.
yo, is there a new panel or something? Because
Hold on, Marty. Hold on.
My bad.
I'm speaking. So I know there's not a lot of time left. I mean, because we need to end things. I don't want to go to like 5 hours. So everyone, I know it sucks. I know it's a little unfair, but let's try to be concise, and then we'll end things. Okay, you guys could give your outros. So, Soycast guy, why don't you go first, and then afterward, Marty can give his thoughts.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So I guess when Charlie Kirk died, I just, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, I guess I just look at it, I'm like, and I just feel dread because I'm like, it's just one of those things you never expect to happen. So, how should I say it? It's just like it's just shocking to me just how many people are just celebrating his death with absolutely no remorse, because it's like it's kind of like when Trump got shot, it's like, okay, it's like you're like shocked for a moment, but then you realize it's in his ear. But like with this guy, it's like, he gets shot in the neck and you just know he's gone with, I guess, that much blood coming out. So it's just like, and from what I've heard.
But also to remind you or anyone else who's listening, while the bullet did graze Trump's ear, it did hit and fatally kill a guy.
It killed a civilian. Yeah,
Who was
killed a civilian in the crowd.
Who was actually shielding his I think it was his daughters, or maybe his daughter and his wife. I don't remember exactly, but
He got caught in the head, and his brain splattered all over his family. A lot of people forget that. So it wasn't victimless. It wasn't a victimless. Assassination attempt. He just got the wrong guy, sadly.
And that is what's unfortunate. Like, that guy who went there, like, he didn't deserve it at all. And he got killed just purely because someone wanted to kill Trump. And so, in this case, someone also got killed, which, that being Charlie Kirk. And, if I'm correct, and I hope it's not true, but from what I've heard, his daughter saw her dad die, and it's just like, if the last time you see your dad is him bleeding out, that's just that sucks for a little kid. It really does.
Yeah, especially with that much blood, it was unreal. Honestly, the amount of blood he lost was like really shocking. How he was like spurting.
Yeah, like
it was really insane.
Got him.
It's kind of like when I first heard that he got shot, I thought, oh, maybe he'll make it through. But once I saw the footage, I just knew. Like, once you see that footage, you just kind of know he's not going to make it.
Yeah, that looks like really freaking creepy, bad.
That was like hellish, honestly. Like the way the bullet hit him right in the throat, and the way that he stiffened, you just knew he was gone, man. You just knew it.
Yeah,
and it was heartbreaking to think about.
It's like, that's it. There's no, I mean, you can't immediately recover from a shot in the neck. It's over, man. You got shot in his throat. So.
I mean, you could recover from it, but it's just the way that he went down. You just knew he wasn't. That's what it is.
It was bad. It was bad.
And he probably died from shock too, man.
Yeah, if he was to make it out, it would be like an insane miracle.
It would have been a miracle, honestly.
And if he did, then he would not be able to speak anymore unless he has to speak through a fucking vocal box or a speech aid. All because that.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Well, it
got
hit him.
shot in the neck,
It
and
hit him in the artery. It looked like it hit him in the artery on the left side of his carotid artery. That's what I would assume happened, because especially with the amount of blood. So it, like, if he survived that, he probably would have been able to talk and stuff, but he would have been like, he would have definitely have never been the same after that. Like, because it didn't hit him in the vocal cords, it hit him in his artery, like on the side of the neck, which is like on the front front left of his neck. So,
but other than that, he died because he died from shock due to like
yeah, he died from the
substantial
shock.
blood loss.
Exactly. Exactly. And the amount of blood he was losing, like, couldn't paramedics have even got to him in time? Like, that's why I say when you watch it, it's heartbreaking, because if you know, like, about the body, you kind of just know that there wasn't really like a big chance that he was going to make it. You know, like, but you know, that being said, it's pretty bad. Sorry, but Soycast guy, did you have more to say?
Yes, it's just like this entire situation has really shown just the tensions in America. Like, you know, the media has just been, you know, they've demonized a side to such an extreme that now, you know, people are getting, you know, killed over it. It's just like it just has to stop. Like,
You're right. Yeah,
because now. Oh, are you talking, Revenant?
Yeah, no, yeah, I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
So it's just like, you know, the fact that there's just so many people celebrating his death and just, you know, thousands upon thousands, it just shows how bad the media propaganda has gotten, where half of the country is just completely villainized and treated as horrible people, and just, you know, it's like, and the whole thing with this death is it's like it's already bad enough, but you know what it represents, because it means more people could get killed just like him, and more families could be ruined, and it's like, you know,
It's an attack on free speech, man. That's what it is. It's an attack on free
Yeah.
speech. And you know what's the saddest part? You know what's the irony in all this, Soycast? I'm gonna ask you a few questions. What are the right always compared to? What do they keep trying to compare the right to?
Nazis.
Nazis. What did Nazis do to a specific group of people? Demonize them and dehumanize them to the point where they were unabated by doing horrific acts upon them, right?
Yeah.
So, isn't that ironically what's happening to the right?
Well, everything they say is an admission of guilt. Like, every
Of course. Yep.
projection is an admission of what they do themselves. And, you know, Charlie, he never hurt anyone. Like, anyone who, you know, wants to disagree with him on any of his positions, that's fine. But no one could ever say that he ever actually hurt anyone. He only talked to people.
He talked to people, and honestly, one of the most honorable things you can do is debate with somebody so that they can have a chance to defend their viewpoints, right? Because anybody can espouse something as true, but to talk to your enemies and give them, listen, every time you debate someone, you're basically saying, hey, I'm presenting an idea. Here's your opportunity to prove me wrong, make me look bad, and discredit my idea. And some people are too cowardly to even do that. So the fact that he did that publicly all the time in environments where, you know, anything could happen to him, as we saw, which he actually did, that's how you know, like, that he was a man of character. He had character.
Yeah,
he definitely did.
But the irony of the left to call everyone Nazis, but then dehumanize people and do what they're doing, I just find it like really like funny. And it's like you said, it's an admission of guilt. It's always, you know, I'm pointing one finger at you and three are pointing back at me kind of deal. So, you know, it's a good point.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can't tell me that, you know, people that want to, you know, mutilate children, they want to, you know, like all this other stuff, they want to like set businesses on fire. You know, it's like you can't tell me these are like, they can't say they are the good people when people that genuinely just want to raise a family, just be completely peaceful, and then they're just killed over it. It's like, no, there's definitely bad people here, and it's not people like Charlie Kirk. But
and to add to your point, doesn't saying that you want to mutilate children and do all this stuff to them, pump them full of hormones, doesn't that sound like a Nazi experiment?
I mean, it does.
Doesn't sound like something the fucking Nazis would do. So I'm not harping on it too much because I'm like, whatever, like the Nazi thing. I'm just saying that it's just the irony of it all. And you're right. It's just like, you present all these twisted ideas, and it kind of shows you that if you don't live in reality, if you live in this like delusional worldview, then you could justify anything. You can justify anything if you can't even agree to the basic understandings of humanity and like the basic rules of the world around us. How can you expect somebody to logically understand that it's not okay to harm someone because they don't think like you?
Yeah.
So it's really pretty brutal stuff. And also think about this as well. Like, if you're gonna have how am I gonna word this? All right, if you're a person who's like on the far left, the complete like far left, right? Like, you have to understand that let me rephrase it this way. What people don't understand, I said it earlier, is that your average person, like you said, even other leftists, if you meet leftists in real life, a lot of them just want, like normal people, they just want a normal family. Maybe they want to have like, their person they love. They might want to have like a good job. Maybe they want to make money. Maybe just live a peaceful life, as you mentioned. And that could be left or right wing. It's just your average person. That doesn't the people that are on the extreme far left, they are like the talking heads that don't really represent like the average person. You understand what I mean? But because of the way people are indoctrinated now, like when people say right wing, like even, all right, so the opposite end. If you say you're right wing, people are going to see what the extreme caricature puppet right wing person is, which is like saying like, oh, a neo-Nazi, oh, like a whatever, oh, this person's racist, this person's homophobic, whatever the hell they want to say. That's who they see. That's who the media has painted right wing people as. And as far as the far left goes, the far left are all these crazy lunatics. But like I said, you go to your grocery store, your grocer could be a leftist. But that's a normal person trying to live their lives. It's supposed to be intentionally divisive to allow you to be manipulated. The only thing that I do know for certain is that you have to push back against bad ideas. But we also sometimes forget that the average person isn't the insane lunatic you see on TV, right? It's not that person. That person is just an average person that you might have daily interactions with, like that are perfectly cordial and fine. So that's why I think the important thing to remember is that you have to attack the ideas and fight the ideas via politics, voting, debate, like Charlie Kirk did, trying to change people's minds, instead of like the average person that you meet daily, instead of trying to attack or fight them, because that person has no more power than you do. You know what I mean? And that's something that the left are unable to do, which is why they keep attacking right-wing people.
Yeah, it's like, a lot of lives have been ruined over the years, from people getting fired, as we've seen people getting killed recently. It's just like, it's like, but, none of these people who have had these things happen to them have ever really done anything to, really done anything wrong. They've just been attacked because the media just, they dehumanize people, and that's why, it's like the media has to be held responsible at one point, because they've dehumanized people to such a degree that, now people are killing them.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, it's going to keep happening because they're going to keep making excuses for it. I mean, you already had politicians already, Democrat politicians telling people to go out there and fight and all that. I mean, there's plenty of like, I know like Newsmax, Fox News, and even I think Sky News Australia even had even shown compilations of all of them calling for violence. So they've already conditioned people to act this way, and they're just as as guilty of this as the people who actually go out and commit these acts of violence. Whether if it's like people, I don't know if people remember what they were throwing milkshakes on Republicans, like confronting people at public places when they're wearing a MAGA hat, and then now you got like they're trying to take out Trump. Then they unfortunately successfully took out Charlie Kirk, and so like the blood is also on the left wing media's hands for sure.
Yes. And also, like just in general, man, like if you look at everything that's happened so far, it's clear who the real enemy is. It's clear who it is. And it's not your neighbor, bro. It's not your neighbor. It's the media, and above the media, it's really the people that are like pushing all this stuff, the people, the investors, these kind of people. The people that that the people that not rich people in the sense of just your average rich person, but the rich person that you don't know about, the secret, the people that are not public, that they're behind a wall, behind a veil. Those are the people that are benefiting from all the chaos, while everyone else suffers.
Marty,
But all right,
you have any
yes.
thoughts on this?
Yep.
I, look, I have a lot to say earlier, but I don't know. I nothing else to say. But other than that, I would like to say, yes, I may. I'm I'm not I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I do not condone any violence whatsoever. I mean, try to solve it into like assassinating someone over because you have a different point of view of that person. Does not solve the issue. It makes the issues bigger. And her just saying fight fire with fire. Well, you try to fight fire with fire, that fire further escalates. It will get even worse. That's why, like for example, like uh yeah, the Duke back in the like 1910s got assassinated. That's what immediately caused a World War I, man. And that shit's gonna happen again if that shit it's gonna be repeated, Just like this kid who the funny thing is that the kid who assassinated uh Charlie Kirk actually does turn out to be, I don't know, either a Republican himself or just raised in a Republican household.
He was
And not
raised in
to
a Republican
mention,
household, but he's actually a Democrat, like a
He's
liberal.
a
yeah,
liberal, furry, gay, furry. I mean, literally gay, furry, liberal.
Yeah,
It's just
who
because his
has
parents.
a tranny lover that
Yeah,
basically like
and not to mention
cooperating with the
this
FBI.
kid also has a bright future at the time, and then he threw it all away by killing off Charlie Kirk. Not only he ruined Charlie Kirk's family, but he also
Mhm.
ruined his own family and himself.
Yes.
And
Yep.
He did.
yeah, he fucked his whole life up, just threw his future away, all because we all have a different opinions and shit
So let me read
like
some of
that.
these comments real quick. Y Chromosome said, "Important announcement. Well, guys, I know I'm no longer playing Fortnite or Overwatch anymore. I can't give some of my time to people mocking and defending those who do on Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, man, I don't play those games to begin with, and I'm not surprised that those people said that stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
screw them.
So
Don Grizzle,
just to be clear
interracial
with that,
culture, says
that's Epic
And
Games and
also,
Blizzard.
he says,
and
I bet Tyler was playing dress up with his partner. Yup, seriously, probably. The next door neighbor knew he's gay, and his dad had to turn him in, and he probably can't believe his son is gay. Yeah,
yeah,
probably crazy stuff.
and also when
Yeah,
I came home from work on a Wednesday or so, I was like surfing the internet, seeing what was going on. I just saw there's an actual footage of Charlie Kirk's death. It was very graphic, and then I saw a bunch of ass clowns are celebrating the man's death with no remorse. And it really makes me sick to the stomach. Not only
yeah, it's
because the
horrible.
guy died, even though I'm I'm neutral, but also because the people who celebrating the guy's death, they look and act like idiots. They look they look like terribly nasty and horrible, both on the inside and outside. Like, who the fuck are those people? Like, don't they probably smell bad too, man? I'm
Yeah.
not even kidding.
Truly awful people inside and out.
And fuck TikTok, by the way, too, man. Fuck
Bro,
that
I mean, I
for
don't.
A
letting
bunch
this
of weirdos there too.
for
Yeah,
allowing these
TikTok.
people just record it.
TikTok
one
has a
that's
lot of
just lips.
freaks on it. TikTok's got a lot
Yeah.
of strange people on it that say crazy shit
Yeah,
on there
man.
all the time. But it's also I wouldn't use TikTok anyway because of all the weird China shit with them as well. So I don't know how
Yeah,
people use.
hell.
I don't know how people use how they use TikTok still, honestly. But whatever, man.
Yeah, and
I don't.
also
I wish Trump would have
Naughty
actually
Dog or
banning it.
the people in Sucker Punch or whatever. Who said it?
Yeah, it was Sucker Punch, but there were other devs too that were saying shit. But
Yeah,
you know,
I hope
the big
they
one
will.
was
Yo, I want to say is hope they join Enron. You know what Enron is? Enron. Enron. Oh,
Enron?
Enron.
Enron?
Some electric company that went bankrupt because of their shady apps.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember
Oh.
the shady practices. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
those ass clowns and the those ass clowns are about to join Enron all because they're freaking political bullshit. Trying to
Yeah.
shove down everyone's throats, and they even celebrating the guy's deaths, man. Like,
Yeah, it's not cool.
I just hope they went out of business, and yeah, that's another reason why fucking gaming is still trash, man.
It
Yeah,
is.
it is.
One
I
of the
just
major
hope
reasons.
gaming goes back to normal, man.
It'll go back to normal, but indie dev people, the average person who like knows how to program and develop, they're gonna have to make some concessions in order to get their products out there. What I mean by that is that they're gonna have to like brute force themselves into the industry by like trading their time to make products in the hope that they're being good. Because if you're waiting for investment or like crowdfunding to a certain degree, then you're probably not going to create that alternative. People are just going to have to sacrifice their free time to make those alternatives. That's a whole nother conversation that one day I think would be cool to have, to just brute force it. But that's for another podcast. But all right, so let's close things out. Miles, we'll definitely you'll be able to talk again on the next one for sure. I know you cut out, but don't worry, we'll let you on again.
Yeah, for sure.
Soycast, you have like Marty, I know you don't have a channel, right? So if you want,
Actually,
do you have a channel now?
Remember? I mean, remember it's Charles Barky Bark.
But do you upload on your channel?
Yeah, well, like I said, hopefully I don't get into trouble for uploading some fan remasters of my favorite albums.
Okay.
But
of course, I gotta be careful too because they're gonna take down my channel for some stupid shit. They even programmed their AI to handle that bullshit.
Yeah, they have their algorithms.
I'm fully aware of that.
But so far you don't have any content up yet, right?
Nope.
All right, so it's fine. So Marty, thanks for coming on. We appreciate you. You're always welcome on the next one. Marty. Have a good night, and and thanks again.
Take it easy, Marty.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
See ya. Have a good one, man. Peace. All right, so Soycast guy, you have an outro. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it, fella.
I don't think I have a lot to say, but I will say, God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family, and I mean, I appreciate being brought on.
Yeah, we appreciate having you. Hopefully, we can have you on a little earlier, and you can talk more because it seems like you had some interesting points to make. If you want to, we'll have you on a little earlier. Thanks again. Do you have obviously you have a channel? Do you like post any content or anything you want to plug before you go?
I mean, I don't like to like self-advertise, but I do have a channel.
Yeah, we'll give you the chance, bro. No problem.
Oh yeah, same name as my display name. So yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right.
And everyone, check him out. Check out his content.
I'm guessing it's some kind of podcast, right?
A what?
Is it a podcast?
I do like mainly commentary videos, like responding to people, kind of almost like in, I guess, a somewhat Leafy is here type style.
Okay,
And
okay.
then some reviews.
Okay.
And like reactionary stuff to a degree, correct?
Yeah, something like
All
that.
right.
Okay,
Sounds
so if anyone's interested, check out Soycast guy. Again, thanks for coming on. Maybe I'll check some of your content out after the podcast so I can see what you're about.
Oh yeah,
And
I appreciate it.
give you a little sub there. But yeah, so thanks for coming on, man. And we'll see you soon,
on.
hopefully. So as for me,
Take it easy.
Oh yeah,
take
have
it
a
easy,
good
bro.
day, guys.
Oh yeah, have a good one, man. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Or a good day.
You too.
So as for me, you guys all know me. I'm Jinpachi. I do animation, Arkham gameplay. I've been streaming a lot lately. I may be streaming a few games soon. I'll probably stream continue Resident Evil on Thursday. Resident Evil 3. We'll do the final act of the game. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Anyone who likes my channel or checks it out or subscribes, I'd really appreciate it. If not, it's fine too. And I have a lot more content ready. As always, Revenant, it's always good to co-host with you. We had an interesting conversation. A lot was said. A lot of kind of spicy things were said on this podcast. But overall, it's been good. And I think that we all just want people from all over the world, all kinds of people, to live in peace and harmony, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, female, male, gay, straight, whatever it is. We got to stop this stuff, man. It's getting too crazy. And we gotta chill the hell out, because in the end of the day, we're all neighbors. We walk past each other every day and live perfectly fine lives. We can't let the media and technology control how we think. We have to think for ourselves, and understand that we're all, in the end of the day, your average person isn't a blue-haired talking head on the screen, and your average person isn't a buzzhead neo-Nazi trying to like kill blacks or whatever. Like we're like most people are normal, and they just have differing political beliefs than you, and that's fine. But we can't let it escalate to violence. That being said, thanks for having me on. Thanks to everyone who heard me yap, and I'll catch y'all later. Always good co-hosting, bro. See ya.
Yeah, definitely. Always great having you on co-hosting, doing the podcast. So it's good to be back. I should have a video sometime this week. It will be related to similar to what we were talking about, with Charlie Kirk and the developers talking shit or whatever, because that definitely needs to be called out as much as possible. So definitely want to do a video on that. So keep a lookout for that. Again, I appreciate everyone who takes the time out to hear what we all have to say. And of course, anyone who just supports the channel, and overall, I watch the regular videos, comments, likes, and all that stuff. So, thank you to everyone who was on the panel, and of course, everyone in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good night, and hopefully the week treats you well. So, with that being said, God bless America. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and thank you for everything you've done. Your death will not be in vain, and a lot of us are gonna just keep doing what we've been trying to do. Say the truth and stick to it. So,
damn right. God bless America.
Yep. So, with that being said, peace out, guys.
See you.